What I've done with Kick. Did I tell you I was trying to stream on Facebook?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to stream on Facebook because I haven't got Facebook, so that's not happening. But good evening, everybody. Good evening.
Oh, just in time.
What's up, guys? Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Special surprise guest.
Right, all right. I'm just going to have to sort... actually, that's not done anything to mess the cameras up. That is beautiful.
Perfect.
Hi, Spirit.
What's up, guys? Hi, Scotty.
Hello.
What's up, Go? What's up,
What up?
Hammer? What's up, gamers?
Just talk amongst yourselves while I get Spirit's camera set up.
Yeah. You two, I don't know, have met each other. So Hammer meet Spirit. Meet Hammer.
Nice to meet you, Spirit.
Lovely to meet you as well. When I checked your YouTube video out, I was like, oh my god, I follow you.
No,
Thank you for the follow.
Did you follow him for his WoW stuff, or Scotty actually knew Hammer from his like content creation, like tips and tricks and stuff?
WoW stuff. Yeah.
WoW stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Your video, like, well done on the 30-second guides too, the short guides on the fights and ST.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Dude,
That was my first time trying to get into doing like a raid guide type of video, so I wasn't sure how it would do, but it seems like it's doing pretty well.
The short videos are my favorite. Like if it's a 10-minute boss guide fight for one fight, it's like, that's too long. 30 seconds, like minute, it's sick.
Yeah.
I love those.
I tried to keep it to like 60 seconds ish per boss, and then like obviously like Shade and Hakar were a little bit longer, but not bad. It's kind of fun making it too.
Jolly good.
All right, we all set?
We're all set. We're all on. We're here. So yeah, hello everybody in chat. What the fuck is that green screen background? The green screen, bruv. You can't see it. What are you talking about? Why is there always one?
Wow.
Why is there always one? And it's you, and it's this early on in the podcast. Right, go. Lead us into what we're going to talk about. We are on a very strict schedule tonight because people have got sunken temples. I've got things that I'm going to do which is not really suitable to talk about in public, but you can probably work out what I'm going to go and do. I'm going to watch Fallout because it launches in 3 hours and I cannot wait. I've been waiting for this TV series. It feels like forever. So that's what I'm going to be doing. But anyway, go.
We've got all season of Discovery. If Scotty tries to mention Kata, then he owes a gifted sub to both Hammer and Spirit for every time he brings Kata into the conversation. So we need somebody to keep track of how many times he says
Hang on. With that bullshit, it's fine to talk about season of Discovery in the other podcast that we do.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, well, that's some shit.
I mean, Kata is relevant right now with Season of Discovery because of the overlap of like, launches and stuff like that. So
That's true. I'm just not allowed to say the name of that game.
No,
I was baiting you. I was just baiting you.
yeah, if Hammer and Spirit say it, it's totally fine.
Yeah, it's just I'm not allowed to. But what I can talk about is I never thought I would say this. I am mega excited for a retail-related announcement today. Like, I've looked at it and I thought, actually, this could be really fun. Mainly because Mr. Pandaria will always go down as one of my favourite expansions. And having it, like, that weird. Like, it looks weird, but I feel like it could be fun. And you've not got, like, all the people with all their retail shit and, where they've been playing it for the last 20 years. It's like a fresh mop experience, completely different to what it was before. And you don't need Dragonflight to play it. I thought, like, that was the best part. It's like classic players with their sub that they've got now can go and try this new event. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. It is what it is. So you said I couldn't talk about Kata. Mate, there's on this weekend, it's being PTR tested, a MOP special event server, level 10 to 70 with all raiding content, dungeons, like everything.
Oh,
it's like their next Plunderstorm, but more PvE focused, But it's like a fresh MOP server where everybody starts at level 10. You cannot move characters on there or anything like that, and everything that you get on there throughout the however long it runs for, you'll be able to take to your retail account. So as soon as I saw it, I was like, I hardly ever even open those retail related posts. Yeah, I see it, and I'm
me
like,
either.
I
That's
don't
right
care.
in.
But as soon as I saw Mop and I saw that it's free, like, why not go and give it a go over the weekend? You know?
Yeah. That is
But-
awesome.
For the past week, though, we've been playing Season of Discovery, right? Yeah, everybody
Yes.
in this call has been
Sure.
no-living
Yeah.
sod.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
We've got a lot to talk about with it. There's the incursion event, the changes to some dungeons, Sunken Temple, the new raid. It feels like this phase has already been out for like 3-4 weeks, but it hasn't even been a full week yet. Like that, it seems crazy to me every time I think about it. Some new PvP stuff, some fun items like the crate, the bush, the rainbow trinket, profession stuff, waylaid supply changes. So we're going to try to hit as many of those topics as we can. We're not doing like new stuff. This is like the chillest chillest show we've probably had in a while. Usually we're looking at blue posts, we're looking at stuff, and we're trying to break all that stuff down. This is more nice, laid back. Hey, how have you been doing in Season of Discovery Phase 3? How's it feeling? So big vibes tonight.
Big.
Huge, massive, insane vibes.
Huh, that sounded like
Big
one
ones.
of my thumbnails.
All right, but as always, I'll get the stuff out of the way. Questions for us if you have during the show, hit us with a super chat. It's helps support Scotty and I, and keeps us coming back, putting out more and more podcasts week by week. And we're up to like 5 a week at this point now. Like 4 Kata, 1 Sod is a pretty even balance. So yeah, just keep us coming back, support us, hit us with the questions, and we'll answer any questions from the super chats. All right. Anything else, Scotty, before we get into it?
No, just really a quick thanks to those that watch both podcasts, the one that I can't talk about and this one. Like it's you guys that support the podcast that genuinely keep us coming back. Like, you know, I know everybody says that and they're like, oh, yeah, you know, but this is the longest podcast I've ever done. You know, because I do like 4 or 5 episodes and get bored. Like, but it's actually the community that watch this podcast that is the reason that I personally want to keep doing it. And it's going to go all the way through that game that's coming out after Wrath and all through Season of Discovery, even during the times where I'm not particularly invested in Season of Discovery. You know, it's not like just going to stop because I get bored or something. Yeah, you know, so thanks for watching. And obviously to the guests as well that come on and torture themselves. Obviously appreciate all those as well. That sounded like I'm not dying, by the way, or anything. Like, you know, it's just we don't actually say it enough. So
There we go. Yeah, you were actually quiet for that whole like intro that I did there. So you said you were going to be quiet today because it's Sod, and you're sticking to your word, and it's making me a little nervous. Are you sure you're okay, Scotty?
Yeah. So I mean, I'm kind of a little bit distracted, but not distracted enough where I'm not listening.
Yeah. I would say you're doing archaeology right now. You
No,
ended the last
no,
podcast
no.
last night doing archaeology. I'm pretty sure you're still doing archaeology.
My man Hammer knows exactly what I'm doing. Hammer knows
All right,
exactly
well,
what I'm doing because can I just start? I want to start just really briefly with you know, the fact that I said I'm not interested in SOD, just in case anyone's like, oh, what, is he not playing it? I am distracted because I'm actually on it right now. But where you guys and girls have gone in and got from 40 to 50 and you're enjoying Sunken Temple, I've started from level 1. So I'm not enjoying it quite as much right at this moment in time, but it's because I've re-rolled from Horde to Alliance and from EU to NA to play in Hammer Dance's Guild, actually. So at the moment, I'm like a week behind everybody on everything. So
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
What an incredible way to segue into the leveling topic of 40 to 50. Ladies first, Spirit. How was that journey? What did you do to level up your first tune? How many tunes do you have at 50? I think there's more than one. So how have you been leveling up your character so far?
I have 2 level 50s already, and I did that in 24 hours, in the span of 24 hours. 1 priest, 1 druid. And yesterday I started my 2nd priest, and she's already 45 and a half, which is pretty insane. And last night I did a ZF, and I got like a half a level in ZF. So yeah, it's the least stressed I've ever been leveling any tunes, because last phase was it was a slog, and I was dragging my feet. This time I'm like, let's go. I want my tunes up so I can actually like discover what's else is out there. So yeah.
Did you do incursions? Did you mainly quest? Like how are you doing dungeon spamming at all? Did you sit in ZF for 5 hours on your first tune or?
So I got dragged around to do pre-quests for like a whole entire week. I logged on and one of our raid team leads whispers me and was like, don't even turn your pre-quests in, just get into incursions. And I was like, there's no way in hell. I just spent all of this time and you want me to just not turn those in. So I think I maybe did 2 or 3 hubs of turn-ins for pre-quests and went straight into incursions. Yeah, and my druid, the same thing, straight to incursions.
And that was both like day one, so that was pre XP nerf. Have you gone
Thursday? Yeah.
Have you gone back on your second priest and done it since the XP nerf?
I did it yesterday, and it still felt like I was doing it on Thursday. I can see how it's starting to slow down at level 45, but that's normal. That's the way it was anyways. But we got like, they nerfed all of the XP that you get from the incursions, but then you got a 15% more increase in experience from the buff anyways. So I feel like it's kind of helping a bit. But I mean, it just feels good. ZF, yeah, I'd rather do incursions to level up.
All right, sweet. Hammer, how have you been leveling up your characters? I'm assuming you have at least a warrior to 50. Anything else? Just one main so far?
Just my warrior. I was trying to level up my rogue over on Crusader Strike on Horde side. But there was just like, I wanted to get everything done on my warrior, like farm all the wild offerings and all that stuff. But my leveling experience, I'll be completely honest, was horrendous on launch day. I went into incursions immediately, the second that we could. And it was so laggy for me that we were like, there's no way that this is going to be faster than just spamming dungeons. So we didn't stick it out, which now we know was the wrong thing to do. We went to Cathedral. We stayed in Cathedral till like 42. We went to Alderman till like 44, and then we went to ZF, and I sat in Zul'Farrak for like 6 hours. And then when I was obviously looking at what levels people were and all this, I'm like, this was a really bad idea. And now we're really far behind and put in so much time, and we were all burnt out from just spamming ZF. So I think I got to like 48, and then I logged off. I went to sleep. I woke up in the morning. I finished the last 2 with incursions, and I was like, it took me probably the same amount of time that it took me to go from like 40 to 46. I did 48 to 50 in incursions. That's how much faster it really was. Like, it was so fast that I was like, this is insane. Like, I was like, there is no way they intended it to be this fast. Like, you might as well just put us at level 50 and just skip leveling completely, because you were just going in and you were just running in a circle, some like NASCAR, like make a left sometimes, throw yourself out of bounds, and that you were just getting levels like every 30 minutes. And it was crazy. So if I could go back, I would have stuck it out and stayed at the incursions. But in my head, I was like, well, this is like weird and buggy and laggy, and like something is not right, and we're going to end up wasting a bunch of time here. So we left, but joke was on us because it was way better.
So it's been a big point of, a big point all round about incursions. Are they good? Are they bad? Obviously they, in my opinion, weren't handled correctly anyway. When they've got to change something that drastically, that quick, it clearly weren't tested particularly well. But what are your thoughts on incursions? Because some people are like, they're terrible. They take everyone out of the open world. They didn't want people to dungeon grind. Or people moan about dungeon grinding because you don't get to go out and just be in the normal world. And then they add incursions where you're doing exactly that.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I like the speed at which you can level in them, right? And if it's in the game, obviously you're going to just use the fastest method. I'm not going to be out in the world if that's in the game, because there's no point unless that's what you're just doing to enjoy questing or whatever, right? But while I enjoy the speed at which you can level in them, I do feel like it's kind of like what you just said about, it's really similar to just spamming dungeons. It does keep everyone out of the world, and it makes me wonder. So if they want you to just be cap level so bad, why are we even doing like these like phase locks or anything? Why aren't we just allowed to level to 60 and then they just start releasing content? Because it feels like it almost creates like a FOMO, right? It creates this FOMO where
Big time.
you need to hit 50 as fast as you possibly can. So you will do the most unenjoyable, boring thing possible to get there the fastest way possible, to then farm your pre-bis and all this as fast as possible to get into the raid before the first lockout in 3 days, right? So to me, it's like it's not good design for truly enjoying, whatever they create. If they want you to really be enjoying it and find it and discover it and this and that, it kind of completely negates that, in my opinion. And that may be a super hot take. I don't know, but
well, my question would be more. See, I always since phase one, I'm never really thinking about right now. As in how's it affecting the. Obviously, I am thinking about how it affects the game right now, but I think about all of these things that get introduced and how they can be abused, or how they can fall down later on in the game. And are we basically already setting ourselves up to say, right, okay, guys, don't worry about pre-questing at 50. There's no point. We'll literally do 50 to 60 in incursions.
Right. That's my point. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on it, Spirit? Have you got any hot takes for incursions?
I loved it. It wasn't the most engaging gameplay. After a while, it was a little bit mind-numbing, but I loved it. It was just, I had a different journey though in the game. Like I had 2 tunes that were on Wild Growth, and then I moved to Crusader Strike. So phase 2 for me was just a lot of catch up. So I think just from a personal standpoint, I've really enjoyed just like not having to sit in a dungeon and take a long time to level. But I understand the other side of it. And Hammer, I agree with you too. Like it is a little questionable, and should we just get there that quickly as well? So
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. There is a super dopamine hit when you are handing in like 15 of those quests and you watch yourself go from like 10% to the next level and halfway to the next level, and you got like 130 gold. You were like, whoa, this is awesome. Nice. Yeah. But yeah, like the gameplay itself, it's like, if it, to me, it seems like Season of Discovery started as like one vision of like, let's try and get like classic, like get people out in the world and discovering things and playing and doing all this stuff slowly, which phase 1 really did feel like that in the beginning. And I think people really loved that. It seems like it's kind of transformed into this, like, next phase is coming out in 7 days, by the way. Level up in 8 hours to 50 from 40, and the raid is unlocked day 1. You have 3 days to do it, or you miss a lockout, and it's a 7-day lockout.
Yeah, everything does seem very... I'm not even talking just about Season of Discovery. Like, everything at the moment seems all about how quick can we do stuff. How quick can we get through this phase? How quick can we get through this expansion? How quick can we, put a special event out that we've worked on for a year and just get it over and done with so we can move on to the next one? It is like you're not getting that time to let things like settle down too much, which I'm not saying I'm against it, because I think it's great that there's so many options of games and game modes, especially like what I said about the MOP server coming soon as well. A lot of options. But yeah, some of it just needs to be left to breathe. The one thing I do want to point out, by the way, just in case any of you guys, not necessarily chat, thought that I'm against incursions, I'm not, by the way. As in, I just wondered what your opinions on them were, because me personally, if the quickest way to level was to dance naked in Stormwind for 8 hours, I'd do that. I don't care. It doesn't matter whether it's dungeons, questing, grinding, like whatever the quickest way to max level is, I'll do. If it's incursions, I'll do it. My point was more, sort of the contradictory nature almost of what you said, Hammer, was bang on the money. As in, it's as if they had a vision for what they saw Season of Discovery being and nailed it in phase 1. And then as we're going through the phases, what it was in phase 1 is changing quite drastically as they're putting more... I don't want to say it because I'm going to annoy everyone. More retail-esque systems in, more retail, that it's perfectly fine to level ridiculously quick in an instanced area, ignoring everything else that's going on. So that neither of those ways is right, is it? Because everyone sees Season of Discovery as something different. So it's like, it doesn't really matter what you prefer. There will be someone who likes it even if you don't.
Right. So one thing that I experienced while doing the incursions, I did it for I think it was 4 or 5 levels, and then I did it up to pretty much level 50. It was like 46 to 49 or something like that. And then once I started to go out and try to do quests and do dungeons, I was like, wait a second, my defense skill didn't get raised at all because all I was doing was running around interacting with objects. I wasn't getting in combat with anything other than like tagging a mob, hitting it with like a moonfire and just running on to the next thing, getting credit for that quest. And then like my dagger skill was low. I don't know if melee had an issue with like their weapon skill not leveling up because they were doing the same exact thing, but that seemed kind of funny that it was an event where it was strictly PvE. Like you weren't killing mobs, you weren't killing people. It was just go to this, interact with this object, turn this quest in, and do 5 or 7 of these at the same time. It was kind of weird. But have you guys done incursions at level 50 at the level cap? And how is your rep looking with the faction? And also, have you gotten any gear from the faction at all? Have you had any use to want to grind up the reputation for the classes that you guys play? So Spirit, I'm sending it to you first.
It saved my druid so much because I was playing Boomy. I was like all over the map with my druid. I didn't get a lot of stuff from Nomer because I was mainly like focusing on my priests. So the Emerald, was it Emerald Sanctuary, I think? I got all the healing gear for Resto, like full on with 6 out of 6 set, and it saved me. And I had to use that druid to help another team out too. So yeah, it was worth it for me on that front for sure. And then like you got Inquisitor Shawl from Scarlet Monastery for priest healers anywhere. I mean, casters. So the shoulders are really nice. Yeah, I thought it was worth.
Hammer, have you gone back since you leveled to 50 and done anything?
Nope, I can't lie to you guys. I have not. I have not gone back. I went back. I did more actually on when I was leveling my undead rogue than I actually did on my warrior. And I guess eventually I will. But here's maybe another super hot take. But
we like them.
I feel like I really don't enjoy them. I like the idea of it. I don't like. To me, it's just. You're instead of just sitting in Mara and paying a mage, you're just AFKing your brain and running in a circle. But I feel like I don't want to go do it for the rep right now, simply because at the rate everything is going, in like 2 weeks, they're going to do something where like you can get the rep 10 times faster for something that requires a fraction of the time. And just seeing how everything is going inside, like, you know, and trying to create content on the side and also like farming my pre-bis for the warrior and all that stuff. I was like, this will be something that I do if I'm like really bored and like want to go do them. But even then I'm like, well, if I'm going to go do them, I kind of want to go on another 40 of mine and maybe level them up to 50 by doing them. Because I just have this feeling, and I could be completely wrong, that it's going to be so much easier to get the rep in like a few weeks, because it just seems like that's how you know, all of this seems to be going.
Yeah, and is the rep going to have any value at phase 4 when we hit level 60, or is it a one phase thing? And yeah, if you grinded it exalted, maybe got a piece or two, then cool, you had 8 weeks to use that piece of gear, and then all of a sudden it's just replaced. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, so these like massively long, like not even that it's massively long, it's just mind numbing, like Spirit said before. Like, I don't know if I want to dedicate the time to doing that, just because I know that it's either A, going to become super easy to get soon, and I could spend that time, you know, doing something else, or eventually the rep is going to be useless. Like, don't get me wrong. I will do a grind. Like, if we were at 60 and this reputation was like, you needed it for like insane items or things that were going to be used for like 4 or 5 months, whatever, I have no problem doing those grinds. It's just, I've seen this like accelerated pace pick up here, and like, I don't know how much time I want to dedicate to these things currently.
So all three of you get me excited. Sorry, Spirit, because you can get me excited first. What have I got to look forward to? Usable, you know, already got to 50. I'm behind. Normally, I'm sat here on the podcast saying, yeah, already cleared the raid, like done everything, like I'm raid logging already. You know,
tunes to level cap.
Yeah, exactly. That's me normally, but unfortunately, there's another game that I've been playing which I'm not allowed to talk about. Like, what have I got to look forward to? What have you actually been doing at 50? So you ding 50, of course, you're doing Sunken Temple once a week. But what are you doing outside of that?
Professions. I think all the epic professions that are in there now, the crafted recipes, there's the wild offerings and stuff like that too.
Did you max your
Sunken Temple?
professions? Did you
I
get to
haven't
300 or?
I haven't looked at it. The nature of the guild that I'm in, like we were just so like just in Sunken Temple and that was it. So I haven't even had a chance to look, but that kind of gives me something to look forward to now. Once all my tunes are up, then I can go and like enjoy other things.
Done any
Right, yeah, well-
dungeons? Has there been any reasons to do dungeons at max level, or like, am I all right in? You know, if I'm in, I'm not going to be because it's a fresh character. But if I was in full Gnome Ragon gear, do I need to worry about getting any gear, or just go straight into Sunken Temple?
Do some dungeons. Go ahead, Hammer.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's definitely. Here's the thing. It may seem like I absolutely hate the incursions, which I don't hate them, but I.
Why do you hate them?
Live was saying, I don't hate them. I really don't hate them. I'm kind of against what they bring to this, but I can get into that a little bit later. But I was just saying, right before we went live that I have been actually having the most fun this phase that I've had all of Season of Discovery. And the reason for that is because you do need to get some gear. You can spend all your time in doing princess runs if you want for your wild offerings. That's what I did. And I enjoyed it. Like, it feels like this phase, like, finally is starting to feel like classic endgame, if that makes sense. Like, Nomer to me just felt like a dungeon. BFD was just a dungeon. Like, Sunken Temple, it's definitely a little bit more challenging. I don't want to say that it's hard, but I think it gives the vibe of it. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. It feels very different than Nomer. And you do need some gear. And I'm sure there's people out there that are like, oh, I can go in greens and like we'll clear it, whatever. But if your whole raid was in greens, you're not clearing it. There's no way. So yeah, there is pre-bis to farm, which feels really good. You do want to get your runes, right? Because most people's runes, at least some classes, have some really valuable runes. And yeah, like there's a lot to do right now. I've been my focus this week after this raid tonight is I'm finishing out farming rank 7. And I've been having fun doing that. So
hell yeah.
Are you going to feel the same way? Are we going to get this same level of positivity in your videos in 4 weeks though, or is this honeymoon week? Because like again, this is just me playing devil's advocate. From everything you just said to me, it didn't sound any different to any other phase you've had. It's still like get your pre-bis, do your professions, clear the raid, and then raid log. Literally, I didn't take anything away where I was like, oh right, so there's actually reason to continue doing dungeons every week.
I wouldn't say every week. So after you get everything you need from wild offerings and get what you need from them, I mean, is there really any reason to go back? I don't think so. Go Spirit. I wouldn't.
So the wild offering thing as a balance druid, I think I calculated I would need 30 of them, and you can get 1 per lockout, 5 lockouts per hour. So 6 hours. If I did it back to back, I could get all the wild offerings that I needed. But if I spread that over a week, 2 weeks, then did like 5 lockouts a day or something like that, then it would take me at least a week to do that. And then there's also, as Hammer said, there's a lot of pre-raid gear because they upscaled some of the items. They gave it more spell power for me. And there's like 5 items from BRD alone. And like they did a great job for my class upscaling that type of gear.
Selfish
It's not just from the rare spawns like it was in phase 2. Like I had to try to farm SM Graveyard for a caster neck, and it was from a rare spawn, and I did lockout after lockout, got capped, sat there outside the instance for 40 minutes, went back in, tried to find the rare spawn the next 5 lockouts, and that was brutal. But now it's just like straight up boss loot is now upgraded as well. So that's a great change for me. And that would keep me going back into those dungeons if I had all my wild offerings and I still needed that pre-raid gear.
Yeah. It feels like classic pre-raid gearing is what it does. Like, it doesn't feel how it did in the other phases, if that makes any sense.
I think there is going to be a part 2 where we do start to raid log, but not trying to bait you on this one, but Cat is going to be coming out, and I'm almost kind of excited for that downtime, because then I don't have to be as stressed leveling my Tune and Kata, and then I can kind of do both at the same time. And I often, just going back a little bit, I'm kind of wondering if that's why they sped up the leveling process for us too, so I don't burn out the player base, and because Cat is coming out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that game is that you're talking about. I've not actually seen anything about it, but if it's worth checking out, I will look into it after the podcast and see if I can find some information. But no, I agree. But that's what I mean. It's almost like I said at the start, where everything feels like it's being quick. You know, get through it, get it done, boom. But it is because there is going to be so much that you can be doing. You can be playing other versions of the game. You can be, you know, potentially going on this mop project, which again, I'm secretly, well, it's not a secret. I've fucking said it about 17 times, and we've only been live for 10 minutes. I think it looks quite good. I think it's going to be an interesting event. And then, Season of Discovery as well. As I say, I really enjoy Season of Discovery, on the basis that I can raid log very quick. Like that is the thing that like makes me play it, if I'm honest. If I had to be playing, 6-7 hours a day to get everything done, and it felt like you was doing that constantly all the way until the next phase drops, I would have quit. I wouldn't be leveling a new character now to play on NA with Hammer. I would have just quit. I'd have been like, fuck that, there's a new game coming out that I'm going to play, a new old game. But the fact that I know, right, it's going to take me a couple of days, I'll get it done, just on the side. And then I can very quickly get to raid logging and just log on once a week, maybe do a bit of farming for a couple of hours here and there, but yeah, it's a very nice casual side game for me. And I know you can play it, you don't have to play it like that. You could live on SOD and play nothing else. But I think it's a big positive that you can actually get a lot done without massive investment.
Well, speaking of raid logging, Scotty, you're amazing at sending me these segues into the next topic of discussion, which is fun items that you can farm. You can get some stuff that's not going to increase your DPS in a raid or dungeon or anything like that, or help you level. There's stuff like the bushes and the crates that I think you get from the waylaid supplies. There's a rainbow trinket, which I think comes from BRD. I tuned into Spirit's stream the other day, and I think she was going after that. So Spirit, did you get the rainbow trinket? Have you gotten the crate or the bush from the waylaid supplies? Any other items that I haven't mentioned that could be considered like a fun item that's not really like, oh man, this is going to help me parse, I need to get it?
Well, coming straight from Plunderstorm, I went straight for that bush. I was so excited that was a thing.
I've never heard the word bush so fucking much. Literally. It's one of those words that I don't hear very often, but I've just heard the word bush like fucking 10 times in 1 minute.
I say it as many times as I can to Scotty because I know it cracks him up.
Especially when someone says, I went straight for the bush. I don't know, like that. I can't help but find that funny. I'm sorry. I've got kids. I should be more grown up than this, but I can't, unfortunately.
Oh. Family friendly cubicle chat.
Oh yeah.
It's never been that. Sorry, carry on anyway.
No, you're fine. I thought it was cool that they did that, and I think it was like kind of a cool layover from Plunderstorm, but also the STV event, like it kind of makes the STV event a little bit interesting too, so you can kind of hide out because your name is just a dot, like you can't see much. So it's a fun little like ambush way of like doing STV as well. But yeah, I like that. I missed the jump on the BRD trinket, so all 5 people have to make the jump to get to the platform, and if they don't, what
platform? Wait. Where's this platform at?
So from how it was explained to me is that you have to go across, oh my god, it's one of the Pyromasters, but I think it's one of the main bosses. I forgot the name of the dude's name. But you go across the bridge, and then you go to the left and you have to jump down, and there's a dwarf that's there, an NPC that you can talk to, and that's how you get, I think you get student fodder, you get the rainbow trinket, and you get something else. But if anyone misses the jump, then the guy just despawns and you have to go back into BRD and do it all over again.
Nice.
I missed the jump because I had no idea.
You also struggled getting the sleeping bag, which was also tied to student fodder in phase 2. So I see a correlation here.
Are you serious? What?
I
What?
didn't get either one, so I can't really give you grief because maybe I would miss the jump too. But
I got it on the other two characters very easily. It's because my first tune is a dwarf, and dwarves are shorter and they're harder to jump with. That is all.
I didn't even know that there was student fodder in phase 2. Is it the same amount as like 3 student fodder? You just don't get like a sleeping bag with it. You get a trinket this time instead.
You get the trinket and the student fodder. I think you get like 3 student fodders, but I could be wrong. That's just, how it was explained to me.
Okay.
Have they fixed the whole? Well, when I say fixed, it might be intentional. It might not even be bugged. But the fact that the flag would disappear in Warsong Gulch, like you could hide the flag in Warsong Gulch using the little trees.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either. I did Arathi Basin today. I haven't gone to Warsong Gulch. So yeah, I don't know. As soon as I saw that post, because I called it, I was like, these motherfuckers are going into battlegrounds with these bushes and these crates, and they're just going to be like hiding midfield, and they're going to be able to pop out of nowhere. And it's going to be a Ret Paladin that all of a sudden is in my melee range, when I should be able to see a Ret Pally like going across the map at me, and no, oh hey, there's a Ret Pally, but no, it's a fucking bush, and now it's a Ret Pally on me. So no, I don't know.
I don't know about them things being usable in battlegrounds. Like, if I'm honest, like that they just shouldn't be able to be used. Yeah, like FTV, fine, that's open world.
Yeah.
I've been using it in Arathi Basin like religiously, and I have so many hilarious clips that I will send you after this podcast. I have successfully snuck up on an entire horde-dominated blacksmith as a bush. I came out of the water as a bush. I made it all the way up near the
wet
flag,
bush,
and I was sitting there, and nobody saw. I was just surrounded by horde. I was just sitting there. It is such a good clip. I gotta send it to you guys.
Mate, I'd love nothing more than to see your bush. So yeah, just make sure you send me a link.
You can charge right out of like bush form and just like immediately have uptime on somebody.
Yes, yeah,
that's so insane.
It's crazy, dude. It's awesome. I love it. I think it's so much fun.
Oh, cool. What else did you want to talk about? Go.
It's kind of maybe a fun item. Maybe it's parse related as well. Like when we've seen it, how busted these things have been. But Dark Moon Fair cards. Have you guys started to go for any Dark Moon Fair cards? Are they any worth for your class? They were a little bit busted. I know one of them had to get patched because it was proccing every single like attack that you would use, and it's supposed to have like a proc percentage or something. So there's been some changes to those cards, but are you guys interested in getting Dark Moon Fair at all?
For 1,000 gold right now, no, but I want them. Yeah.
1,000 gold.
That's my take on our server. What is it? What was the one that was busted? Was it Sandstorm?
Sandstorm's basically Maelstrom, but more or less.
Yeah, that's basically going for around 3K. So I just I have to just get it out of my mind. There's no way I'm getting that.
No way. Not if you buy it. Not if you're buying me it first. You're never going to be able to afford to get yourself one as well.
There's no way.
Wow, yeah, that's ridiculous.
So, Hammer, you said you started to do a little bit of PvP recently, and that's one thing that I really wanted to do in phase 3 was PvP. I'm only rank 3 right now. I got some decent honor. I think I did 2 ABs, and it was like 2K plus honor, like per battleground. And we lost both of those. So, what's your plan to help rank up to 7? Just spam AB, do some STV Blood Moon events?
Yeah, so I mean, I actually saved, I think, like 100 and something commendations from last phase for because they said they were going to go away in 2 weeks. So I saved them to do my like 6 to 7 boost. So I think I only have to farm like another 40K. And like you said, even if you lose, it's like 2K. And honestly, I've been having fun with it, even though I am Alliance, and PvPing as Alliance right now is just atrocious because of shamans. Basically, if we get into an Arathi Basin, and I'm playing with, 5 people, we have like healers and stuff. We have a good time. But if we get into a lobby where there's like 5+ shamans, it's just an instant loss. We can't win. I have another clip that I could send you guys of a single shaman walking through 8 people on the Alliance, just killed just kept going. No one could stop this shaman. It was the most ridiculous thing that I've ever seen in my life. And I bet
the shaman enjoyed it though.
Raging. Yeah, I've been raging on my stream quite a lot lately, so people are seeing like a different side of me than they normally see. But I enjoy it. Like we're having fun, and I just want to get rank 7 because the gear is so good.
So speaking of gear, Hammer, you're amazing at these segues too. Thank you so much. Can you tell a difference from phase 2 and phase 3 with the amount of stamina that they've added to the gear for phase 3? Like, are people surviving longer? Is it just like people doing one shots and then like tab targeting, one shotting something, or is there a little bit of more gameplay involved now?
It seems a little bit more balanced if you're not fighting a shaman. Literally, that's all I can say. Dude, I have screenshots of getting hit for a 2100 lava burst, and then the overload hits me for 1100. I have 3.6k health. Like you just get demolished by shamans, dude. It is crazy. But other than that, it does seem a little bit better. I mean, the stamina, in my opinion, didn't make that much of a difference. But it's definitely different than last phase. It's a little bit better. And I have gladiator stance now, so that's kind of fun to mess around with.
So Spirit, looks like you have something to say about PvP. Get it off. Go ahead.
I play healer and it sucks. It's so rough. Especially a clothy healer, it sucks. And those shamans, it's just that burst damage. Like, I don't understand how they think that we could heal through that. Especially
You can't.
You can't. There's no way. You just die.
Yeah.
And it's so frustrating as a healer.
So how are they
shaman
performing in
damage.
PvE? Like elemental shamans. I've not looked at the DPS rankings. I know they went out today.
I
But
haven't either. Yeah.
I haven't looked. I'm gonna look right now, actually, because we don't have them.
There's been so many changes to the raid, the classes. I don't know if looking at DPS rankings this early is.
yeah, no, that's
It's
why.
too
That's
informational,
why
you know?
I weren't really bothered about DPS rankings. It was
Yeah.
more personal experience, like Spirit and Hammer. If you've been in dungeons with Ellie shamans, or I don't know, like you've been in raids with them. I don't know. Just
Well, if you
actually
look at
seen what they do.
Yeah.
From a mechanic standpoint, though, as in Sunken Temple with disease cleansing totems and poison cleansing totems, like they can just throw up a totem and cleanse
Yeah.
that off. We can't do that. We have to dispel everything individually, which also hurts mana. So it's a little bit skewed, in my opinion, as far as that's concerned.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
I
we
was
haven't-
thinking more along the lines of, sorry, Hammer, more along the lines of, like if they're that overpowered in PvP, can they physically be nerfed? They might not be able to be nerfed because it's really going to then butcher them in PvE. If they're dominating PvE and PvP, then it's easy. They can go, we're reducing all the damage by 10%, or we're lowering the proc chance of overload, or, there's loads of things that they could do. But if they're suffering in PvE, but they are just like godlike burst in PvP, that's going to be a difficult one for them to do anything with.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to like an aura with a pally for like nature resistance aura or something like that. That might even it out a little bit.
But then that affects boomkins because you're lowering the boomkin damage. I don't know about that.
No one plays Boomkin, it don't matter.
My
Just
wraths need to hit.
Stack pallies.
All right, have either of you done the Blood Moon event since it's been scaled up, I guess you could say, to level 50? Is like, how is the coins working if you have done it?
Yeah, I did it the day after launch. I farmed all the 25 coins for my epic two-hander, which looks awesome. And it really feels exactly the same as last phase. It doesn't really feel any different besides, maybe the PvP feels a little bit better if you're not fighting a shaman again. But yeah, it pretty much works the same way. They did nerf the commendations. So like trying to gain honor through the Blood Moon event now is definitely way worse than last phase. Last phase, it was basically 25 copper coins for 250 honor, which was a lot.
Yeah.
And now I think it's 1 silver coin. So it's basically 100 copper coins for 250.
Are you getting the
honor.
coins kind of like the same way, but it's a new coin? So it's still like 6 or 8 or something like that. Like if you're in a group per
Yeah.
like
Yeah. If you're in a good group, you can get. I mean, I've gotten close to 2K in some of them.
Okay.
If you're with a really good group and you're right near the boss at the start. But yeah, it works exactly the same. The only difference is that you can farm less honor through the Blood Moon event now than last phase.
I think they want to push people into battlegrounds again.
Yeah. Yeah, which I honestly think is a good thing because
I do.
I don't think it's fair that I was able to stack up 60,000 honor and just hit 180 something times and get that honor this week. But I did PvP a lot in Blood Moon, so
All right. We anything else on that, Scotty? PvP stuff or?
No, that don't really interest me that much anyway. So,
all right. Another topic here is the waylaid supplies. You can now get exalted with that reputation. Have either of you gotten to exalted? Are the rewards enticing you to get to exalted if you're not there yet? I see that there's an 18 slot bag. There's BOA helms now, which look actually decent for like a level 1 to even like 15, 20 character. So that's pretty nice if you have a max level 2 and you don't have an alt yet, I think, and then you want to start fresh on a level 1. So any waylaid supply stuff there, Spirit?
I wish it was easier to get the boxes to fill. It's especially if you're in a dungeon, you're rolling against 4 other people, so it's tough. I mean, I like the idea of it. I like the bind on account stuff to help if you want to like go from 1 up with an alt, but
Yeah,
I just wish it was easier to get.
is there any reason to use why they didn't put like XP on them? Like heirlooms, even if it was just 5% on the heads and like that did confuse me. And I know like that's me being like very Wrath orientated, but you get a bind on account item. It wouldn't have hurt surely to have 5% bonus XP on them to make them even more. I think more people would be bothered about them then. If it was like, well, I want to get them for all my alts, to make future leveling quicker. And that does mean you've got to have done it once anyway to get the benefit. It was a bit weird.
If they increase how much money you get while you're wearing them.
Oh, there we go.
Then it's worth.
Yeah.
I thought that there was a fun item on it. I was trying to look it up really quick. I don't know what item I put there. It was the bush from the waylaid. Oh yeah.
Oh, don't say it like that. Don't say the bush. Oh yeah. Like you literally could have worded that in so many different ways, and you went with that.
The tree? I don't know.
I said something earlier and I thought you were going to call me out on it, Scotty, but I got stuck in a pickle and I chose an option, and either way I was screwed. But thanks for not pointing that one out. You can watch the VOD back and try to figure out what I'm talking about. But
You really think I'm going to watch this back? Do you think I'm mental?
Oh yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
I don't want to hear me.
But profession, Spirit, you said that you were working those up a little bit. What professions have you worked up? Is it like gathering? Is it engineering, tailoring? And then do you plan on getting the epic crafted gear?
Yes. Tailoring, engineering on both tunes, because I'm speedrunning on my priest, so I need NG. And I had this bright idea to take my druid and put her into alchemy engineering. So that's a little bit slow going right now because of of gold and things like that. But tailoring, engineering, and I'm planning on getting the epic crafted for sure.
Hammer, any professions? You at least 250 on your main 2 professions on your main character, or like you taking it a little slow?
I'm taking blacksmithing a little slow, mainly because to go from 225 to 250, it's like 400 gold. But engineering is, I think, at like 275. And I do plan on getting the shoulders. I'm just kind of waiting for these prices to like come down a little bit. It's a little out of control right now, at least on my server. So once that comes down a little bit, probably by the end of the week, I'm gonna start working on blacksmithing and go do the quest line.
What I'm hearing is I need to level mining on my paladin. That's literally that's exactly what I'm hearing. And then I can funnel you all the ore, bars, so you can level your engineering, and then that's me bribing you for a raid spot every week. Fucking easy.
It's like 250 gold just in steel bars to go from 225 to 250.
Oh, I'll just bot mine and it's fucking so quick. No effort at all. Not bot. I meant like, go. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
You meant like the past tense, like buy, like you bought. Yeah.
Like autopilot. Autopilot.
Yeah. Okay.
That was what I meant. I meant autopilot, like as if I was a robot,
we have been
fucking close
through
one.
these topics, and this give us at least a full hour to talk about Sunken Temple. So now we can kind of take it down and really break down the raid, the main meat and potatoes of Phase 3. What's making us log in and do all these outside raid activities, because it's now a 7-day lockout. Scotty, go ahead, say it. I see you had something. Go.
What I had was, it was funny, you was talking quite quickly, and then you went, right, we can really slow it down. And then for some reason, you slowed down your speech as well.
Yeah.
You was like, right, we've really got through those topics quick, so we can now slow it down.
It was the vibe change, dude. I was getting everybody prepared, like audio wise, into the slowness of the pace now. Because I'm telling you, we crushed through those a lot faster than I thought we would.
Well, we're on a bit of a time restraint, so that's good. That's what we need to do. So let's talk.
Yeah.
Let's talk raid. I want severely educating, on Sunken Temple. I want to know everything, because, as I say, this is the first time in Season of Discovery where, it's not the day the raid opens and I've gone in and cleared it. This is the first time where everybody's cleared it and I haven't got a clue about anything. I watched a little bit, don't get me wrong, and it looked like every boss had like one mechanic that looked very, very, very easy to deal with, but the bosses just had a shitload of health. So it was like, have you got enough mana to get through the fight? It looked like the actual main mechanics of the bosses to me, but I could be wrong, so tell me I'm wrong.
Let's not do the boss stuff just yet. I want to hear how far you guys got the first lockout, because the bosses did get nerfed, but they didn't get nerfed completely right away. So, Hammer, how far did you get that first lockout after hitting level 50? Did you get the full 8 out of 8? Were you 6 out of 8? Like, how did that go for you?
So we actually went 7 out of 8, which is weird because the 7th boss is harder than the last boss. But we were on a time constraint because people had to get up for work. So we pretty much probably needed like 1 or 2 more attempts on Avatar of Hakar, and we would have downed it. But people needed to go. We were so over our time. But yeah, we went 7 out of 8.
How many nights did you go in there? Was it like 2 nights, 3 nights, or?
It was 1 night. It was about, we were in
just
there
one
for
night.
about 3 hours ish.
That's pretty solid. Yeah. 7
Yep.
out of 8. I'd be happy with that. Spirit, how was your first lockout? I think you got 2 tunes your first lockout, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how did that go for both tunes that you got up?
The druid kind of doesn't count because I just came in for the last 2 bosses to help, because they had to like just get some extra people, but I was still able to get the 2 last bosses on that tune, which is really cool. But yeah, we went 8 out of 8. We went in there on Saturday, so the nerfs really didn't happen quite yet. I mean, we got through it. It took us three nights to get to 8 out of 8. But we were dealing with Uranus like pretty much not nerfed. It was hard.
How many
really
hours
hard.
a night were you in? So like three nights, but how many hours per night?
4 to 5 hours a night, I think.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's some prog.
It was prog, and it was the consumables too. It was a lot. Worth it, but it was a lot.
Sounds like
So
doing
was that-
this sounds like doing a heroic 5-man dungeon with Go. That 4 to 5 hours. What, 3 nights? So yeah, like 12, 15 hours. That's about how long it takes me to get through a dungeon with Go.
We got our justice point, Scotty. Let's not talk about that anymore, okay? That was your way of talking about Kata without talking about Kata. I see what you did there.
I don't even know what you're
see
talking
what
about,
you
mate.
did there.
I didn't
So-
mention that forbidden word at all. I don't know what you mean.
So, Spirit, was it a full guild run that you had for those 3 nights? Did you have to pug people to fill those slots? And can you also elaborate a little bit on how the feeling felt going from 10 player to 20 player from Nomer into Sunken Temple with the guild that you're in?
I'm going to go on that first. Was a little bit bittersweet for me because I kind of enjoyed the close-knitness of a 10-man. But the 20-man play is better because you can do more stuff and you can kind of play off of each other. There's different interesting comps, but I did miss that like close-knitness a little bit. I'll get over that. We did a full guilds run for my priest, and I believe the second group I went in there with, they pugged a few people, but it was mostly guild as well.
So Hammer, same thing. How did that go for you? Like that change from 10 to 20, and how many raiders in your Sunken Temple clear, or 7 out of 8 for that first week, was actual guild members?
18. We had to pug 2 people. We had to pug a healer and a mage. And yeah, going from 10 to 20, I definitely agree with what Spirit's saying about the closeness of the 10-man raid. I definitely got really close with my group. But going to 20 feels good too. I feel like it makes it feel more like a raid, like I was saying earlier. Like it doesn't just feel like a big dungeon anymore. But it definitely causes some issues, at least in my guild, because we had kind of like 3.5, like 5 flex people, like 3 10-mans, and then like 5 flex people. So it's caused a little bit of upset to some people that maybe didn't get into like the core 20. But we're working through it. We're trying to get a second one going for everyone else.
See, I just want to chime in here, even though I've not done Sunken Temple. I just want to chime in more on the 10 to 25 man, and the fact that like 10 man. The problem with like BFD and Gnomeregon is like you're absolutely right. They did just feel like a 10-man dungeon, not a 10-man raid. But they did have a good opportunity to actually make that work. You know, to make them feel like epic raids, but only with 10 people, because there is an expansion coming out at some point soon that does exactly that. You know, the raids feel punishing, they feel rewarding, they feel everything, and there is only 10 of you, so you can have that close-knit 10-man group. And
where can I find that, Scotty?
I can't really talk about it. I think it's a private server. Well, actually, I mean, based on my experience of playing it so far, to be fair, I think it feeling like a private server is giving them compliments. But yeah, that was the problem for me. You know, it's what they're trying to cater to, which I totally get. But what it could have done with, like, which would have just made it night and day different, is it stayed 10-man. So even Sunken Temple could have been 10-man, but you had a 10-man normal and a 10-man heroic, and you could only do one difficulty a week, like whichever you decided to do. Because then they could have really challenged the super sweaty world first guilds that want to go in and do hard content, but then also, you know, for the sake of like 1 item level or 2 item level less on the gear, like you can go in and get almost as well geared, like doing normal but a lot more casual, a lot more sort of new player friendly. Like the problem for me with SOD is the whole, they don't really know who they're trying to cater to. Are we trying to cater to the retail players that are coming and playing Season of Discovery? Are we trying to cater to the classic Andes who, like, they can only press one button and deal with one boss mechanic? Like, who is it? Who is it for? Whereas if they was to actually like sit back and think, well, we can cater it to everyone if we was to have multiple difficulties, I feel like that is just problem solved. Boom.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a great point. If you watched Notice Prague too, you could see, like, I think people were a little bit taken aback by how hard the raid was, because you think of SOD like the first 2 phases. It was easy. Like Nomer was okay, BFD was okay, and then Sunken Temple came and everyone was just like, what the hell is going on right now?
Yeah.
And it's very unexpected.
And very good to see, but like, you know, in Agrand, again, even though I've not been actively playing Season of Discovery a great deal in Phase 3, you know, I've still been looking at everything, every piece of news that goes out, every tweet from Agrand, you know, and he was like, oh, but it was quite refreshing to see, you know, a classic version of a raid that wasn't cleared on the first night. And it's like, well, it's not like that's not the way to look at it. Like, that's not nothing to be proud of when you're trying to create a game that is for everybody. It's for all skill levels. And even in an interview with me, he was like, you know, it's great when you can have, you know, more people in a raid, and it means they haven't got to be quite as skilled. You know, that the whole 40-man versus 20-man thing. He was like, you know, they haven't got to be as skilled. You can, like, you know, bring them along for the journey almost. And then they put something out that even the best classic guilds can't kill. It's like, pick a fucking lane and stay in it, will you?
Yeah.
I think I did see a couple people getting one shot in Sunken Temple, which I'm sure we'll get to that type of mechanic in the raid. But have either of you two gotten loot at all? Like, there's a chance that you've cleared it twice. Maybe you haven't cleared it twice and gone back in the second time, but have you gotten loot? Did it feel good to get that loot? Was it tier pieces? Was it off pieces? Spirit, go ahead. What kind of loot did you get?
I got the ring. I got the thing where you turn it in, you get the buff.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
so like the ring dropped the
haven't-
buff.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't turned it in yet because I'm just gonna wait. So if the guild needs it, I can, like, you know, schedule a buff for them. But yeah, that was really cool. And I got, oh my god, what else did I get? I just tunneled on the ring. Oh, I got the gloves. I got gloves, which I needed.
Nice. Hammer, any loot for you? Are you the raid leader Because if you're the raid leader, I'm sure you got loot. Come on.
I put the groups together and like do all of that stuff along with some other officers, but we actually have someone else who leads the raid because I don't want to like yell at everyone.
Wow, that's the most fun part.
You could do that in there, Scotty.
Oh, he will.
I will.
You might not ask him to. He's just gonna do it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're gonna enjoy raiding with these people. Everyone's pretty fun, and we have a good time.
I'm looking forward to it.
I got a pair of legs, pair of plate legs. They weren't like set piece legs or anything like that, but I can't really use them yet until I get my tier, because I'll lose like a set bonus. So, but felt pretty cool. I mean, I was honestly just happy doing the raid. I didn't even care about getting the legs. Like I really can't stress enough that I genuinely enjoyed it. And to kind of just quickly go off what Scotty was saying before, me personally, I feel like they maybe shouldn't have even nerfed the raid yet. And the reason why is because once you have the information, right, and you have the guides and you have this, and maybe you have a week's worth of just gear and your pre-raid bis and all your new runes, the raid it's going to fall over. Like that's just how it is. So I think like, and I understand everyone was struggling, right? But most of these struggling raids, in my opinion, like no one had farmed their pre-bis or anything. They were going in straight last phase gear, and some of these people didn't even have their new runes and all this stuff, and I think that it would be such a different story if the raid was still tuned that way. And I know it was very overtuned. But I can't help but feel like if it was still tuned that way next week, people would just be clearing it still. No problem. Because after going in there myself, it really was just the health thing. Like what you were saying earlier. There are definitely some mechanics and things you need to know. And like Avatar of Hakar is very similar to like a Mythic Plus type of mechanic where like one person can wipe the entire group by not doing the mechanic. But I do really think that like people would have been able to clear it if everyone had gear and experienced it like one or two times. Like, and to me that adds to like the fun of it. Like I enjoyed the first run so much because like there really wasn't much guide knowledge out there, and you're kind of trying to figure out your own strategies as you go along, and it makes it more fun instead of just going in there, knocking every boss over and then logging off,
Yeah.
Plus, I think if you're also have a harder raid, the players that are in there are getting better at playing the game too. So in longevity, you'll have better players in the game for end game content too. Because Molten Core, there's mechanics you have to watch, Ragnaros, all of that. So yeah, I really wish they didn't touch it at least until like another week or two.
Yeah, like a week or two. Yeah, I just would have liked to see how it was, like how people could have done it with all of their pre-raid, farming, like, because there's no way anyone that was racing for World First would have been able to do like the wild offering stuff. Like that trinket is insanely strong. The ring is really strong. Like all of that gear is so incredibly strong. And like having another week or two of it be really, really hard would have been really cool to see, like people struggling with it a little bit. And then you could tone it down.
So I saw that they not only nerfed the boss's health down for like across the board, but they also nerfed the trash health as well. So Spirit, how was the trash in Sunken Temple compared to Nomer? I haven't seen it at all. Is it just like a 3-mob pack, 4-mob pack? Are tanks trying to pull like 10, like 2 groups together and AoE down? Like, was that nerf necessary, or was the health on the ads or the trash, fine?
I didn't think it was bad. We didn't really wipe on trash at all. As a healer, especially a priest healer, I thought it was really fun to heal. And then dodging ghosts on top of that, like thumbs up. Kind of sad that they nerfed the trash health, but if we're speedrunning, then maybe it's not the worst thing in the world.
So I just want to address a comment while we're talking about a raid. So Nick,
go ahead.
Say not nerfing the raid would mean 99% of the player base would not be able to clear it. I call bullshit there, right? And the reason why is because you've compared Nota not being able to clear a raid day one, which they hadn't been able to do thousands and thousands of times on private servers, with the exact same comp, where they've got they know that they're going to have those people at level 80 playing the exact same class that have been on Warmain or privately hosted private servers like I done myself during Alduar. and literally wiped hundreds, maybe 1,000 times that nobody even saw, and then saw them wiping another tens and hundreds of hours on the PTR, and then went in and done it with ease. It's not, they didn't go in and do it night 1. They went and done it probably night fucking 200 or something. It's about who puts in the most. When you're looking at RAF or you're looking at other ones that come later, you're talking. I've already done every single raid in Kata, recently, as in on multiple characters in the last year. Shit.
You're a full-time streamer now.
Gifted
Damn it.
sub.
Yeah, all right. They've got one each. But I've already done it on that game that I will try. I was getting passionate. I couldn't help it. But that don't mean when I go and clear it on night 1, it was really a night 1 clear. I found Gnomragon harder than I found ICC, and Gnomragon was easy. But Gnomragon was harder because we was pulling the bosses and had absolutely no idea what they're doing. I'm with Hammer. It should have stayed untouched, at least for a reset or two, and been like, all right, clearly you getting more gear, being able to farm the first 6 bosses. Clearly that wasn't enough to give you enough of a power spike to actually start to make the content feel comfortable and accessible for everyone. But I don't think we should really base something on it needs nerfing because this one guild that play on ridiculous amounts of private servers and make sure that they get every single mechanic down ahead of launch for a night 1 clear can't do it. That is the wrong way to balance a game. It's a bullshit way to balance a game.
Yeah, and that's a really good point too, because like you said, they've did hundreds and hundreds of attempts that people haven't even seen. And like this, you are watching those attempts because there's no PTR, right? So you're watching people actively try to figure out mechanics in the raid and do the mechanics and learn them and figure out strategies and what works better, what doesn't. So you're pretty much watching the process of like how these raids are figured out, how you watch, you could go on YouTube and look up these guides. Like this is how those guides happen. So I just think that it's really cool. Like that night I went to bed and I woke up the next day and it still wasn't cleared. I was shocked. I was watching Alondo's stream and he went black screen for like 6 hours and was just losing his mind. I was just listening to them, but he didn't even have anything on his screen. And I just thought it was the coolest thing. Like it made kind of like an event out of it, right? Like the same way I don't know anything about retail or watch retail content, but I know that, World First Race and all that is a thing. So I think it being harder was really cool, whether it was too overtuned or not, whatever. But I think leaving it for like a week or two really would have been pretty sick. I would have liked to try it myself with some gear, with all the pre-raid and everything, not nerfed.
And then to Nick, again, because he did, sorry, Spirit, just 1 sec, I just want to address it.
You're good. No worries.
Because he's replied saying, like, the point is, if Nota can't do it, then what experience do you think Dad Guilds will have with it that week? And he's absolutely right. Like, Nick, you're 100% right. It's like, well, if a guild of this amount of raided experience can't do it, then, what? This is where the issue lies, where it's like, well, who are Blizzard catering to for Season of Discovery? So you're right. I'm not arguing with you. You're absolutely right. And that goes back to what I was saying sort of half an hour ago, where that's why it would be perfect to have normal and heroic, so you can cater to everybody. But when you've only got one raid difficulty, like, who are they catering towards?
I mean, I would say that the Dad Guilds didn't even level up to 50 that first lockout. So they didn't even get into the raid to experience like the pre-nerf content. So nerfing it that soon, it seemed really weird. If it was like Tuesday, the reset after like 5 days after launch or whatever it was, and then they decided to do some nerfs, cool. I would have felt a lot better with that. But like nerfing it like after 24 hours, whatever it was, that was really like, I was like, man, that felt bad.
And why does everyone? Sorry, go ahead, Spirit.
Like, it's fine. You go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Trying it on Saturday and then going back a day after with the nerf, it was almost a little anticlimactic when you got the kill. Like, I wanted to feel that, like, we did this. And we did. It felt really good, but it would have been better if it was still maybe a little untuned or detuned, but still, it would have felt better, I think.
Yeah. Like, why does everyone need to clear the raid on the first week? Like, why is that like the mentality? I don't understand like why that is now like I've been playing WoW since original vanilla, right? I was like 13, 14 years old at the time. And like TBC is the real first time I remember like raiding back in the day. And like we spent hours in Karazhan. We did not full clear, like from what I remember, like the first week, 2 week, whatever. Like, and it was fun. Like it gave you a reason to like want to farm gear, to do other things in the game, farm gold for your consumes, all this stuff. But there's like a mentality around SOD and Classic in general where like if every single person can't clear this week one, it's not good. But in reality, I think it is good, and I think it's healthier for the game and for the player base for everyone to have a different experience with that. And maybe some people that would look at that and be like, wow, it took them so long to clear it. And then guess what? In 2 or 3 weeks, those people get some gear and they eventually clear it. You know how accomplished they'll feel. You know what I'm trying to say? Like that was a real thing back in the day for me playing WoW. Like I felt super accomplished, like getting those kills. And I feel like that everyone needs to clear week one kind of just diminishes that completely.
Yeah, so you're literally saying exactly how I felt for a long time. And my example that I can't really give with Season of Discovery because it's not relevant, as in it's not about raid progress or anything. It's just not relevant because of the direction sort of that things are going. But if you play Wrath and you needed the 15%, is probably where I would say as a fair number. Like if you needed the 15% buff to kill the Lich King on Heroic in the next expansion that comes, check me out, you ain't going to clear all the content before Firelands comes out. Like you won't. Like there's no two ways about it. If the Lich King, you couldn't, you had to wait to the 30% buff to be able to kill it. You won't be clearing BWD and Bastion of Twilight before Firelands comes. And that's fine. That shouldn't take away from your experience. You should really enjoy it and know you have now even more reason to go back to that content. You know, like once you start getting geared in the next phase, you go back and you got reason to go and kill the bosses that you didn't kill before. Like I see absolutely nothing wrong with that. I don't feel like if you for some reason ended up in phase 3 of SOD and you've only killed 7 of 8 in Sunken Temple because it is genuinely quite difficult, then don't worry. Have you enjoyed it still? Like, did it really take away from your enjoyment that there was a boss that was too difficult for your guild? If it was too difficult for your guild and you're not the problem, and I mean that in the nicest way possible, you know, as in, it's like, you know, it's just everybody's trying their hardest, but you know, like you know, you're all pulling together, but you still can't get it down. If you feel like you're better than everybody else and you should have killed all the bosses, then you're probably in the wrong guild.
So usually Scotty or even Hammer tonight has led me into a segue, but this time it's been Alex in the chat and talking about world buffs. So we can now get the Songflower buff. It's like a extra crit percentage that some classes can benefit from. We also have the new Sunken Temple buff that you can get in Booty Bay or Yojamba Island. And if you have those buffs, it does make the content a little bit easier. So do you think going back with the world buffs, if everybody in your raid had the world buffs, would have been an option after people have learned the fights to make that content easier and clearable, and then maybe have delayed that nerf process because of the access to world buffs?
Can I just backpedal really quickly? I'm just a little tiny backpedal.
Yeah.
I think having different raid difficulties would kind of fix it. I think if there are dad guilds or people that are struggling, to kind of give them a satisfaction as well, so everyone can play in a way, maybe that's the fix for it, but they shouldn't have nerfed it. I think world buffs, it makes a huge difference. Huge difference.
Have you gotten Songflower? I think that's the only really like new world buff that's out right now. Or have you seen anybody in your guild show up to raid before the first wipe with the Songflower buff?
Well, you can boon it, and
Yeah.
you can boon them. But mine got griefed. It's a long story.
Oh no.
Long story.
I actually just did the quest last night to get the salves to be able to cleanse them for everyone in my guild. So I'm fully buffed up. And like, yeah, that's another thing. Like having these world buffs, like they didn't have that either, right? So
That's true.
it's massive. Dark Moon Fair, the new raid buff, and Songflower, like plus the flask consume that you get from the raid too. Like it's so much extra power for your character that, like, I'm telling you, within 7 days, everyone is just going to plow through this raid.
Yeah, and I want to backpedal just slightly as well, just for not necessarily just Nick. Obviously, I appreciate the backwards and forwards. Like, you know, you've made some really good points. But more for everyone. This is not me advocating for, like, the content needs to be hard. Nerf it to shit and make it so, like, 10 people or 20 people can go in and just press buttons and things die. Like, I don't actually care either way. What I always complain about when I am complaining, which is barely ever because I'm such a positive guy, is the lack of consistency. Oh, that's it. It's like, surely it didn't need to be launched in a state where Blizzard were like, wait, these bosses have got more than bosses in Molten Core. Do you reckon that's going to be all right? Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, chuck it out. It's like, it is more about who and what it's being catered for. Like, I've got no issue with SOD having easy raid content. In all fairness, it's the first time you're ever going to hear me say this. I almost would prefer it because I'm playing SOD very casually. I don't really want to be going in and wiping in raids for, 5, 10, 15 hours before bosses go down. Because I've got other games where, like, I'm kind of looking forward to that experience. The experience for SOD for me, I'd be fine with things just falling over. But at the same time, there's a big difference between what Sunken Temple launched as compared to what it probably is now, after the nerfs. So yeah, it's more that it all comes down to who is SOD for.
Yeah, and it could be for both.
Yeah. With difficulty, difficulty scaling, it could be for both, 100%.
So I'm curious what kind of raid comp each of you had, Hammer and Spirit. Like how many tanks, how many healers. If you don't know, like off the top, that's totally fine. I'm just throwing this out there at you guys. If you had a inkling of what that looked like for your specific raid group. So Hammer, how many tanks were you rolling? Were there tanks that were like off tanking and then switching some runes to DPS on certain things? How many healers did you have? And same thing with the healers. Were they also trying to like DPS certain boss fights or trash and then switching their runes and then going back to a healer role?
We had 2 tanks, just 2 straight tanks. I think we ran 5 healers, like 5 just full healers, not like Arcane Mage.
Damn.
And then we had 2 tanks, 2 melee groups, and the rest were just caster DPS. We were very melee heavy, which made it a little wild. But yeah, we really didn't struggle that much. I think getting up to Hakar, we had in total maybe like 5 or 6 wipes. 2 of those being our main tank getting just punted down the hole for Dream Scythe and Weaver. But other than that, yeah, that was our comp. Pretty melee heavy, 2 tanks. I think we had 5 healers. Because when we did it, we were also going with who was 50 and who like had like pre-raid bis and all that stuff. So probably wasn't the most optimal thing, but it worked.
What 2 tanks did you have? Was it like a warrior druid, like a rogue? Did you have a warlock tank in there?
We had a pally tank and a feral druid.
Pally tank, feral druid. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So no new warlock or rogues getting to shine in phase 3 so far for you. Okay.
Not yet, no.
Spirit, how about you? Do you remember what tanks there were? I mean, as a healer, I would imagine your tanks in your raid. So, and you're also your fellow healers. So, yeah, how did your raid comp compare to Hammer's?
It changed a little bit over those span of those few days, but we went with warlock tank and bear druid. And it was kind of cool to see Warlock tank up there doing it, especially Erraticus. Yeah. And our healing comp, Pally 2 priests for one of those groups, and the other group was Druid priest Pally. And then I came in as like a flex, like DPS, resto, healer, whatever. I was just trying to help whatever they needed. But yeah, we did the 3 heal thing. We had a 4th who possibly, if we needed some more heals, to kind of flex it. But it was interesting to see like what to do with the comms, because there's a lot of talking about is it a more of a melee thing? Is it a range thing? Like, what do we do here? So
It kind of feels like you need a good mix of both, in my opinion, right? Like, there's a lot of like interrupting, and I don't know. I felt like the ad cleaving was really fun as melee too on Aranicus. Like, that was an absolute blast. Like, that fight was my favorite fight in there.
yeah, it was fun. It was fun as a healer too. When we had 2 priests in our raid, it was cool because one of us went COH, one of us went penance, and penance on Aranicus was so important, especially with Divine Aegis. And at the time, Palm wasn't proccing Divine Aegis, so you had to penance the tanks. And I felt like I was an ICC again, just pre-penancing tanks.
Oh my god, yeah.
It was fun.
Hammer, did you go back into the raid yet since that first lockout and experienced how it felt with the like post nerf?
The only time I've been in there was after the nerf. We're going in again. That was on Monday.
On Monday, okay.
And we're going in again
Yeah,
in
yeah.
30 minutes.
Nice.
So this is
Spirit-
this will be fresh, won't it? Then, yeah. So you're going in fresh, clear.
Yep.
Are you streaming it?
Yeah. I'll
Heck
be
yeah,
streaming
I'll
it.
watch.
And then there's tier sets. We've got new tier sets with this raid. Are you guys looking forward to your tier sets? Did they nail it on the head with the set bonuses? Some of the set bonuses have changed since like the data mining and stuff like that. So you can throw that in there too. If your set looked like shit at first and then it looked amazing after a change, or it looked amazing and then they changed it and you're like, I don't really care about it anymore. So Spirit, how as a priest, you can touch on Druid as well if you would like to, but how is your tier set feeling as a healer?
I'm a little bit torn on what to do, because there's been the benevolent and then there's malevolent, I think is the other word. Yeah. I like the fact that there's crit on there, and I like that there's MP5 versus spirit. I was on the priest Discord today actually kind of poking around and asking to see what people were thinking, and I didn't really get much of a response. So I'm a little bit up in the air just because of Divine Aegis with crit. But if I'm not running, it depends on comp and depends on healer comp. So yeah, I'm not so sure.
Did it also make you think about your rune selection too with that potential tier bonus? Like, do you think you would switch runes because of a 3 set or 6 set bonus?
I think since we have dual spec, I think I would think more, what spec am I going to go, holy or disc versus runes?
All right. And Hammer, how's your tier set feeling as a warrior? Are you just DPS warrior?
Yeah. Arms.
Warrior?
Warrior, yep.
Worrying, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, it got nerfed. My set, we had a 5% chance to proc an extra attack, and it got nerfed down to 3%. I think it is now.
Yeah.
But that's still, in my opinion, is going to feel really good because I'm playing sword spec arms right now, and I get tons and tons of extra hits and wild strikes, and I just feel like it's going to feel great getting that. So I'm pretty excited. The other warrior in my group on Monday won 3 tokens because we're not doing +1 or anything. So he won 3 tokens in one shot.
You should have fucking just kicked him from the guild, mate. What are you doing? Like, it'd have been fucking gone, trust me.
Oh my god! But yeah, he's probably gonna pump tonight. So,
well, if he don't, definitely kick him.
Yeah.
If it was a 2 set bonus and he got 3 pieces, I would have been like, hey man, like what are you doing getting that 3rd piece? But it's a 3 set bonus. So getting all 3 pieces, that's a big deal. So I don't want to hate on him too bad. But Scotty, have you looked at the mage? Because that's what you were playing last time I saw.
Honestly, I have not looked at any of the tier sets, not since the data mining. So if they've changed, I don't know. Mage, I won't be playing. I'm going to be strictly paladin, and I'm going to be holy / ret, probably whichever's needed most at the time on a particular boss fight. But I haven't looked. No, I genuinely haven't. You know, as I say, I'm taking it super casual. I'll worry more about that when I'm 50. Which at this rate should be when the next phase launches.
I thought the healing bonus or the 3-set bonus for the healing gear was interesting because I just pulled it up just so I made sure it was like correct on it. But your 3-set, if you get benevolent, your holy damage spells cause you to gain 60 increased damage and healing power for 15 seconds, which kind of translates into some PvP stuff too. And I think that's going to be really helpful, especially for healers in a PvP situation. Plus, if healers have to flex, they have that option. They don't have to really worry about having 2 separate tiers or 2 separate sets of gear. You'll be able to do damage as a healer.
Yeah, which I'm all about. I like an offensive healing playstyle, even in even in PvE. You know, like being able to do more than just heal. You know, so being able to get up close and interrupt and So yeah, that's cool.
On a PvP server too, if you get caught off guard, you have a little bit more of a chance to survive.
Absolutely.
So, I should have put this in the notes and I didn't. It's nothing spectacular, but Hammer, how did it feel going from the tier tokens in Nomer being everybody has a chance to get it to like class specific tier tokens? Your warrior got 3 of them. So do you think that was like a good thing because it was split up and it just so happened that his spec tokens dropped, or how has that felt?
I like it better, to be honest. I think there's 5 classes on the warrior token. Actually,
but
I'm not
it's
100%
Pally
sure
Shaman, I think. So it's like it's still 4.
Oh yeah, that's
per
true.
faction. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's definitely better, and it seemed like one of each token was dropping, right? So we were getting one like warrior token, and then whatever the other token is, per every time that they dropped. Like I don't think we ever got a double warrior token or anything like that.
That could have been pure fluke, I'm guessing, because I would imagine that you can get all the same token dropped from the same boss. That's a good point, though. What does it feel like in terms of like 20-man raid and the amount of items that are dropping off each boss? Does it feel like it's a reasonable amount that are dropping? Could it do with being more, less?
Yeah, because they said that they were going to increase the amount of loot because it's a 7-day lockout versus 3 days. So I've been thinking the same thing, Scotty.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a good amount was dropping. We were getting like 2 tokens and then 3 or 4 other pieces of gear per boss. So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Spirit. I don't 100% remember on that. I think it was 4 pieces of gear and 2 tokens. And then there's 8 bosses, right? So it's a lot of loot you get in there.
Yeah, that's cool.
Did you find all the loot was being used by players that could have used like the mail gear, plate gear, leather gear, or were some items not even rolled off or like immediately gone to DE, Spirit? Like did you
I'll be honest
pick up
with
on
you,
that?
I didn't really pay attention too much on it. I was so focused.
Yeah. No doubt.
Moving on with it, yeah.
Hammer, did you get to notice any of that at all, or?
Yeah, I think we had like one like boomkin belt or something that didn't need to be rolled off, like no one wanted it. But other than that, pretty much everything
Of course they didn't. No one plays Boomy.
Yeah.
Nobody plays Alliance Boomy because Torn's better. So that okay.
It is. Yeah. Yeah. But other than that, yeah, pretty much everything that dropped was needed.
Cool. Do we want to go? We've got about 20-ish minutes. Do we want to go boss by boss? I know Scotty was interested.
Yeah, I'd love to hear a little bit of a breakdown for each boss from both of you and your experience of each boss in terms of, you know, because I am going to be doing damage as a rep paladin, so I'm interested in what Hammer's got to say. In spirit, I'm going to be healing. So also, yeah, if we can go through what the bosses are like and what to expect, it genuinely will help me.
Yeah, so I'm just going off of Warcraft logs, like the order of the bosses here. Maybe it's not the same way that you guys encountered them in the raid, but Atal Alarion looks like the first boss in there. So how was that boss for you, Spirit, as a healer?
It wasn't that bad. The first one was easy. Got through it. No problems.
No mechanics that you had to like worry about, like to reposition or anything. You got to just kind of stand still and heal, and it was GG.
Yeah, you just watch where your back is, and if you don't get knocked off of that, then you're good. Which I like that mechanic, honestly. I thought that was really fun.
Is this the boss that you could like knock into the middle of the room and fall down to the bottom of the instance?
No,
No?
that's Dream,
Okay,
That's
okay.
Dream Scythe. Yeah,
All
no.
right. So Hammer, you were doing melee DPS. So how was that for that first boss?
The first boss is it's a fun fight because it pretty much is like a tank and spank type of fight. Like, right before the boss, you gotta like click the little ropes and get shot up to the top and activate the 4 altars. They're like channeling the boss. If you don't do that, the boss is like super powerful. Like you can't kill the boss. Like, pretty good opportunity to add a hard mode or something right there.
Maybe it's a secret hard mode and it dropped
Yeah.
extra loot. Yeah.
Yeah. So you climb the rope, you go up top, you activate the boss, and then he just like spawns pillars around the room that buff him, and basically you need to position yourself so that when you get knocked back, you destroy the pillar behind you. So that's pretty much it. Other than that, I mean, the pillars, I know they can LOS healers, I'm pretty sure. So it's not like a crazy mechanic, but it was a fun fight.
Did either of you wipe at all in this fight, or is this kind of like the first boss in Nomer, where if you wiped, it was like, guys, what are we doing here? Do we deserve to be in this raid? Or
yeah, you walk through that boss, I think.
okay,
How long roughly? Like kill time for both of you? Were we like, was it a few minutes or a couple of minutes or?
Tell you right now. Let's see.
Instantly, both are jumping on Warcraft logs. They're like, I don't really know. I thought it was trash.
I see warriors are pumping on this fight, and every like top log is well below a minute. Like nothing is even 50 seconds to a minute. It's like 49 seconds to 28 as the fastest. Like
ours was around 2 minutes.
Okay.
All right, we had 1:36 on that one.
Okay.
Oh yeah, flex on him, Spirit. Give a little flex on him. Yeah. So they previewed this next boss, the fest. Unless there's anything else anybody wants to interrupt me on for that first boss. Okay. So festering rot slime. They showed a little preview of this slime going around like the circle of the raid. How was that fight, Spirit?
That is a healing check, 100%. Healing and positioning check. That fight is hectic and it's fun as hell. It was actually my favorite one, in one of my favorites.
Is that one where that poison cleanse totem comes into effect for shamans, because it looked very poison-esque, like cloud-wise and stuff?
That's an interesting point, and I just realized it now, because if you're getting cleansed, you're dropping that glass, that poison cloud, and that could actually script the raid too. You want to be on the side of the wall, so I'm assuming Horde should probably always want to like hug the wall. I mean, Alliance too, but that could actually grief them in a way.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that boss in Nax. I forget what the name of it was, but yeah, if you instantly cleanse it, or even Halion, if you instantly cleanse, then it kind of screws your raid group. You want to give a little bit of leeway to get that person out of the raid. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can even compare it to Lich King a little bit with a disease. You know, you don't just instantly dispel because there's something to dispel. Yeah, you have to time it.
So, Hammer, how did that boss feel as a melee? That sounds kind of interesting to dodge some clouds. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hectic, and it's like it's a very fun fight in my opinion. It's like something straight out of like Luigi's Mansion. Like you got this like giant slime chasing you through a hallway, and you're like everyone's like kind of backpedaling the whole way, and you're like attacking these like candlesticks on the side of the walls to like knock him into the center of the room. And as he eats them, he slows down, and then eventually he'll stop. And like that's when your like huge burst window is. But it was very fun, you know, and you could have like ranged bait those like slime pools to like one side, right? So you can have like a clear path on the other side. I thought that fight was really fun, very hectic for melee, especially because you're fighting the front of a boss that's walking towards you. And melee, this didn't happen to us in our raid, but apparently like he can just like swallow a melee and like insta kill you. If you get too close.
Genuinely again, as someone who hasn't done it, why are you having to be in front as melee?
Because he's chasing you in a circle around the hallway. You can't pass through him.
But who is he actually chasing? Like, is he chasing the tank or?
Yeah.
So why can you not stand behind as a melee?
You can't go through the boss. From what I understand, like
but maybe not directly behind. You know, I'm thinking like stood at the side. You know, so I'm thinking more for parries. You know, is it like?
Oh yeah. You're kind of off to the side. When I mean like in front, like I mean he's coming towards you.
Right. Okay. Again, I'm not nitpicking. Please bear in mind, I do not know these fights. So you know, I'm just listening to what you're saying, and I'm thinking, man, if I'm Rhett on that fight, that sounds fucking shit. If I've got to stand in front of the boss, like there must be somewhere I can stand that's better. Yeah.
So I'm not a big add-on guy, but with Hammer mentioning like Luigi's Castle, if there was like a weak or
Mansion, he never said castle.
Mansell,
Mansion, not Mansell either. Listen to your guests, mate.
You can tell I never played that game, but I was trying to get there. But if there was a weak aura that when somebody interacted with a candle, it had like the Luigi cry, like the oh, I don't know how it sounds, but then that would be
not
amazing.
Not like
I would. It was kind of a Murloc too. It was kind of like Luigi Murloc, but I tried. I did it my best. Okay, we're moving on.
Stop getting Mario Brothers wrong.
He called Mario.
Mario Brothers.
A tall eye defenders. What does this boss entail? This looks like a longer fight. The second boss, the rot slime, looked like a little bit longer than the first one, but this one I'm seeing fight times of like 3+ minutes. So how did the Atoll defenders feel for you, Spirit?
Can you explain the fight to me again? Because the names are kind of eluding me right now.
This is originally in Sunken Temple. It's all the mini bosses that are around the top, and now they're all tied together. You have to kite them from one to the other, CCing them, I believe.
Oh,
it's like a gauntlet of like the six bosses.
We can let Hammer go first, and then maybe it'll. Yeah. Hammer, how did Atoll defenders feel?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly can understand why Spirit doesn't recall this fight because it's a literal joke. Like, it feels like like dungeon trash, to be honest. Like they each come at you one at a time, and they each have like one mechanic, right? So we got I think you can get them in any order. I'm not 100% on that, but we got like Zulor first, and he does a corrupted slam, which is basically just like a frontal cleave. So you just move out of the way. You kill him. Then the next one comes out. One of them has like a bunch of totems that they spawn. You got to kill the totems. Then the next one comes out. You have to interrupt chain lightning, so on and so forth, right? You get through all 6 of them. But the mechanic really in the fight is that each time you kill one, they come back as a ghost and they're unkillable. Like they'll just stop at like 1% health. So you just have to CC them using like shackle, hunter traps, or whatever else.
Now I remember. Yes, it was fun to be able to or have to shackle again. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, and I had a feeling they would do something with that fight where they was all linked together. And I said that before we even knew anything about Sunken Temple in a video. Because, like, yeah, I knew there would be some fun things they could do with that. Because it's interesting. Again, I haven't watched. I don't even know where I know what happened in that fight, as in terms of them all being linked together. But I thought it was quite cool that from what you just said, Hammer, they all actually kept their original mechanics. You know, one of them did drop a totem that summoned skeletons. One of them did chain lightning. So it's like they kept their same sort of classic flavor mechanics, but yeah, then you had to deal with it in a bit of a different way. So that's cool. And I'm assuming zero challenge as long as you got people that know how to CC.
Yeah, definitely.
It sounded like a loot ship type boss.
That's pretty much what it feels like. Yeah.
Did it drop tier tokens too? Can you remember like the loot that it dropped, or was it just kind of like off?
I don't
pieces?
remember.
Okay,
I don't remember either. Yeah.
So next boss is Dream.
I just want to go back to that. Sorry, really quickly.
No,
I know it's a boring boss to talk about, but obviously, Hammer, you went in sort of. I don't like saying post nerf because that makes it sound bad, but you know what I mean. You went in a few days or a couple of days after other people. Spirit, you was in there day 1 or like day 2, like early.
Saturday.
So was it still all pre-nerf and fairly new? Like would that encounter have been if you didn't know anything about the raid? Like would it have been that easy, or did you both know already? Like, oh, we need to CC these on the way around because I watched Nota or Progress or whoever. Like because you watched them do it, you knew what you had to do. Would it be so face roll if you went in completely blind?
On that boss, if you didn't know you had to CC things, I think it might be challenging or having to do kicks and interrupts, but as a healer, honestly, it wasn't that bad.
Okay. And what about you, Hammer, as melee DPS? You know, if we're pretending that we've gone in night 1 before anybody else, like would we literally have just gone, mate, this is a joke? Or would we have been like, shit, how are we going to do this?
Yeah, I mean, without knowing beforehand, like before we went in, I was watching everyone. I was like, writing stuff down, obviously to just know what we were supposed to be doing and stuff.
Right,
So
what,
if I
with
didn't
a
know
pen?
anything-
Have you not got a computer?
yeah, I have a fountain pen. I write on my desk here.
Oh my god.
I have a
Um,
notebook that I do the same thing with, honestly.
Really, I've got
Yeah,
Google Docs. It will change your life. Knowing that you can just have something to type on at all times. I've actually genuinely got a whiteboard in the bar behind me, which no one can see. But my whiteboard is not used for writing down what bosses do, what mechanic. It's for writing down. I've only got half a bottle of Jaeger left. I'm down to 4 bottles of gin, and then I go to the shop and I refill that, and then I wipe it off. You know, so the bar's always stocked. Man, sorry, tangent, but true. That's how seriously I take my alcohol intake. I have to have a whiteboard to tell me what I need to go and buy, and user writing boss
I like
tactics
that.
down. That's fucking weird, man.
Yep. If I didn't have that info, definitely might have been more challenging for sure. I can imagine going in there blind, especially pre-nerf, it being challenging because some of those bosses did have like, I think it was Loro. He had he just was constantly resetting threat. So like basically you had your tanks like spamming taunt, and like if he dropped threat and hit a melee one time, they would die. So that was pretty cool. The other dude has like an attack speed buff. They have to like kite him to wait till it falls down, and then he spawns axes, or you know what I mean? Like there was definitely mechanics, but at least for my experience, like after the nerf, and knowing what each of these bosses did, it was super easy.
Okay, cool.
So, did either of you wipe on this boss? I know I forgot to ask that for the past 2 bosses, but did you wipe it all on this one, or because you had that kind of advanced knowledge, it was just kind of like, yeah, we do this, and boom, we got loot.
We didn't wipe.
No,
I
wipes?
remember when that was over. It's like it's coming back to me. I remember saying out loud, I was like, "Oh, it's done."
Yeah, yeah. You feel like it's like like it's about to start a boss fight. Like that's what it feels like.
Nice.
Yeah, we didn't wipe either on that.
All right, what
All
boss
right,
is next? Go.
We got Dream Scythe and Weaver. Looks like rogues are pumping on this fight for some reason, but I have no idea of these mechanics. Spirit, do you remember this one?
Yes, I remember this one.
I didn't mean it like that, but I mean,
Again, as long as you're not getting knocked down into the hole, it's really not that hard to heal. Just don't put yourself in a position where you're getting into the green stuff that's around that circle. The AoE stuff, as far as healing is concerned, AoE healing was good. I was running Penance, Bouncing Palm. It wasn't bad with Instacast or anything like that.
Is this the 2 dragons where they take it in terms of basically doing like a flyby and you will get knocked back and you're in like a circle. You're in a circle and everything's poison on the outside. Yeah, is this one that people struggled with on like night 1? Because I was watching certain meant to be very good players. I'm not going to call them out, Crix. Like, obviously, I'm not that sort of person, but I was watching certain people do it and was like, I don't understand why they're wiping. I kept watching, and I was really watching. I just finished either a podcast or a stream, one or the other, and I was really watching, and I was like, why do they keep dying? I could not work it out. I'm like, you're getting knocked back. Don't have your back to the big fucking hole in the middle of the room, but make sure you're far enough forward so you don't get knocked into the green shit. But then people kept dying. I could not work out what is deadly about that fight. So this is me being ignorant because I haven't done it. So now you can tell me why it is actually more difficult than it looks.
From a range perspective, wanting to plant your feet and just not have to move, I think that's part of it, possibly. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the tanking thing too is whether to get the dragons together or separate too. I think people are still working that out. So I think that's why there was a lot of wipes happening.
Is there are there 2 fights similar to this where you're inside a circle? So maybe it's the next one that I'm talking about that might be harder then.
There's only one where there's the hole in the middle of the room.
Oh, okay. No,
Is that
it's
the one you're talking about?
definitely this one then. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
It's this one. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just really the only like actual mechanics in the fight is the wing buffets that knock people, right? And when both dragons come out, I think at like halfway through or like 60% or something, you're fighting both at the same time. And definitely in the near future, people are going to start putting them together and just cleaving them because they share health, right? So, but then they go off to the sides. They go in kind of like an L shape, and then one will do a wing buffet, and then the other one follows up like a second later with another wing buffet, like basically trying to get you to fall in the hole. And I think like once you realize like the safest place to just go stand is like actually right at the hole because they can't knock you into it if you get knocked away from there. It becomes super easy. And then I think when the tanks pick them up after that, they can like breathe on the raid if they're not positioned accordingly. So
was this one that was super tuned on night one, maybe? Because I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt here. Is this one of them that had a shitload of health and was actually a battle of attrition? Okay. Yeah.
I was watching people struggle with it too, so it definitely was one of the more overtuned fights.
Yeah, and as an outsider, I didn't get it. Oh, was it very easy on Saturday, was it?
It wasn't easy because we wiped, I think, once or twice on it. But I think it had gotten a little nerfed at that point, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay.
We wiped twice on it too. Our tank got punted right down the hole 2 times.
We're really short on time at the moment, so Hammer, is there anything else that you wanted to bring up and talk about before we have to let you go? Because you've got to get into Sunken Temple and do all these bosses that we've been talking about for the last half an hour.
No, I'm just I've been enjoying this phase more than I've enjoyed any other phase so far. I actually feel like I might play a second character, just because I really do enjoy the raid, and I enjoy like the pre-raid farm. You know, it's one of my favorite parts about Classic. But yeah, I think it's a lot of fun, and I'm enjoying it.
When does your raid start, Hammer?
8 p.m. So in 10 minutes.
10 minutes. And where can people find you streaming that?
Twitch.tv/Hammerdance. We'll be live.
Perfect. And obviously your YouTube videos that are amazing and purely sod-centric. Where can they find those?
YouTube.com/@HammerdanceGaming.
Awesome. Well, I tell you what, before you do dip out, I'm going to put this over to go because there's still an hour and 10 minutes until Fallout launches, which is what like a TV series that I've been waiting to watch on Prime, and it's not out for another 70 minutes yet. So I've got no issue with us calling the podcast there, and we'll let Spirit do all the shout outs. So, you know, everywhere you can find probably epic healing gameplay that I'm going to have to watch myself so I know what I'm doing on the fights as well. And then if we want to watch Hammer's raid for an hour before I jump off and we'll have a few drinks go.
That sounds brilliant. That sounds fantastic. Yeah.
Okay, I'm down for doing that. Then I can learn while I'm leveling, watching the master himself. So, Spirit, where can people find you? And obviously, thank you for coming on as well.
Thank you guys for having me. And Hammer, nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you too.
Let me see if this works. Can you guys see my background?
Oh, look at that. Twitch.tv/spiritchill with 2 T's, 2 L's and chill. That's how you normally spell chill. But the spirit.classic for YouTube.
On YouTube, yeah. Okay. I've been wanting to do some videos, but I've been so like just trying to get tunes leveled up. But I do some more rune videos like I did last phase.
Awesome. Well, I've got your Twitch in the description already. Hammer, I've got your YouTube in there already. But I'll add Hammer's Twitch and I'll add your YouTube. Probably tomorrow morning. I'm not saying I'll remember tonight, but it will happen tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Very cool.
Cool. Well,
hey, Hammer.
Oh, go on.
Yeah, Hammer Spirit. Thanks so much for coming. This was one of like I keep saying it like episode after episode. Like this was really one of like my chance to shine, if you want to say that, in hosting the show. Usually Scotty and I like bounce back and forth, take turns. I feel like I took control of this one because Scotty wasn't really interested in SOD, so I really felt like I enjoyed this episode. So thank you both for coming on tonight.
He talks so much shit, honestly. Literally such a fucking bellend.
I'm being honest.
Get back in your bush, Redbeard. No one gives a fuck what you think.
I mean, this week has been phenomenal. Dude, we had Carrot last night. What a fucking legend that guy is. And now we have Hammer and Spirit just like carrying the SOD show. It's been fantastic.
It has. No, it's been great. And I do appreciate all of you. Yeah, it's been a great episode. As I say, it's a really unnatural vibe for me to sit here really having to take a back seat. But I have enjoyed it because I've been able to level my paladin at the same time. But the learning is not stopping there. We will bid Spirit and Hammer farewell. Enjoy your raid, Hammer. I believe you're raiding as well, Spirit, later on. Was you raiding
not
later?
tonight, no.
Oh, is it not
tomorrow.
tonight? Oh, tomorrow.
I get
Okay.
the night off.
Okay, well, we're gonna, we'll bid you farewell, and me and Go are gonna fire up Hammer's stream as soon as he's live, and we're gonna watch it with everybody for at least an hour.
Hell
All
yeah.
right, sounds good.
Thanks, guys.
Cool.
Bye,
See you
guys.
later.
Have fun.
See ya.
Take care. Bye,
Take
bye,
care,
bye.
guys.
Bye, bye, bye. Right, the cameras are gonna go all really funky for a minute,
I was gonna say,
obviously.
how bad are the cameras?
Mine's fine. Mine's actually perfect, to be honest.
Okay.
Let's get rid of the other ones. I can use that for you. Yeah, they're not too bad. Other than I can see my fat face twice. I'm not really a fan of that. Where are you? So you're next to me. So you're there. Okay. So yeah, well, if you're interested, like if any of you have been more following the and I can say it now because the podcast is technically over. If you've been following the cat,
now, yeah.
If you've been following the cat content, then you know SOD is still something I'm playing, but also not something where I'm like super hyped about talking about it too much, you know. Whereas I genuinely am actually quite excited to watch Hammer raid. He's a guest. He's just been on the podcast. Yeah. I want to watch him and see what's going on because you got to remember, I'm leveling a character to join his guild and raid with his guild. So if it's a complete fucking car crash, I might stop playing completely. So,
if we get to the second boss and we're bored shitless of Sunken Temple, then it's just like, all right, guys, thanks for chilling. Technical issues have arisen. We gotta go.
Yeah. Thanks for joining. But again, everybody in chat, thank you for obviously joining us and watching the podcast. Appreciate every single one of you. If you want to watch this with a little bit of commentary and we'll see what's going on in Sunken Temple, then feel free to stay. But the actual podcast itself is technically over now. So
I got to use the restroom. I've been holding it in. So Scotty, I know there's a lot of news that broke, and I'm sure you're itching to talk about some like the Mist of Pandaria thing announcement that happened earlier. So I'm not trying to like tell you what to talk about, but I got to AFK for a second.
Yeah. Don't worry. I reckon I can feel a little bit of silence.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
What news is he talking about? Something about Mop. Oh. Mop is Mop Classic coming? I don't know. I genuinely don't know what he's talking about. But no, I actually am quietly excited for this Mop event. I'm just hoping that it lasts a good. Well, I've actually recorded a video. I'm still debating whether I'm going to put it out tomorrow or not because it's not my normal content. You know, it's not classic. It is probably closer to retail than it is classic, but I probably will still put it out anyway because the interesting thing with this new Mop server is they've said that that all of the rewards that you get during it are going to carry over into War Within. They didn't mention Dragonflight. So I kind of feel like this Mop event is going to run all the way up until War Within, which you would think is a good, I don't know, 4 months away, something like that. I mean, the alpha's starting extremely soon, as in, spoiler alert, I might be playing a War Within alpha very soon. I know exactly when, but I can't say it. NDA and all that shit. But yeah, I think it will run a decent amount of time. And I'm not interested in the whole rewards carrying over to War Within. I'm not interested in anything outside of just the event. Do you know what I mean? Just actually being able to play Mop and do all the raids, all the heroics, getting new gear, new abilities. Like, I'm either going to look at it and it's going to be an epic success or it's going to be a fucking epic failure. You know, there is no in between. So yeah, anyway, I think Hammer is now live. Let me just check. And welcome back, Go.
I don't see him yet. I don't see him.
Oh, one of his videos just started playing. Oh no, why did it just not? Oh, is it a video from? Check out this World of Warcraft stream from yesterday. Okay, well now it's your turn to keep them warm before we start watching Sunken Temple. And I'm gonna go for a piss and get another gin.
All right. Dude, that was an amazing episode. I thought. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. While I was relieving myself in the bathroom, I was like, did I sound like I was patting myself on the back, like hosting the show tonight? I'm sure I'm going to see comments tomorrow morning because I always look at the comments of the podcast, but even the night after, a couple hours after we finished the stream. But man, that felt like such a good episode. Yesterday, Carrot. Today, Hammer and Spirit. I really meant that shit. Like that was really fun to have them on. I hope that style of show, it's a little bit different than our normal, like what news has happened. Let's talk about the news. That was more of like an experience. Like how are you guys feeling about Season of Discovery? So yeah, that was sick. I got on the beta a little bit today. Beta finally came back up. It was off for at least 24 hours.
Shut the fuck up. I just no, because I just want to say something before I go and get another gin. You've done amazingly today, and actually, no, I'm being serious. You did, like, it was great.
Yeah.
You kept it flowing, and I think it'll be great doing that in future, where you more or less lead the Sod podcast, I lead the Cata podcast. Do you know what I mean? Like, that was beautiful.
I'm full on that. I would love to take a back seat for the Cata episodes because I don't know that much about it. And I was honest, somebody called me out in the comments of that episode from last night, which I also thought was a great episode. And somebody was like, yo, this guy doesn't know fucking shit about shit. And I was like, yeah, you're right, bro. Like, I don't. That's why I'm asking questions. So, yeah, I kind of like that. If we go down that route where Scotty's taking control of the Cata stuff, because that's his bread and butter, his beans on toast, and then
don't start talking about food, or I'm going.
And I try to help with the Sod episodes. Yeah, I like that. I definitely don't want Sod to go away because I'm still super interested in Sod, and I had a little bit of a worry there that Scotty was just like, Sod, it's not really hitting for me. I don't really want to talk about it. But even Scotty jumped in a lot more tonight than I thought he was, and was asking like really sick questions about like the boss fights towards the end there. And I was like, yo, hell yeah, Scotty cares a little bit. He might.
I care a lot. I mean, I'm leveling. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be playing it. I'm on Sod right now. If I didn't care,
what level are you?
Just
if you're not 15
about to hit
plus.
16.
Oh my gosh.
I could do it a lot quicker if I had more gold. But Hamadan sent me 10 gold. I mean, bit fucking tight, I'll be honest.
Did he send you bags? Because I saw you asked for bags
He
too.
sent me some bags as well.
You get some tenors, or what'd you get?
Just 10 slot bags. Yeah, he was a bit tight. I'll tell him. Don't worry. When we're watching him raid, I'll be telling him that I think he was a bit of a tight cunt. Could have gave me some more.
He admitted that he was in the incursions with the gold, like not nerf, like pre-nerf gold incursion, and he doesn't have gold to send his homie. Like, come on.
I thought 10 gold. It would have been nice.
That's
but
one quest. Yeah, that's one incursion quest pre-nerf. Come on.
Scotty gonna hit level 30 and quit. I don't really know what to take away from that comment. I got to be honest with you, because it's like, why? What makes you say that? That's actually what I want to know. What makes you say that on the basis that I've played Season of Discovery, every phase cleared, all content, day one? Why would you think that I would quit at 30? I'm intrigued. And why have I not got featured chat? Why can we not see that either? Oh, it's there. It's under you.
Oh,
that's why.
I just refreshed, and I still don't see Hammer's live yet. He's probably running late to his raid because of us, and I tried to get him out of here on time. I think we did all right with that. But
guys, can I ask? I read in LFG some servers will shut down in RAF. Is it true? It's 100% true, and we can absolutely look at it right now while we're waiting for the Sunken Temple raid to start. I think he's just gone live.
All right,
he's literally just gone live. So yeah, there is a list. Let me free character transfer with Wrath of the Lich King. I apologize in advance because this might not work properly, but you can at least have a look at what we're talking about. Reacting. Yeah, so it's not perfect, but you can see me, the important person.
Perfect. Yeah, get me out of there.
Yeah, so in preparation of the launch of Cataclysm Classic, they're closing down a lot of the dead servers. So Sulphurous, Azure Song, Ash Candy, Windseeker, Westfall, Old Blanchy, Yajamba, Misriel, Maladat. Like, there's a lot of them where you're going to get free transfers from one to the other, and then the other ones are going to close down. But they're going to allow much, much bigger capacity on these servers as well. So, yeah. But we now need to just sort it out so we can watch Hammer.
And that was the NA one, right? Because I saw in your Discord earlier there was like an EU server transfer list, I think, and an NA. So if you're wanting to hang out with us on Mancrick, there's a lot of servers that are shutting down with free transfers over to Mancrick. We are Horde side, though.
Yeah, that's a very good point. If you are on a dead server on an NA and your server's being shut down and you play Horde, come over to Mancrick and play with us. Obviously, we're going to have a mega guild in Qatar. Well, I mean, it's a mega guild now. Well, it's not a mega guild. That's an exaggeration. But, we have multiple raids a week. Like full 25 heroic clears on Tuesday and a second full 25 heroic on Thursdays. We even went and done Undying tonight. We didn't because some fuckwit died on Thaddeus. But, the intention was there. Like, there's shit going around the clock. So if you're, it don't matter whether you're EU or NA based, it's D-Bez and fucking Bez is there as well. It was this dick who's just put a comment in that actually died on Thaddeus. I can't believe he sat here waiting to see if I complain about him, and I did.
It took 2 hours, but we got to it.
Who do we out for a G invite? Me. Just join my Discord server and then DM me. Like, I will message you back in the next 24 hours and get you in the guild. So yeah, like everyone's welcome as well. There is going to be a very hardcore raid group in the guild. There's going to be more casual raid groups in the guild. But everyone will get to raid. So it doesn't matter if you consider yourself to be a full 99, 100 passer. There's a place for you in one of the raid teams. If you're like, a bit of a dad gamer, I'll ding 85 after everyone else, I just want to do a bit of gaming, you'll also get to raid. But you just might be in the raids where I'm really drunk on Friday nights, so your experience might not be the same. But anyway, we're gonna watch our boy. Are you ready?
He is live. It looks like they need one more person to fill their raid. They've got 5 druids. Trying to look at their comp here. He's got his character pane open, or he's looking at somebody.
Can I make you smaller as well? Stick you down there. Featured chat might just have to do one for the time being. I need you like over here with me so we can actually see the beautiful, beautiful hammer.
He always streams without his hat on too, and he's a handsome fellow without his hat, with and without his hat on. Just like you are, Scotty, but you have a hat on tonight, so.
Oh yeah, I mean no, I wear a hat purely because hair is effort. People think I'm bald.
I'm getting there.
I've had so many people say, "Man, you've got hair. I thought you was bald." It's like, why would you think I'm bald? Because I wear a hat all the time. It's like with my hair, if I don't want to wear a hat, I need to style it, to look beautiful. Well, not beautiful, to look not even respectable. I don't know. There's probably a word that I'm not quite getting to.
Wait, I'm trying to see. Is he inspecting another warrior, or is he inspecting himself? Like, is that his character pane? Noxa?
What the fuck was that? Alert that just went off. Oh shit! I need to get rid of that as well. You're gonna have to remind me that I'm gonna have to put some of this stuff back on when we actually do a podcast next time, because there's like, season of Discovery images and stuff all over the screen. There we go. Okay, so we're watching our homeboy Hammer dance, and we're going to watch him absolutely smash Sunken Temple.
He's going to be top DPS every fight for sure.
Where's his damage meters? Is he turned them off because he's scared? Oh, they're on the right. We're over the damage meters.
Right. Yeah. We got to see the damage meters, dude.
Well, do you want me to move you? Move us both over a little bit so we can see the damage meters.
Let me see where you even had me at.
So I've got us quite close together. It does look like we're trying to finger each other's bumholes, to be honest. But I'm cool with it.
I could be bottom left, like right behind Hammer, just kind of like looking over his shoulder as he's raiding.
Oh my god! Can you I love the guy, but he's got to be feeling the pressure. You know, he knows we're watching. He knows we're going to be talking shit about him.
His hand, he tried to make sure that his hand wasn't shaking as he was bringing his mug. I saw the control he was trying to put on there, but I saw a little bit of shaky shake. I could see the fizz in his drink like bubbling up.
This is awesome, man.
I
like doing
this.
this.
The bandages. Let's look at it. He's got some rage potions. He's got some, is that nature protection potions? I see some FAPs in there.
I'll tell you what he hasn't got. Bag space.
I mean, he couldn't send you bags, though. Yeah, obviously. He didn't have bags himself.
Is he using 10 slot bags himself? I mean, what? I thought my bags were bad. Like, what did I just look at then?
He might have sent you his 10 slots, and now he only has 8. He actually did hook you up. Damn.
Yeah, he's had to downgrade to linen bags so he can send me some good ones. Oh, man.
Did you see how much gold he had? Like, how much?
Oh, how much gold did he have? I didn't see.
Yeah, we need to get that bag open back up to see how much gold is in there.
Open your bag. Tell him in chat. Are you like, get on it? You're on there. Just say in chat. Open your bags.
I had him full screen, but
I've got him full screen as well. But I need to now open him in another window because I do actually need to gift him a sub, don't I?
I subbed just so I could do this ad free like through the whole raid. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to. I can't watch an ad mid-raid.
I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna subscribe and then I'm gonna gift him a sub. I'm having to do this on a separate screen. Now, look, you saw me follow. You saw me follow on the screen.
There we go.
And then you've seen
we
me.
got double boomkin dancing. Hell yeah! This is gonna be a fucking raid right here.
Did that work? Am I subbed? I didn't see anything come up on the screen.
Yeah, we got a hype train going for Hammer.
Oh well, now hang on. I need to look at the bank and make sure I've got money in the account that I use for fucking streams and shit. If not, I'll have to move some. Let me. I said I'd gift him 1, but let's gift him 5.
Oh hell yeah!
Gift him 5 subs for giving us some entertainment. Why not?
Yeah, hey, I'd love having him on, dude. That was like the 3rd or 4th time, and I'm sure we'll have him back another 3 or 4 in the next couple months.
The thing is, he's probably saying facts, but thanks, not facts. He's like, facts got 5 subs. I can't, We are really close, Tels. We are really close. This is exactly the distance that I'd like to be with Go in real life at all times. This is perfect. Perfect distance apart.
Looks like somebody is late to the raid. Oh, he's getting a nice POV of the gear for the, I guess that's Paladins?
The funny thing is, I've spent more on this podcast so far than I've made. I mean, how does that work?
True. A little shy on the super chats tonight, but it's all good.
Scott is hungry. I am getting hungry, but I've got 50 minutes. I've got 50 minutes until Fallout launches on Prime. And that's how long I'm here for. So I'd like them to sort their shit out and get in the group and start pulling stuff. Yeah. Act like you're kissing. Go. Look round.
Which way do I go? Do I turn
this way?
That's
the way. That's the way.
This way. This way. Are you sure?
Yeah. You need to come in. Come in deeper.
Oh, yeah, come in.
You need.
Oh. Did we nail it?
It was pretty close. I think that was pretty good.
Okay. I should have gave it a little tongue there, I think.
Fallout, the game. Yeah, like I love Fallout 4. But Fallout, the TV series based on the game, literally comes out in 49 minutes on Prime, and I can't wait.
They have a full group now. Only one mage. I thought mage was carrying like Sunken Temple. Like the first lockout that I saw, I don't remember what group it was, had 11 mages. This was like day 1 of like launch. And now we're down to 1 mage. And here we go. Hammer's charging in, doing some damage
What?
to the first.
He's not.
Shattered
Why is it
Ooze.
froze on mine? I can't see jack shit.
Oh no!
Hang on, I'll refresh. I don't know why it done that. It might be because I had it open in 2 different windows. But yeah, they are pulling.
He's
It's-
topping the damage on that first ad there. Hell yeah!
It's go time. Why does it keep freezing?
Oh.
Actually, hang on.
Ooh.
I think I know why, and I can fix it. Just give me 1 second. I need to stick it in that tab and then open it. I have a really weird issue with Chrome and having chats popped out from streams. It'll be fine now.
The Ret Pally actually ended that first trash pack on top, and then Hammer was second. I saw the Boomkin was up there for a second there too, down to the 5th place on that first trash pack. I think there was like a couple ads.
Cheese.
But,
that's not harm, is it?
I wouldn't think so. Cheese bag, probably not.
Probably not. I mean, he might as well get used to topping damage as Rhett, because once I'm level 50, he can say bye to that shit.
I was watching Spirit stream the other night. I don't know if it was like 1 night, 2 nights ago. It's all blended together, but I swore Goldar was raid leading her Sunken Temple raid, and I was like, "Is that Goldar?" And she was like,
But it just sounded
no.
like him.
It sounded. It could have been his twin brother or something. It was crazy.
General Cat. I respect the attempt. Thanks, Zulele. Yeah, we could have done with getting a bit closer. It was close enough. It was close enough.
So it looks like they have a feral druid as their main tank.
Oh my
Hammer-
god, they're fucking nonsense, aren't they, Blizzard? So they've you know,
What?
like I kicked, well, not kicked off, but I was telling everyone, calm down. You'll still be able to get the insane in Cataclysm.
Oh, like the title, but not the feat of strength.
Well, no, both. They've removed it
Oh,
from
both?
that. They've removed it from that announcement now. They've just cut it out. So yeah, because they realised, oh shit, you can still get the insane. Why did we put that in there? We're fucking fuckwits. That's literally what they done.
They removed something from Sod too. They were like, "Oh yeah, this flask is gonna persist through death," and then they were like, "Oh no, that was a mistake. It's not supposed to persist through death or through death." It was like the Atal Alai, whatever Sunken Temple flask, and they just keep going back on what they're posting out. Like they need some proofread stuff before they hit the send this, make this public.
I mean, they shouldn't oh, cheese bag. Let's go, man. Fucking is gonna happen. Well, I mean, it might not if I'm holy, but I mean, I will take the challenge on, mate. If you're calling me out, I will come for you as Rhett.
Oh man,
Probably I'll probably lose, but I will try very hard. I will only drink 18 gin and tonics in that raid instead of 19, just to try and get the most out of my damage.
I always went this way. If I was in a dungeon group, I would go down to this lower level first and like clear out everything around it. I don't remember if the boss was already spawned down there, or if that was like something different, but for some reason I always came down here first. And I haven't been to Sunken Temple actually since like Classic, I don't think. It's been 4 or 5 years, I think, since I've been in Sunken Temple.
Does he do any damage though? This guy we're watching. Oh, he's second at the moment. Actually, it's constantly cheese, constantly the fucking rep pumping.
Well, it's Cheese and Hammer. They're fighting for first and second.
No, I think cheese is a god. Oh shit.
I was gonna say I see no casters up top, but the Shadow Priest doing a little bit of damage there. But the Boomkins, the Druids in general are down there really low. The Mage, not seeing the Mage at all. Maybe Biggie Iggy is a healer.
That's it. I just wanted to be able to get featured chat on somewhere still, because I like highlighting people's messages so you all know that we are looking.
So I'm assuming they're gonna have to clear around the entire top ring, which you didn't really used to have to, but maybe those ads pull if you don't clear them before you pull the boss.
Oh, I mean, this to me, this is not Sunken Temple as I would do in a dungeon. You wouldn't be down here doing this shit.
See, I did come down here, but I would clear like 1 pack off to the right, 1 pack off to the left, and then we're going into the bottom
But this is the bit you only done for your class quest, wasn't it? You didn't do this as part of a sunken temple run.
It may be for like an XP run, but they could be getting drops from these mobs. Somebody in chat, help us out. Is there loot from the trash here that they're farming for like profession stuff, or like what's going on with this trash clear? It's just so that Hammer can flex on top damage, because again he was top damage again. So the Shibby though, the balance druid trying to pump here.
I noticed you, Alex. Sorry, mate. You can still get the Razashi hatchling. It's just in a different way. They play their own game. I mean, I am not someone who goes around collecting pets. I've got to be completely honest. So I would take that at face value. Like, I can't even remember where the Razashi hatchling comes from. Like, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I can tell you where mounts come from, and I can tell you where achievements and titles come from. But pets have never been like, nah. That takes up space in my brain, and there's not fucking that much room.
I think I got the Razashi hatchling from ZG. I think it's from the Raptor trash around like the Raptor boss. And I did hear Hammer, but we were going through that episode, Nick. I appreciate you calling me out, but yeah, we were going from topic to topic. I was trying to pay as much attention as I could. I don't remember what boss he said. You got to clear the trash.
You got to listen to me laugh at 1.75 speed. Why is that? Are you fucking taking a piss out of my laugh? I mean, I've only got one. I don't put it on. I've only got one laugh, and you don't hear me laugh that often. Like if you really think about it, you do not hear me laugh that much. There's occasionally where I laugh when someone says something like Bush consistently, or Spirit says, yeah, you needed to see my bush, or what? There was something. Obviously, I love Spirit; she's great. But it was like I couldn't hold it in. I tried to keep it together. I was like, "Grow up, Scott, man. You're like 37. Just there's nothing funny going on. Nothing funny going on." And then the more I thought about it, the more it was building up. And then I was looking at people's faces, and I'm like, oh, am I the only one finding this fucking hilarious? And then the wall just broke, where I had to I moved over here, out of screen, and was like, I can't even look at anyone now. I'm a fucking child. I don't care. Do I? If someone farts, do I find it funny? Absolutely. I think it's one of the funniest things in the world. I will never grow up. It's as simple as that. So when someone keeps saying the word bush, I will keep laughing.
I knew it was only a matter of time before you broke. I saw the grin, and I was like, I know that grin. That means he's on the edge. He's on the border. He's about to lose it. He's gonna crack. And yeah, you let it out. I was like, yes.
I went. I took the kids to the. I went to say I took my kids. I mean, I don't just take random kids to the cinema. Obviously, it was my kids. To go and see the new Kung Fu Panda, but I didn't go in and watch it. I took Josh and Josh's mate, and obviously Isabel. Laura went in and watched it with him, and I sat in the car editing, and that was when all the Cataclysm launched and all that news broke. And obviously I'd been drinking the night before, so I was like, I'll come in with you to get the tickets, just purely because I want to go for a piss. Went in the toilet, and I went in with my boy. And as we walked in, someone was stood at a urinal and farted, and I fucking cracked up. I literally walked through the door and went, good one. And my 11-year-old looked at me and went, it was only a fart, Dad. I'm looking down at him thinking, are you the postman's? How did you not find that funny? Yeah, apparently it's just me.
I guess there's no farting in Roblox or something.
Yeah, clearly not. There needs to be, so they can get on the same page as me.
So they pre-cleared the bottom. Now they're clearing the top near the altars. I guess there was no reason to pull that boss yet until all the altar platforms are cleared too. I thought it was two separate fights, like the altar stuff and that boss down below.
Yeah. So what? We've not missed a boss, have we? Talking about
hopefully not.
Farts and bushes.
That first boss fight was like sub 1 minute, I think. So we might have just.
Oh, did we
started
actually
talking
miss a
about
boss fight?
farts.
Sorry,
I don't
I'll
know.
I'll pay more attention. That's my bad. I'm sorry,
I don't
guys.
think we did. I really don't think we missed a fight. Maybe.
I hate sod to the brim, but the boss weakens when you clear these mini bosses. All right, okay. So have we missed a boss? Like people who are actually paying attention in chat. Like have we missed a boss, or have they still not done one? No. Oh, okay. Oh, perfect. All right. Well, I will start paying a bit more attention now. I wanted to do this with the intentions of actually learning a few things about the fight.
Yeah. Mana bars look to be fine. Like I feel like they're chain pulling. Is that the ooze boss not around this area too? Maybe they're trying to keep an eye on that, or maybe that's the next platform up.
I mean,
there's like what 3 rings of levels in Sunken Temple?
It looks like they're speed running, but they're not. But they are literally just pack to pack to pack, like constantly.
I like that type of pace.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the rogue's up there. Rep Paladin, a different Rep Paladin this time. I mean, the meters on. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the boss damage is like.
Oh yeah. We're gonna break that down. But yeah, the cheese fallen off. Cheese has rotten and spoiled.
But why is it showing Hammer as prop?
He might be off tanking. I feel like he was doing a little bit of off tank role, but that could just be details like putting the icon with the spec.
Yeah.
I think that was happening before, where it was like we thought it was like a mage, like the mage was arcane or something, but they were really fire. Remember that in like Nomer?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, Hammer is just absolutely slapping. We need to have like a second damage meter above the current fight to overall damage for like all the trash they've cleared so far.
Yeah, maybe you'll do it if we say it loud enough. Hammer, create a new window for overall damage. There's no way he's listening, but I just felt like maybe someone else would tell him to do it.
Cheese has us covered. He's probably already doing it, and that's why he's low on the damage, because he's saying, "Hey, Hammer, dude, we need 2 DPS meters here. Come on."
Stance. I mean, he looks like he's in battle stance to me. Like when you look here, like he's in battle stance. It's slightly highlighted more than defensive and berserking. So I'm assuming he's in battle stance.
So I see he has some elixirs, and he's got some chrono booned buffs, but I don't see any food buffs. Where's the extra stamina Hammer? Like what happens if you have like a 17 overkill, dude? If you had your food buff, you'd be fine.
They're not going to get any overkills. They're not going to die. They're going to absolutely smash the shit out of this. So far, the trash is fairly underwhelming. We can say that.
Is it underwhelming though? Because I like that pace, and if it was too hard, you had to stop. And
yeah, but that's what I mean. That's what I mean. He's done it. He's done it. Legend.
Hell yeah. He doesn't look pleased about it though. He's like, "Fuck."
He don't. He looks really upset about it.
Oh my gosh. Maybe he's just really focused. That's what it is. He's not upset. He's dialed in.
He's disappointed. He's not upset. He's disappointed.
Ooh, is that the overall? No. He hasn't got there yet. That's the same. Okay.
He's probably getting really pissed off now. He's like, I didn't sign up for this shit. I signed up to come on the podcast, not be critiqued on how we raid. Gladiator, fairly newer. Oh,
nice. Glad he ate. Oh my goodness.
Gladiator, fairly newer. Oh wow, that's a new one.
Oh, we need to send that to Table.
Yeah, Table would have appreciated that. Oh man, I wish you could see my WoW window at the moment. Spent like 10 minutes running at a mountain and not getting over it.
I've been there.
Oh, hang on. I've got
I think
Good question mark. I was your stream. He told me, well, yeah, perfect, mate. Yeah, I'm talking to Hammer in game now.
Well, it looks like all the trash is cleared. Rage is falling off of the Warriors. I wonder if they're going to try to have some way to get Rage before the boss fight. Hammer did have those Rage potions, so we might see that come out. He finally has a food buff after all the trash is cleared. Is he going to unboon? It looks like he unbooned. Dark Moon Fair's on. Songflower's on. Does he have... I don't know what the icon is for the new raid buff. Oh, it is up there. Yep. 2 hours right in between DMF and Songflower. Not holding anything back. Just gonna go in there and try to slap this first boss. I love it.
I'm just excited to see what the damage is gonna be. I wanted to see the Rep Paladin fucking slap. I want to see cheese on top.
I want to see what kind of mechanics are going on here too. If there's anything on the ground,
Do
that
I
they
need
have
to do a
worry
quick
about-
refresh? Quick refresh, because I was just trying to look at something else at the same time. I've just done a quick refresh just in case.
I'm scared to, but I might.
Mate, like my leveling's gone out of the window because I really am just watching this.
I've refreshed too. I see a 5-second pull timer up there. 2, 1.
Yeah, they're gone. They're gone. They're
Pull.
gone. They're gone. They're
Yep.
pulled. Yeah.
Charges in already down to 95%. Looks like Warriors, all the melee kind of top of the meters. I don't see any Mage, Warlock, Boomkin up there at all.
We are seeing
Hunter.
current damage. We wanted overall damage. The
Yeah,
whole
he's got-
raid overall. He's got the same thing twice.
Double current, yeah. But the boss down to 53%, halfway over already, just like that. And the blink of an eye. A feral druid, it looks like, is up
The
top.
feral's
Maybe that's a
pumping, man.
Boomkin.
It's got to be a feral, surely. A
I
boomy's
don't
not going
know.
to do that damage.
They had 2 boomies in the raid. I know Shibby's a boomy. Maybe the Esper's a boomy as well.
It's starting
Rogue
to drop
taking
down
over.
now.
Yep, Warrior, Hunter, Rogue. Everybody's actually fighting for the top spot. The top 5. It's pretty balanced there for a lot of classes.
I'm just glad I'm joining a
Ooh.
guild that are raiding with Pokimane. Was that
Down
Rogue
goes the
Pokimane?
boss.
1.3k. Look at that damage. That is
Warrior
sexual.
carrying. Hammer in
Look at all
fourth.
that loot. Look at all that loot.
How much? 5 pieces?
Oh, and Hammer's doing the loot. Take it all, Hammer. Take it all. Just take everything you want, mate. No one's going to judge you here. I think anything that you
Oh,
can
yeah.
need on, you should take for yourself, and then
And
divvy the
Hammer
rest
gets our
out.
vote. I thought those pillars were going to be like targetable and you had to do some damage to the pillars or something, but I guess that was that knockback thing. You wanted to have your back to a pillar.
I mean, that boss didn't last very long, did it?
No. Do they have 3 ret paladins?
Yeah, they got 3. They're about to have 4. I mean, they're about to have a real ret paladin. What can I say?
3 people over 1k, which I saw that was like the top parse like damage was 1k minimum, which I was talking to Bearbus about this. It was either early this morning or last night or something about like how much damage we're doing compared to previous classic tiers, and we're doing like tier 4 DPS right now, like Karazhan, like Gruul, Mag, Therodon, like DPS already at level 50.
Yeah, I mean that was like that died mentally fast. Like that was, I don't know. I was expecting a little bit of a longer fight. I got to be honest.
And I do see an energy bar below Espen Rar, so I guess that is a feral druid, not a balanced druid.
Oh,
Damn, I was trying to get a boomy up there on the top. Come on, boomies.
nope, you're off your fucking head, mate. If you think anyone's doing damage as a boomy.
What the fuck, Shibby? Come on.
Where is this? I'm trying to do a skip at the same time as watching this, and it's in a really weird.
Well, like a logout skip.
No, get into wetlands as a human.
Oh.
And I've done it where the fallen tree is in Dunmorrow, but this is in a different place.
Oh, I see that they have some of the raid blocked off there with like that green glowy thing that Hammer just passed by. I was wondering because there were so many more bosses I thought in Sunken Temple, and there's only 8 that are actually killable, and there was one new boss. So I was like, did they block off some of the raid or what happened? I was wondering how it would feel with 20 players in Sunken Temple. It still looks pretty fine. Like the ceiling is pretty high in that, so it's not like your camera gets crunched down and it's like, oh man, 20 people, this is too much.
Yeah, it looks pretty. Yeah, it looks decent. But it is a big dungeon. Let's be honest. Like,
Oh yeah. Hallways are pretty wide. Warlock's finally shining.
It
We
feels
get
like there's a lot of
trash
trash,
damage.
though. It does feel like there's a fucking a real lot of trash.
I don't mind the trash though, but I'm trying to think this trash with the extra HP. Like, I don't want trash to take a long time. I do enjoy being able to have like a big trash pool. That always feels really good. Like 10, 15 mobs that like AoE that shit down. That always feels like fantastic. But if it takes 5 hurricanes to kill that 10-pack, then that doesn't feel good. So it looks like they're getting some decent sized pools, but it's also falling over pretty quick.
Yeah. Is this a boss coming in? They seem to be.
They might be waiting for the slime. If
I'm
if
looking forward to
thinking
seeing
where
this
the slime is. Yeah. Oh, he had his character pane open there for a second. I was trying to see like how much crit and stuff he has with like Songflower and the buff. I wonder how impactful the 8% stats to like melee is, because there's like what spell power and spell crit on the new Sunken Temple buff, but then there's like plus 8% to stats. So is that giving like a lot of strength and agility to melee to give them extra like damage that equals the amount of spell power that's on the buff and stuff? Or I should have asked him that, but damn, missed opportunity. We'll ask the next guest on next week's episode of Season of Discovery.
Yeah, what is next week's episode going to be? I mean, I'm guessing we're probably going to see a lot of changes between now and then, but
yeah,
this skip's pissing me off. I can't get up this poxy mountain. I am so annoyed. I'm sat here fucking seething at the moment, and no one's got a clue.
see, I was thinking I messed up there during the show, and I was like, I think I said 10 versus 20, and then I thought somebody said like 25, and I was like, oh shit, is it 25 like Sunken Temple? But I just saw him open his character pane, and it's 20. So I was like, ooh.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah, here comes the big slime. I'm seeing it getting pulled right now.
Yeah, I'm watching. Yeah, it's just been pulled. Yeah.
And it's taken up the entire hallway, so maybe that's why Melee can't be behind the boss. Maybe he's leaving a trail of slime behind him. That's what it looks like is happening. Yeah, everything behind this boss is, if you're standing in it, you're probably dead.
Oh, so as Melee, this absolutely fucking sucks then. I mean, but he is
Yeah.
like right in front. I'd try and be hugging the wall and be not behind, but at the side.
I mean, Hunter is absolutely slapping, and even Warrior, like he's.
That's it. Look,
he
what
was
he's doing
second
there. Like where he is there. He weren't taking
Yeah,
damage.
yeah.
I don't think he was taking damage.
Rogue also flexing, but all 3 Warriors up there. I see Shibby coming in 8th place as the top caster damage there. Nice. Ret Pallies, what are you guys doing?
God, they're really melee. They're really melee heavy, aren't they? Like really melee heavy.
Yeah. Boss down to 28%, but they're struggling to hold over 1k DPS compared to the first boss. The Hunter Rogue, they're up there. They're close. They're right on that line. Down to 12% health on the boss. Execute phase. Come on, Warriors, pump. Get over 1K. Hammer, we're cheering for a 1K DPS. Do it.
Oh.
Boss goes down. Oh, did he get it? Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Hammer got the
1K. Yeah, nice.
Second boss fight with I think 4 people with 1K, but there's a steep drop off from the top 4, like 1K, and then 4th or 5th place has 777.
Oh, if the casters can't just plant their feet and nuke, that's not going to be good, is it? Like,
No.
yeah, but that was still very quick. I'm with you, Daleks. Like that was still a very quick fight.
But if he would close his bags, come on, Hammer, help me out here. I think the balance shrew was his top caster. Let me flex on the boomies here. Come on, Shibby. I think Shibby must have heard. They were like, they took my energy and they were like, I'm gonna eclipse my fucking ass off on this fight. Oh yeah, look at Shibby carrying fucking casters, 6th on the damage meter right there. Let's go.
How many items dropped? Was it 5? Was it?
I didn't even see. I was too busy looking at the damage meters.
I nearly climbed up this wall. You don't know the emotional turmoil I'm going through at the moment.
I'm stressing out at the lack of backspace that Hammer has as the raid, like the master looter.
Not
Yeah,
hard to be top caster when you're the only caster. Yes, Alexander. Yes, bruv. That's what I like to hear. Shit
No.
on Goes Boomkin Dreams. Fuck this guy.
They've got 2 warlocks. They've got maybe the mage as a healer. No, mage looks like a fire mage. Where's the fire mage's damage? And then a couple shadow priests mixed in there. So there's other casters. And the boomy is crushing them. Let me have a moment here for the boomies.
Yeah, I mean,
don't steal my thunder.
It's good that the Boomy done well. I mean, that fight to me at first glance looks like something that's going to suck for a caster anyway. Like you don't want to be moving that much, no matter what, whether you're a Boomy, a mage, a warlock, whatever.
Yeah.
But was there too much movement? Again, I'm like now critiquing a fight that I've not done myself. But yeah, all right, it's leaving a slime pool behind it, but does it actually need to be moved that quickly?
Does it need to be moved in a straight circle, or could it be like a zigzag? So it's going like from wall to wall while also going like away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm thinking more so you can have the melee at the side of it.
Yeah, and if it's going zigzag, then you would have like that side advantage at least for half of the fight, and then it would turn towards you. Nothing would change because you're still in front of it, and then it would zigzag back the other way to the other side of the hall, and then you would have that non-parry like advantage. So it would help melee and casters, from what I'm thinking.
Yeah. You hit things on the side of the wall that slow it. Oh, you hit things on the side of the wall that slow it down. Yeah, so that makes sense. I just feel like
me to those.
Me as a melee, like I wouldn't want to be constantly in front of the boss. Like I would find a way where that is not the case.
Well, that was the boss where he was like, if you, I think, click enough candles, then the boss stops, and then that's the burn phase. But I don't even know if they got to that point.
I didn't see it stop. Yeah, I didn't see it stop.
Yeah. A lot more trash.
No, this ain't trash, is it? Is this not the
Gasher?
Oh, Gasher. Oh, maybe it is. Is this not the? This is like the
tall eye things.
Yeah, the defenders.
Yeah, it does look like the defenders, maybe.
Oh no, mate.
Yeah, it looks like one's activating at a time, coming in. Okay.
Yeah. So you're not up on the platforms doing them.
I want to see somebody get knocked into that fucking hole.
You want to see someone? You want to see someone in a bush get knocked into that hole?
If you could like bush mid-air, then hell yeah, that'd be insane. like if a warrior charged me and then like turned into a bush mid charge and then like came out of the bush after it like made contact with me and then like smacked me, that'd be. I would
done it!
it. Congrats on your skit.
Oh! Honestly, I could have fucking run to wetlands quicker than it just took me to do that.
Yo, cheese on top. Shout out the Rat Pally Cheese doing some damage on the 6 boss fight.
Big cheese bag pumping.
The big fucking cheese. Shibby also up there and a warlock. This is looking like casters are having a little bit of competition with the melee finally. Both warlocks on top. What do you mean there's no casters? Look at the damage meter on this fight. There's purple up there. I see a blue bar hanging around 8th. I see a little bit of white bar down there at 11th. Shadow Priest. Maybe Shadow Priest need a buff. In PvE, not PvP. Shadow Priest dots in PvP still pumping. Yo, he's hitting for 1,300, like 1,100 white hits. Like, what is even melee damage, dude? The parry coming in, Hammer, learn to be behind the boss. Come on. This is not the slime. You can be behind this one. It's fine. Yeah, like this fight looked like trash. It did not look like a boss fight. I'm guessing they're halfway through it. Something just spawned there. I don't know what the hell that is. It's kind of like in the middle behind Hammer right now. There was like 8 things that just spawned. Maybe this is the last one. Yo, Shibby.
Have we got?
top two.
We can see the thing CC behind as well. Yeah, so they're like using traps, shackles. Oh,
Was that it?
that's the boss done. I mean, is that it?
Shibby in second? Boomkin in second? Is there one more coming?
No, that's
I'll
it.
see
That's
loot
it. That's
popping
it.
up.
Yeah, but it'll pop up in a minute. That's it. That's definitely it.
Fucking Boomy second on damage. Let's go, dude. Rogue has been pumping every fight though, for real, for real.
Oh,
Pokimane.
Pokemon's
yeah.
all over it. Oh, what was that? Oh, look at the loot. Oh, shit, Mo. I think he's highlighting over him too quick. Show me what the shit is. I want to look at it.
I did see 5 blue items. So there was like 2 things of seeds, but there was 5 blue. It might have been only 1 tier token.
So what, you think like six items total?
I think it was 5. I think each
5
boss so far has dropped 5. But the amount of tier tokens per boss might vary. Maybe it was 2 tier tokens there, but yeah, he was clicking on them.
Oh,
too
look.
fast.
Yeah, look.
His
I like
bags
what.
are full.
Can we just like look at what 89 Wolf had just said? Like, that is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you find a way to maximize damage, and
Yeah. That might not have been a strat like the first lockout, like the first
maybe
2-3
not the
days
first lockout,
before
but
the
like
health nerf and all that stuff. Yeah, but now, yeah, come on.
the first thing I would be saying is, look, I'm a rep paladin. I am not standing in front of the boss, so we need to work this out. We need a way where I can stand in front of the boss, a bit behind the boss, and do damage. And that actually, like, that makes perfect sense. A dedicated healer to keep the melee group up that are just like pumping, because that would turn that 60-second fight into a 35, 40-second fight. You know, it's gonna make a drastic difference. 15 minutes till Fallout launches on Prime. Hype.
This is on Lone Wolf? Is that where he's playing?
Lone Wolf. Yeah, Lone Wolf. Yeah, it's where I'm playing now. Lone Wolf NA. My name is Scottejaye. An Alliance human paladin. Feel free to come and gank me and stuff, or boost me. One or the other. Either gank me or boost me. Don't like tickle my balls. Come and, you know.
They're 3 out of 8 right now. So actually, they're in the boss fight number 4 already. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, this is the one where I was watching people get knocked into the hole, and I was like, the fight's got 1 mechanic. You watch it and tell me if it's got more than 1 mechanic.
I haven't seen anything so far other than just slapping Weaver. And the Warlock pumping. Shadow Priest still hanging really low on the damage. Warlocks are kind of hit or miss. One Warlock is
Cheesebag's doing
pumping.
well. Cheesebag's
She's
doing well.
fucking slapping it, dude. Oh, there's the knockback. Nobody gets hit into the circle. Damn.
You just want to see them suffer, clearly.
Oh, dude.
There's
I wanna
something wrong with
see-
you.
I really want him to get knocked.
Oh my god! That was the best thing ever. That is the best thing I've ever seen.
No.
And the crowd
Hammer.
went wild.
He did it for I sent him like $10 on PayPal. I was like, bro, please get knocked into the circle. It's gonna be fucking amazing.
What's his stream? His stream is oh no, maybe his YouTube channel's in can you link his stream in chat?
Yeah, well, not in YouTube because I'm not a moderator in your YouTube chat, but it's twitch.tv/hammerdance. HAMMERDANCE.
Oh no, but surely you can link it. Oh, why are you not a moderator in my YouTube? I'll fix that. I'll make you a moderator on YouTube.
Yeah, just let me know and I'll link it.
You know how I do it? Hang on.
There should be like the couple dots next to, or maybe you right click a name or you just click on it.
Oh, can you say something? Say something in YouTube then, and then I can just see if I can do it in chat. I just said, you guys like that or what? Mate, we went fucking nuts. That was the best thing ever.
Brilliant.
And the timing was perfect. Go was like, I just want to see Hammer Dance get knocked into her. Oh!
It was, I couldn't have called that better.
That was epic. Go, just say something in YouTube chat so I can see how.
I did, yeah. 3 things up. I said, yo.
You sure you didn't do it on Kick? I literally can't see where you've said yo.
It's on YouTube. Yeah, no, it's on YouTube.
I'm ready, Zambi. My body is ready, Zambi. I can see hello. I can see hello. Yeah, I can see hello. I just couldn't see it before.
I was thinking the same thing as Misery. I was like, rip buffs, dude. Like, there goes the Sunken Temple. There goes Songflower. There goes Dark Moon Fair.
Okay, I've gave you mod on YouTube, so you should be able to maybe do something now.
All right, that should be Hammer Dance's POV on Twitch right there.
Mate, that was fucking epic. That was one of the best things I've ever seen, and that was just so good. The timing was just amazing. That you said, I just want to see Hammer Dance get knocked into the. Oh my god! He just got knocked in.
I was gonna say the boomkin, or I was gonna like pick on Cheese a little bit more, and be like, oh, I just want to see that fucking Rat Pally go through the hole and like bubble and survive. And I was like, nah, dude, fuck it. We're sending it on Hammer. I gotta send the vibes for Hammer to just get knocked in there.
Oh, honestly, I couldn't be happier right now. That was so good. Literally, it was worth staying around for an after podcast session just for that. I've got to look at my smile. I've got a coat hanger in my mouth. It's just so good.
And Hammer finally loosened up. He was super like focused, dialed in until he finally got knocked off the ledge there. Now he seems a little bit more relaxed now.
I thought they fixed this bug. What, the bug where I get knocked back into a big hole? Oh, I've shit on this boss so much since Phase 3 launched, where I was like, it's got one mechanic. Just don't get knocked into the hole. And then we got to watch him get knocked into the hole. Oh god! I mean, the thing is, it could happen to any of us. Like
it's gonna happen to me. Yeah, I know it. It's gonna happen to me.
And obviously, many of you have watched me on stream on Kick, or you're currently watching on Kick, and I die to some fucking stupid shit. You know, normally because I'm drinking or reading chat, or you know, like there's normally a reason for it. But it's very difficult for me to ever judge people dying to easy mechanics when I do it a lot. You know what I mean? But it's funny. So I'm not like, oh, what a shitter. Like, it's nothing to do with that. It's just, it was epic that it happened.
So Blizzard has put this type of mechanic in every raid so far. In Black Fathom Deeps, we had the very first boss, like introduction to raiding in Season of Discovery. Get knocked off a fucking platform, noob. Swim back up to the platform, and then Nomer, they took it up a notch, and they were like, "Oh yeah, get knocked off a fucking platform and just die. You can't do this boss fight anymore." And then now they've got the same type of thing, and they're like, we're not going to knock you off a platform. We're going to knock you into a tiny hole. So it really stands out if you get knocked into the hole.
But that's the funniest thing. It is literally when you look at that boss room or boss area, and then you compare the boss area to the size of that fucking tiny hole. It's like you've almost got to aim for it. You know, I bet you would struggle trying to get knocked into it. You know, like it's amazing. I love it. I love it.
Are they trying to get Hammer his world boss back? Is that what the summoning portal is? They're like, all right, guys, we've got the Songflower team lined up, ready to go. Let's get Hammer summoned out here. Get him his Songflower. Get him back in there. We got the summons to Yojamba. We need another Sunken Temple like ring quest turn in to get Yojamba for him.
Oh man, that is so fucking good. And guys who are still watching, by the way, like thank you. I've been thanking you a lot tonight, but I'm surprised that there still is so many of you actually watching us watch someone else. This is not even like reacting content. This is cheaper than that. This is disgusting.
I don't think it's cheaper.
Well, no, it's nice because we're
reaction content.
It's good because we're watching a guest. You know, this is the only reason I was willing to do it again because we're watching someone who was just a guest on the podcast. Now we all get to sit and watch and raid together. You know, so it's cool, but I do also appreciate the fact that everyone didn't go, "Well, I'm not watching that," and leave. You know, so.
Ooh, I'm looking at the parses now. So shout out to fucking Shibby, who had a 98 the first boss, 99 the second, 99 the third. Like this balance druid is fucking pumping. I love to see it, and I need to send this guy like some gold or something in game. I need to level up a tune just to be able to farm gold from incursions and send this guy some fucking support for his consumes for Sunken Temple. Even though Warlock hasn't been top on the damage.
I'm going for a piss, and I need another drink.
The Warlock is also parsing pretty high, but there was some damage nerfs, so these might not last the 24 hours it takes to lock these parses in. But it still feels good, even if you're in a raid and then you look at the logs and you see that pink 99 number there. But Hammer also 99, the second boss, the what's it called? The poison thing, the slime that we were watching. They had like 4 99s on that boss fight. I'm not gonna call it the low parsers, but Rogue also pumping with some 99s. Another warrior with some 99s in there. I love to see that type of shit. I love parsing, and I love to see other people parse, even if it's not me. But half the DPS of the first in the raid literally confirms how bad boomies are. Oh, the thing is, though,
before I make a drink go, that's what sort of kills my even like putting effort in on the mage. You know, I turn up on a raid every week, but I'm not like, oh, I'm going to go full on and concentrate because the days of passing are gone. You know, I'm not full bis, so it's impossible to pass. So I then play like shit because it's like, oh, I'll just have a drink. Like, I don't give a fuck. Whereas you know what I was like from Alduar onwards, you know, where I'm in current gear, you know, and I can pass, then I'm really trying. It kind of sucks now. Like, if you missed a couple of weeks of ICC, that you might as well just give up. Like, you're not going to pass. If you're trying to pass against people who have been full bis for, like, the last 8 to 10 weeks, and if you're missing one trinket, that's the difference between, like, a 99 and a fucking 85 or some shit. You know, it makes a big deal.
No, I feel the same way, Scotty. Like I'm a big parser, and you know that, and I haven't been able to parse since like Ulduar, really. If we're getting into it, I got to parse in Nax because it was easy enough to where it didn't matter what raid group I was in, I was able to pump. And if somebody failed a mechanic, then I was still able to sit there and pump on the boss. But then Old War happened, and then people started failing mechanics, and then I would have to battle res, I'd have to innervate, I'd have to
No, you
do all
still
this
pass.
other
No,
random shit.
I'm gonna actually say something nice about you now, and that don't happen very often. You still passed well in Alduar, even with doing all that shit.
I did okay, but like it wasn't up to my personal expectations of what I wanted. You know, like I don't think I finished with like 99.9. That's been my goal, and then that kind of set me back, and I was like, well, I did 99.9 last phase, and now ICC is a little bit of a step up. So I got in my own head, and I was like, hey, I'm probably not going to get 99.9 this phase either. So yeah, for phase 3 though, I was looking at the damage difference of like a pre-raid set versus BIS set, and for Boomy it was like BIS was 1100, a little over 1100, and then pre-raid gear was like 80, 90 DPS below that. It was still over 1,000 just pre-raid gear, no Sunken Temple gear at all. So I don't know how impactful these Sunken Temple gear pieces are for parsing in phase 3 at least. We'll
it's
see
probably
later
more
on down the line,
execution. Yeah, how you do the fight,
Yeah.
how many healers you take, yeah, all that shit.
And I kind of like that. Like you don't really feel like you can't parse because you missed a lockout or two, and you're a little bit behind on gear.
And chat, yeah, I'm exactly the same. Yeah, orange or nothing. I'm a 99.9 Chad. Yeah, absolutely same. On EU, you know, I was like in the top 5 paladins in the world in terms of passes for like all of Nax and then most of Alduar. But then that's why I'm focusing like on one region. As soon as I then brought NA in, I was passing well, but I was passing well on both because I weren't being able to give full focus into one region. Do you know what I mean? So then it was like instead of 99.9 or 100s, it was like 99s, 98s, you know, but on both. And then like my paladin, like you got my look at my paladin on NA, it's like 90. Yeah, I've got 99 on pretty much everything in ICC 25 heroic. But I'm not full BIS. You know, I had them few weeks where I weren't raiding, or month, 6 weeks where I weren't raiding like regularly and doing sod. Where it's like all of a sudden I come back and yeah, all right, I've got Shadow Morn and shit. But like everybody else is absolute full BIS. They've got Ruby. I've not got one item on any of my characters from Ruby Sanctum. You know, so like straight away, like at this moment in time, it's impossible. Like I can't pass. It's as simple as that. I can't pass on my rare. I can't pass on my mage. So I just turn up to raid for fun. And it's like, whatever. I'll just have a drink all the way through the raid and enjoy it. And I do really enjoy it. Like, again, I do really enjoy it. But I am really excited for Kata to make sure I can get back on passing again. On one region, my attention's not being split. You know, just really going hard for passes. And I know Go's the same.
Yeah, I am. And it's been the same for me in SOD. It was like, I missed a couple lockouts in BFD, and I treated it the same way that I did Wrath. And I was like, well, I missed a couple lockouts, so no chance to parse. Do I really care if I miss another lockout?
Oh, shit. Have they fucked up?
It is what it is. They just came back in. I don't know what they did, but they were outside, and then they just ran back in as a big group. I don't know what happened, where people died, but it is time for your show, Scotty. If you wanted to bounce, or if you want to keep watching a couple more bosses here.
No, I'd like to. Yeah, I'll watch a couple more bosses. I've just made another drink anyway, so yeah. I genuinely am actually enjoying this. What is going on in the rain?
They just nothing is even hitting them.
Amazing lockout bug at the moment. Oh, okay.
Oh, that feels bad.
Whatever. I looked up and everyone was alive, and then everyone just started dying and for no reason.
Yeah, and this has like been in the back of my mind since phase 2, where I'm like, do I really want to go hard in the first week when that's like the PTR week? And there's going to be class changes, there's going to be boss changes, all that stuff. This is a prime example of why I kind of took a back seat on like crushing it to get to the next level cap, crushing it to get runes, professions updated and all that stuff like right away, because you go into a raid that hasn't been tested at all, and this is what we've seen in SOD. So
well, Hammer's messaging me in game and he's saying we can't. Yeah, we literally can't get back to the boss. Every hallway's bugged and kills you when you walk in.
Yeah, that feels bad.
I'm gonna got my Mac next to me. I'm gonna just check Prime and look and see if Fallout is out. I'm not gonna rush off still. I know I'm still not
No,
gonna
you're
rush
good.
off, but I don't know whether it's gonna be one episode or the entire series, because that's really gonna
know what it
dictate
is.
what you don't know what Fallout is.
No, like, is it season 1 of it? Like, it's
Yeah,
based
it's
off
the
the game?
first season based on the game. Yeah, first season bonus. Watch now for free. I don't think
What-
it's actually out. April
what
11th
platform
at
is it
2
on?
a.m. BST. It's April 11th at 2 a.m. BST, and it's not actually on still. On Prime. It's on Prime.
Prime, okay. Does Prime have ads now, even if you're like a Prime member or whatever it's called? You still
Yes,
have to
it
sit through
does.
Ads
It
now?
has
Oh,
limited
yeah.
ads. They're fucking
Oh.
Amazon. You're fucking scumbags. Like, honestly, I want I want you to know, and I also understand and appreciate the fact that there's going to be very few Amazon employees that are going to be watching this stream, but I don't care. I want everyone to know that they're fucking scumbags. You pay for that, and then they start chucking ads in. And the worst thing was when they started doing it at first, and all of the ads were their own ads. So it weren't even like they was getting paid for it from other people. They was making you sit through ads about their own shit.
But you could skip those, I think, right? Or were those even unskippable?
No,
'Cause
you
I
couldn't skip
remember
them.
they would play some, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll just skip that, because there was like a bottom. If you like hovered over the bottom or something, it was like, oh yeah, you can skip.
No, you couldn't
But
skip. They were unskippable ads, and it was like the first ones were about like Red Nose Day. So it was like, get your red nose from Amazon. It's like, I'm on Amazon. Like, I know where I can get stuff. I'm literally on here watching this. But now they're now getting revenue from other sources. You know, there's actual adverts on there. But it's still such a scumbag move. You know, like at least Netflix. You pay for Netflix, you go on and there's no ads. But still, I'm excited for Fallout. I don't really care. Like, you know, chuck an ad in. Like, this is I really hope it lives up to my hype, because I am a real big Fallout fanboy. Like, if WoW dried up and the only thing I could make content about was something else, it would be Fallout. Like, I've played every Fallout to death. I completed Fallout 4 again before the series launched, just so I could refresh my memory on everything. And that was like, you know, over the last 3 weeks, I've played through Fallout twice. They're just amazing. It's just a shame Fallout 76 was so bad, because Fallout 76 was like the MMO kind of MMO version, and it was terrible.
I've been a bit emotional the past couple of days, because I've rewatched every single episode, every single season of House. I didn't remember that it ended on such like a wait. It's over.
Like a dark
Like that-
ending.
It was kind of dark, but it was just like it seemed like it was rushed to wrap everything up. If you're watching it like 5-10 episodes a day, so I was like, oh man, so like now I'm lost. I don't know what to watch next. My next
I
go-to
always
is-
feel like that.
It's usually Psych. If I can't think of anything, I go back to Psych and I watch Sean and Gus just have fun solving cases and do the little mental thing.
But that last episode where it's comes out in 25 minutes. On mine, it says it should be out right now, 2 a.m. It says it should be out at 2 a.m. I've got it open on my Mac. When I look round here, by the way, I'm looking at my Mac, and it should be there now. But if it's 25 minutes, that's cool. I can wait till 25 minutes.
Looks like they might have got past the bug, so yeah, we might be able to see another boss
see a
here
boss?
pretty soon.
But what you said about House, like, yeah, it's really unfortunate the way, like, it almost like came from nowhere, where it's like, yeah, he solved the case, cool, and then the next week he's in a burning down warehouse talking to himself. You know, it was like there was no lead
Talking
up to it.
Cutler.
Yeah, talking to Cutner, talking to all of the people that have died over because there was Wilson's missus in it as well.
Yeah, I can't remember her name either.
Cutthroat bitch, Amber.
Cutthroat bitch, yeah.
Yeah, Amber. So, but yeah, it was but it was still a great ending. You know, there was nothing better than where Wilson's up doing the eulogy. And then he's getting messages on his phone, and he's like, "Come on, turn your phone off. Come on, turn your phone off." Yeah, and he's like, "Oh, this is weird." And it's like, "You idiot."
Yeah, shut the fuck up, you idiot. Yeah.
Such a great series. Honestly, amazing.
I would really not. I was gonna go there. I was gonna be like, Scotty, if you want to fake your death, and I go to your funeral, and then you send me a text that says, "Bro, fuck off." Then I would know, and we would have a moment. Everybody else would be like tear shot, like, "Oh my god!" And I'd
what
be
do
like,
you mean everyone else? No one would turn up.
Got me.
You'd be the only person there, and it wouldn't say idiot; it'd say Redbeard cunt. Because Redbeard, like, it's I've never ever called you that, but the amount of people in chat and in comments that are like, "I like Redbeard's take on that." You are literally a fuck. You need to do when we get to a special. I don't know if we'll ever make it there, but you know, like a 100 episode special, where we maybe get like multiple people on that have been on throughout the however long it's going to be. You need to wear a pirate's hat.
I'll do it. I feel like we might be getting close to 100 with how many episodes we've been pumping out the last like 2 weeks between Sod and Kata. Like, we might get there pretty quick.
Well, someone did request earlier, and I wish I could remember who it was, that we start putting them as audio only, because it was like I can't just have YouTube open. So I am going to tomorrow get us on like YouTube, Apple Podcasts,
Spotify,
everything.
Big hype. You saved this announcement for the post show, not like the pre-show. We need to get this information out there. Yeah. People have been waiting for this.
Yeah, but I don't really know how to do it, because like what I want to do is go back like maybe 4 or 5 episodes and like put them all on at once, you know, and then start doing it weekly. But like we're gonna need 2, because we're not gonna want them on the same one, or do we have them on the same one? Like, do we have it as just Cubicle Chat?
On the same one.
Where it's like,
just do it all on one, because we start the show off saying, hey, like, this is Kata, this is not Sod, and when it's Sod, we're like, hey, this is Sod, this is not Kata. As long as the title makes sense, I guess. I don't know how that works, like titling an audio podcast. I don't know.
Oh, we got a stranger in here. What's going on?
We got a guest.
So I want to first of all just say I can't believe someone messed up that poll. That was ridiculous.
Oh, that was epic.
And second of all, we bugged out the bosses, so you couldn't walk in the hallways. We were just dying repeatedly. So if that happens to anybody, have a paladin, if you're Alliance, bubble, jump down to the middle and engage the dragons and die, and it will reset the entire encounter. It's a massive bug.
Can we talk more about the whole falling down the hole fiasco?
Just for a minute. That was a little, yeah.
Can you explain to us what happened there? Like, step by step, what were you thinking?
Honestly, I got to go back and watch on my stream. I don't understand why I thought it was time to go back to the boss. I ran up to the boss and started hitting it, and then I saw that they started casting Wing Buffet, and I was like, oh my god, no. And then, if you noticed, I got knocked back, and I was on an invisible ledge inside the hole, and I could have got out of it, and I panicked and strafed and fell down. And then our main tank also fell down.
As long as you watch your VOD and not Scotty's, because we might have poked a little bit of fun.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
Oh, no. So, Hammer, exactly what happened is Go said, I'll be honest with you, all I want to see is Hammer dance fall. And that was it. He didn't even get to finish his sentence, and then you got knocked down, and we erupted. It was the funniest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, so we had like 2 people hearth back, and they're on their way back because they couldn't get summoned, but it looks like they are here now, so I'm going to jump back.
All right, mate. Take care.
Update.
Enjoy.
See you guys.
Bye, mate.
Oh, that's so sick. I mean, you're having to get around these sort of obstacles in on the Kata beta and in the Sunken Temple
live as
raid.
well.
Yeah, like you have to have a script to get out of dungeons on the beta, and you have to have a paladin be able to bubble and drop down on the platform to be able to reset a boss encounter. Like this is what a time we're living in.
But I'm so glad I stuck around to do this, because this has actually been really fun watching watching people do a raid that I genuinely have no idea of its difficulty. You know, I've not done it myself. I'm sure, I might go in there and be like, oh my god, this is ridiculous, or oh my god, actually, this is a challenge. I don't know which way I would feel after doing it. So actually watching something, it is almost like watching something new, even though it's Sunken Temple.
Like I can't even tell the difference between boss fights and trash fights so far. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be my normal arrogant fucking, I don't know, like my just me. I'll just be me. I won't put loads of descriptions in front of it. But none of it does look difficult, if I'm honest. Like when I look at it and I'm like, all right, don't get knocked down the hole. All right, don't get gobbled up by the boss. All right, don't, it's not like there's loads of mechanics going on. There's still only like one thing so far. We're only on like boss. Is this boss 3 or boss 4? 4. This is boss 4.
4, I think.
Yeah, it's boss 4, and I've still not actually looked at a boss where I think like this looks quite complex. Because I'm normally having to, well, you are as well, like in Wrath. And this is the thing that you've been worried about with Kata, where it's like, oh, is it all of a sudden going to turn into retail raiding where you've got like hundreds of things going on at once? You haven't. Even in Kata, you've only got like a couple of things that you need to worry about. But it's more than one. But it's still not like mind-blowing.
This is maybe a bit off topic, but we did they're about to pull a boss, but I want to get this out really quick before I forget. We did a heroic dungeon on the beta, Blackrock Caverns, and that seemed pretty chill. And I've heard the heroics are really difficult. So was that like a properly tuned Blackrock Caverns that I went into, or
I'd say
it's supposed to be a little bit harder?
No, I'd say that was fairly around what it should be. I mean, if you say post nerf, there's still mechanics in there. If you get it wrong, you die instantly. Like if we didn't kill the chains on the first boss, you will die. You'll get one shot.
Oh yeah.
If you move while you've got the debuff before beauty, you'll die. There's plenty of things where you need to understand what's going on and what the mechanics are. But that's what I mean. Post nerf, pre nerf Kata dungeons. It's people thinking back in the day of when we was terrible fucking players. It's like the basics, really. Like interrupt something that needs interrupting, spell steal something that needs to be spell stolen or purged or whatever. Know what one you need to get rid of quick because it does a lot of damage. It's like things that are just basic to us now.
I would say that specific heroic felt easier than the TBC heroics in TBC Classic. That Blackrock Caverns specifically felt easier than like a Shadow Labs heroic, like first week.
I put them on the same pedestal. So I honestly, when people say Kata's too hard, I actually say Kata heroics are basically TBC heroics. They're if you could do TBC heroics in your leveling gear, then you'll be fine with Kata heroics. There's not that much difficulty between them.
There was a double knock there, dude. I'm stressing out for the raid group because I was like, dude, they're all behind the boss, like, and they're angled right at that hole. Like, what are they doing?
Yeah, but they got both, haven't they now? So one knocks back, then the other one does.
Yeah. This is a crazy boss fight. Like, you have to have debuff stuff on one boss, and then you can't target that because they're in the green around the edge of the room. So now you have to switch to the other boss that you can hit. Now all debuffs need to be reapplied to the boss. And Fairy Fire in particular has a 40-second duration, so at least they have a couple ferals there to keep Fairy Fire up. But
Pokemon's still pumping.
Pokimane on top. Shibby right below, dude. Shibby is carrying as a balance druid. Let's fucking go. Yo, I was like, balance druids are in a bad spot, but maybe balance druids are kind of slapping a little bit.
You should just level on Lone Wolf and we'll just both play with Hammer. I am like
so tempted. Yeah,
I mean, I am enjoying like the leveling alliance, and I think leveling like raiding with these guys, I think is going to be really chill.
That was the first time you were like, "Yo, let's level on this character or this server," and I was like, "I don't know, man. I don't know."
I weren't even gonna message you. Like, I'll be honest, I weren't even gonna message you because I was like, I know you don't really like Alliance, and you know you've leveled 1 Alliance to 25 because we both done it on Sully's server. He might not be down for it, but I am gonna get to 50, and I am gonna be raiding with Hammer. So.
It looked like an extra piece might have dropped off of that boss, and then even with like I think we've seen 5, maybe it's been 4, but there was also like a Darkmoon Fair card that dropped off of that boss too.
Oh, did they get the one that was quite rare?
They got like an ace of something. I didn't see what it was. I forgot to like full screen them again.
Well, one of them's only recently been found. So I think maybe it was that.
But Shibby, shout out Shibby as the balance druid, second on DPS for that fight. Pokimane on top. Pokimane. And then where's Hammer at? I saw Warrior third, and I was like, is that Warrior Hammer? Hell yeah! But I think Hammer was down there a little bit. Everybody's lost their world buffs at this point. Never mind. I was going to be like, Hammer lost his world buff, so he has an excuse. But I think the whole raid group has lost those buffs at this point. Unless somebody had their buffs chrono booned and they unbooned them for some reason.
But it is only their second clear, so like you kind of expect to lose your world buffs early, don't you? Like,
yeah.
If this was week 7 or 8.
They lost it to some random, like, unavoidable, just, oh yeah, your raid group's going to wipe because... the raid's bugged.
Oh, you weren't going down the line of they lost it because some random dick got knocked down a hole. I thought that was the route you was going to go down with that sentence.
No, I wasn't going to go there. So what is that? Half the raid over then? Like 4 out of 8 so far?
Hang on. I think this raid will wipe on Hazard. They fixed his mechanics last night, so can't choose him anymore. Okay, I don't know what that means. I genuinely don't know what that means. It's great being sat here as a noob watching it for the first time. Is that the next boss? Is Hazard the next boss? Who the fuck's Hazard?
Shibby with another 99. What a fucking legend. I can't get over this balance druid, dude.
You're creaming over that he's good. Well, get started on Lone Wolf, start leveling, and you can actually talk to him and play with him, and he might be a guest on the podcast at some point.
Oh.
We did him last night after the patch. Oh, okay, jeez. Is it the next boss? I don't know what one it is. Again, I don't know what order the bosses come in, so...
Yeah, same here.
I'm just watching and being like, all right, we're on this boss now. I feel like I was thoroughly educated during the podcast on what each boss is, but
this is the ghost time where you kill the mobs, the ghosts spawn, and
you need to move away from
people. If anybody dies right here,
well, this is Jamalan. Is it still Jamalan the Prophet, the boss that they're going to? Is it still the same boss?
Somebody else too, right? It was Jamalan and somebody else. There was 2 names.
There was a little Jamalan's sidekick.
Yeah, the bloke on the platform. I'm really hoping somebody dies. Don't let it be Hammer, dude. Hammer, do us proud. Don't die to a ghost, brother.
Hazard and Morphaz is after Jamalan. All right, okay, yeah. So it is like all of it's in.
Though.
Yeah, so it's all in a similar order. It's not quite the same, but it is similar.
I thought there were still 2 bosses with Jamalan, though.
Yeah, there should be. There's Jamalan, and then there's like the little peasant that's with him that don't really matter. But
yeah.
You do like if you're doing it as a 5-man dungeon, yeah, they both drop an item each.
So speaking of dying to ghosts, Scotty, I got sick last night, like honestly,
Oh, yeah.
and after the podcast, I was trying to watch the NA raid,
Oh yeah.
and I saw a lot of people it looked like died to the second boss, Lady whatever, Death Whisper.
Oh, I got my
because of the
braces from
ghost.
Death Whisper last night. I was happy about that.
It looked like 6 or so melee died to the first wave of ghosts.
Yeah,
And I
you,
was
you
like,
got to remember,
"Ooh."
we didn't, like, Goldar weren't there last night. So,
Oh yeah. Goldar wasn't there, and Adelaide wasn't there.
yeah, Table was raid leading. Obviously, well, I weren't listening because I never do. But
I thought it was Oboe. I'm not.
oh, was it
Yeah,
Oboe Table?
yeah,
I don't know.
think
What?
so.
Occasionally, they were both talking. Whichever one of them was talking sounded like white noise because my music was too loud.
That's how I raid too. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't really know who was meant to be raid leading, but it was still good, like, yeah, goodish. Like, you know, got Lich King heroic down in maybe
Oh, you got the
one
heroic,
wipe
okay.
or something. Yeah, like everything still died. But yeah,
Ruby-
it weren't
Ruby
quite
Sanctum,
as
normal,
clean.
Heroic.
No, nothing. Didn't even kill it. Like, literally, we
Mm.
wiped on heroic a few times. After one wipe, I literally said to the stream, "This ain't gonna die."
Yeah.
Like after
You
one
can
wipe,
get that feeling.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's just not gonna die. We might as well give up now. But then they just carried on for 45 minutes, and I ended up having to eat a curry whilst doing Ruby Sanctum.
I saw. Was that Mage you were on last night? And then I saw you were rostered for your Pally tomorrow night too. I
Yeah,
didn't
that's
know
right.
you were doing 2 nights a week in ICC at this point.
Yeah, no, I'm still raiding. Yeah, both nights. So yeah, Mage was last night. Paladin's tomorrow. I like the Paladin. The Paladin's a lot more chilled out. Like, to be fair, the Mage I need to like at least kind of pay attention.
Yeah.
You know, because I've only played the Mage for what, like 6 weeks, 7 weeks, something like that. So I do like need to pay a bit of attention. Whereas the Paladin, yeah, tomorrow night's gonna be chill, man. I'm just gonna be fucking spamming buttons and stopping damage meters. It's like it's nice.
You're gonna do your AoE immediately on trash packs and just
And
pull
die
aggro.
instantly.
Die. And then-
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know who the tanks are for tomorrow, but yeah, I do die an obscene amount on the Paladin. But
All right, looked
it's
like
still fun.
the rogue was dead there for a second. Did the rogue die to a ghost? Tell me the rogue died to a ghost. There's some big dragons in this room, though. I don't remember those being there. Like corpses of dragons, like dragonkin.
Oh yeah, in the corners. Yeah, no, they're not normally
Yeah.
there.
But I remember these mobs feared too, and they're tanking them in the middle of the room.
Episode 1, watch now. It's out.
Uh-oh. Only 25 minutes late.
I just want to know how many episodes are they? Are there? Are they all out? I need to know how late I'm staying up tonight watching all this.
Like, is there supposed to be 8 episodes for the season or something?
Oh my god, yeah, the whole season's dropped. 8 episodes.
Ooh.
That's 8 hours. 8 hours of Fallout goodness.
Oh, we gotta. How does this sound, Scotty? We watch this first attempt of this boss fight, and then if anybody else wants to continue to watch it, we send them over to Hammer's stream, and they can finish watching the rest of the raid over on Hammer's Twitch.
I think that sounds pretty good. Yeah. I mean, I'm still not in a rush. Like, you know, it's still going to be there tomorrow.
I'll sit here. Yeah. I know you were looking forward to that before we started the show, so I didn't want. I wanted to try to keep you here.
Yeah, I mean, the first episode is 1 hour and 14 minutes long. I mean, that's nearly a fucking
Ooh.
movie.
And there's going to be ads in it, so really it's an hour and a half.
No, I don't think it counts the ads in that 1 hour and 14 minutes. But yeah, I'll get through a few episodes and carry on leveling my paladin. But you need to get on Lone Wolf. Like, get on Lone Wolf and
Lone Wolf.
like actually take it semi-seriously. You know, like, we'll, even if we no life it for a few days, you know what I mean? Like, get to 50, sorry, and get geared, start raiding with them. And then it calms down, doesn't it? And then our focus shifts and we can go backwards and forwards. This is going to be my main for Season of Discovery. Like, 100%.
Is Lone Wolf PvE?
No, it's
Or is it
PvP.
PvP?
It's PvP.
PvP. Okay.
Because
Yo,
that was
shout
the
out the
first.
guild.
That was the first thing I looked at. I was like,
Yeah.
if it's PvE, I'm not sure I'll bother. Because even as much as I don't, I don't actively go out and PvE. Sorry, PvP. Like, I still like to be a little bit at risk. I like world PvP. World PvP is like the best thing about PvP.
I heard a little bit of information. I don't know if this is true or not, but involving the incursion event, it's a PvP like enabled zone, right? Like you go into the instanced area or whatever, like you go through the portal, and then I heard that people were getting 3-day bans for killing people that were around the quest giver. And I was like, dude, this is a fucking PvP server. Like,
well, I was watching you getting griefed by a priest when you were stood at a bottom. You were stood at the bottom of like some really big steps, and there was a priest that was sort of line of sighting you and just kept trying to attack you.
And to me, that's totally fine. It's PvP server. Like, if that happens, it happens. But do I expect that priest to get banned? Like, no. I thought that was a bunch of bullshit, but that could have been a rumor that people were getting 3-day bans. But
yeah, I've not heard it. But...
it made me think, like, are people going to get banned?
Hang on, they're fighting the boss. Shut the fuck up.
Buffs?
Right, if I'm saying it, what's going on?
Down to below 80%, 75% here, down on Jamal. Is there an ad behind them? I don't know. Like, Melee is just pumping fucking Jamal. Holy Nova getting cast. Doesn't look like it got interrupted. I see the Holy Nova going out. Can they not interrupt any cast from the
Holy
boss?
Fire,
What's going on?
Yeah, there is no interrupts going on.
I guess the boss just gets to free cast and deal with it as the raid group.
No, that one got 50%. Interrupted. That smite got interrupted then.
Holy Nova, full like 2+ second cast there. I'm not seeing anything getting interrupted.
Yeah, but I did just see immune on Hammer's screen. So was it immune to
maybe
interrupt?
That was a stun.
No, that one got interrupted. No, it can definitely be interrupted.
Yeah, get some more interrupts going out here. Come on.
The way Go is saying Jamal is making me crack up.
Jamal,
mate.
Jamal,
do you want Papa Don with your Jamal?
Down to 15%. They're probably going to one-shot this boss here. It looks pretty easy, just kiting the boss around. What is the purpose of kiting it out? Because there's a Holy Nova on the ground, and it's probably going to heal the boss, so they have to continuously move the boss around. Looks like casters get to stay in the middle of the room and continue to pump, while Melee has to just waddle behind the boss.
Oh, hang on. No, so they've said. So you can see they got Ogom as the main boss this reset. Oh, so sometimes Ogom's the main boss, sometimes Jamalan is the main boss. Or Jamal.
Ogom is now up.
Jamal.
And they're doing the same thing that they did with Jamal for Ogom and kiting it around the boss. Looks like he's dropping some Holy Novas on the ground as well. Hunter and Rogue and Warrior, the same 3 classes we've been talking about all night for the top of the damage meters on each fight, and the Balanced Druid Shibi coming in 4th place as the top caster. But Biggie for the first time. Shout out to the Mage finally showing up on the damage meters here. 5th place for the
if
Fire
he's
Mage.
Watching, that's going to make him feel like shit. Oh, God, it's taking you 4 bosses before you learn how to play, mate. Finally, you're there.
Biggie over top of Cheese, the Ret Paladin that we've been rooting for this whole time.
I'm still rooting for him. I'm still rooting for Cheese. Cheese has got this shit. He's going to be top by the end of it. You watch.
Ogom down to below 30%. This boss fight, a couple minutes long. Mana bar is looking pretty solid. Priest over 75% health or mana. Paladins 99% for Miona. Probably a holy paladin there.
Yeah.
Biggie getting low on mana. Biggie probably going to start dropping down on the damage meters here because of that mana issue. Unless they ask for an iterate from Shibi, which Shibi is totally fine on mana. Down to 1% health here, and they get the kill on boss number 5.
I don't know if we're watching a WoW raid or the horse racing. I'm really confused at the moment. Copium for Cheese. I was there for Cheese. I want Cheese bag fucking pumping.
Yo, the amount of flask of a tall.
Good job, boys.
The caster neck drops. Give that to fucking Shibi. Tell me that goes to Shibi.
Is it going to Shibby? Oh, is it just actually group loot? Is it group loot?
Yeah, it looked
that's
like
going
main
on?
spec over off spec there. Yeah.
I like that. I like that. That'd be fun for when we get involved and we go in with our 99 rolls on everything. Yeah.
I need to know who got that neck. It better been fucking Shibby. If it was the war, nah, I was gonna shit talk one of the casters there for a second.
If it'd be that warlock at the bottom there, then fuck that guy.
The warlock that's not even shown on the meters, but it looks like they lost a warlock. So yeah, this was an imaginary warlock.
Should we have a minute silence or?
No, wait, they do have no. The other warlock's there. Never mind. Yeah, let's shit talk the fucking warlock.
So how many bosses have they got left?
Oh man, let me check. It's 2 or 3.
I'm just trying to count in my head. No, that was
They've
boss
done 5.
5, wasn't it? That was boss 5.
So they have 3 left, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can I wait that long to watch Fallout? I don't know. I'll go and make another gen, and we'll find out. I'll have one more gen. We'll see what happens. It is only 2:30 my time. It's early. It's early, boys.
Yeah, you'll be all right. Shibby with the top parse on that fight. Fight after fight, Shibby carrying parse damage.
Such a fucking boomy fucking dick face.
I haven't been able to.
I did spill my gin all down me. Yes, I did go. Thanks for pointing it out.
Well, you didn't try to hide it. You were like looking down, like, oh shit, oh man, looks like my shirt is a little bit discolored from the wetness of this gin that I spilled on it. He's probably behind his green screen right now, like sucking the gin out of the fabric of his t-shirt. That's what I'm picturing, and he can't defend himself right now, so that's exactly what is happening. Oh, he just poked his head out. A weird thing to do, Scott. All right, a couple more trash packs looks like have spawned in Sunken Temple for the raid to clear to get to boss number 6, which I guess is another double dragon fight. I'm terrible with names of bosses, so I'm not even going to try to pretend like I know the next 2 bosses, but I think the 2 dragons, if that is where they're going, is where the offhand drops that can be like plus shadow and arcane and a little bit of spell power, whatever that offhand is. And it was kind of like best in slot as an offhand back in original classic, and now it got a little bit of a buff. So an interesting piece as a balance druid to look forward to a little bit from the raid. There's not really that many upgrades as balance druids. I shout out myself for a video I put out this morning. It was a live stream, not a video. I did the same thing Scotty did with his live stream yesterday about the Cataclysm announcement. I started to try to record a video. I ran out of time. I was like, dude, I don't have time to edit this.
Literally said, shout out myself. I mean, what is going on? You
leave me alone and look what I do.
you know, things are going pretty fucking downward on a stream when the person who's hosting it says, oh, by the way, guys, shout out to myself.
Well, don't leave me again, Scotty. Stay with me.
You might as well carry on now, though. So let me shout out to Go, by the way, who'd done something earlier that he had already openly said was what I'd done. So I was like, yeah, I saw what Scott done. That was a good idea. So I thought, yeah, I'll do that. So let's shout out to you for your originality. And what did you do, Go?
I couldn't be bothered to edit a video, so I just went live and said, fuck it. And I was like, here's your pre-raid gear. Here's your best in slot geared. There you go. There you have it. 30-minute live stream. Let's go.
Red Pit went ham. Oh, man, that was the funniest shit I've heard. I was getting ice out, and all I heard was, so shout out to me.
Oh man, this is what happens with an after show of the podcast. I let loose a little bit.
Good, I'm glad. This is the whole point of it. We were like, yeah, we told everyone. We made it quite clear the podcast was over. Like, leave.
Yeah.
Like it's so much. It's so much safer to leave now than stay. Those who stayed clearly into this sort of punishment.
Yeah, we take the piss out of each other. We take the piss out of our guests, and then we also like boost ourselves up and put ourselves on pedestals.
No, we don't do that.
Well, I do.
Like not we. I just want to say
Yeah.
we don't.
You didn't flex about having 99s and hundreds on your rep pally earlier or anything like that. No.
Oh shit, he got me.
But what is this? Hazas and Morphas. You used to be able to cheese this boss fight by getting on the ledge, and I think I saw some patch notes where that's no longer a thing. It took until Season of Discovery to fix that change. In Classic Era.
Hang on, why is there only
maybe
one? Why is there only one though, Go?
Very true. I don't see the other one. Maybe it's being tanked in the corner behind them. But yeah, the boss slowly dying. It's going like 1% every couple seconds. So
It's got a lot of health.
And a half.
But where is the other one? Somewhere that we can't see. Like, are they splitting the damage between two?
Yeah, it'd probably make more sense to stack and cleave if you could, but I don't know where the other one is. Maybe it is behind them. But Hunter absolutely destroying 1.2k DPS. Rogue also over 1k DPS. Warrior chasing the 1k damage. But
so we got some red beams that summoning some ads. Okay, so we got some ads coming in. Yeah, because I'm waiting for the mechanics to go. That's what I'm waiting for. Where are the mechanics?
There was like 2 whelps that just spawned there that just kind of melted. I don't know why the melee had to.
Why is it running so fast
to help that? There looks like an 8-second left debuff on the right side of the screen there. That little red yelling dude that looks like he's on fire.
Yeah, well, what is it? Me? Are we watching this in ×2? Why is everyone moving so fast? I want to play the Benny Hill theme tune.
Yeah, those ads look like super unimportant. Like for the melee to have to switch off of them because of how far away they were. Like to me, it's like, oh yeah, casters handle that shit.
So I'm not looking at chat. Go. So like I'm not reading chat until the boss is dead because I'm trying to really look and see what's actually going on. Without someone telling me. And at the moment, I can't see a lot. So he's got a debuff on him at the moment, but I don't know when it does. Like he's got 5 seconds, 4, 3. So in 3 seconds, that's going to go off. Is that like, it looks like Seed of Corruption. Is he about to do AoE damage to himself, to everyone? No, nothing happened.
I feel like that's the Warlock and the Raid with their Seed of Corruption up on the boss, which I guess is single target as well inside.
Well, yeah, but it was on Hammer.
It was on Hammer. Oh, I didn't see
Hammer had a debuff
on the boss, but
yeah, no, Hammer had something that looked like Seed of Corruption on him. He didn't get mind controlled and end up with it on him or something, did he? I don't know. I didn't see him get mind controlled.
I don't think so.
But still, the boss seems to be doing absolutely nothing. Like, where's the mechanics?
There was the one ad phase there that lasted 5 seconds, 8 seconds if we're generous,
and everyone was running around really quick.
They're in the shadow, the dream phase now, and now there's the other boss that has been in the dream. I guess this whole time.
Okay. And then what's going on here? Do you think
some big balls are coming down from the sky? I saw balls.
I love big balls. I love big balls.
Look at the pair of balls.
I'd get in my bush right now if I had them balls all coming down at me.
I guess job's a good one.
And then it dies. And then it died. that was literally the worst thing ever. It was like, right, okay, they're now in the shadow realm, and the balls are coming down. Oh, it's over.
Yeah, and there it is. And there's an epic staff.
Okay, so now I'm gonna read chat because I'm sure chat was raging at me, telling me what was actually happening there, and I'm an ignorant prick. Nope. No, nothing. No, nothing. No. So what just happened there? I mean, that boss looked like it had next to zero mechanics.
And Hunter, Rogue for like every single boss, the only ones that are really shining over 1k DPS.
And so I just want to, Alexander, I love you, man. Like, thank you for your input all throughout the night. You've said it's a DPS check, but their DPS was actually lower than it was on the first boss. So, like, is it not a very tight DPS check?
Is it a DPS check on those ads, but not really the boss? Like, you have to pump everybody needs to full focus those whelps that spawned?
Oh, basically they lost the main mechanic of the boss, so it does nothing. If you don't lost, there's a lot going on. Oh, okay. At 30% dream is a DPS check. Well, that DPS check was over and done with, like, as quick as Go could say they've got 2 balls coming down to their face.
They've got 2 balls coming down to their face. Oh, and there's the
and there's the loot. There we go. Yeah.
I got really excited that it wasn't just like 1 ball. It was clearly they put 2 balls next to each other for that mechanic.
Yeah, but there was single balls going off in different places, but 2 going down to Hammer's face. I mean, can we just like think about that for a minute?
Yeah.
I'm glad, Alexander. Well, we're glad, not just me. I'm sure Go's glad as well. Like anyone who can enjoy this shit, like, cool.
I've said it a couple times tonight. This week of podcasts, we've been doing far too many for my schedule and my sanity, but they've been a blast this week, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I would much prefer to do this and hang out with the homies and chat and hang out with you, Scotty, and the guest, than sit there and stream or try to make a video.
Yeah, and I've been the same. Like, I've got so many videos that I want to get done, but we've been doing so many podcasts. I'm like, well, I don't want to be doing podcasts and videos, so there's like multiple like spam of uploads constantly. Yeah, like
yeah.
But the podcasts have not felt forced. There's been stuff to talk about. Like they've been fun. I do feel a little bit bad about last night's. That's why I replied to your comment on YouTube, because I was like, to be fair, we done a podcast about a topic, and we didn't really barely cover that topic. You know, we just more or less just chatted for 2 hours, but it was chill. It was like it was just a nice conversation about Cataclysm. Do you know what I mean? It might have seemed a bit off topic, but I think we do get Carrot on for another one and maybe be a bit more focused on what we want to talk about. You know.
Oh yeah, and I think it might be my fault that the mage is no longer in the raid. I called out their damage, and it now looks like they've been replaced by yet another hunter, which hunter has been carrying this raid DPS wise this entire night. Sorry to the mage for getting them kicked out of the raid.
Did he get kicked out, or did he need to leave? I mean, like obviously I can't hear audio, so I don't know. Did he get kicked, or did he have to go? Did he have to go? Did he have to go because he couldn't deal with the embarrassment of us all looking at his damage? I don't know who you are, but you're great. I'm joking. I'm gonna be raiding with these. I need to be half nice.
Oh yeah. It's hard to shit talk people as a joke and expect them to get it.
Alexander becoming a member as well. Absolute beautiful legend. Thank you, mate.
I don't think we've had a single super chat tonight. Scotty, correct me if I'm wrong. So the member support really stands out.
We haven't had a single super chat, but I tell you what, that has made me think about something that we could potentially do. I'll have to think about how I bring you into it. Like, you know, so we're gonna have to discuss it, but some sort of like members only videos where we do like me and you talking about like specific topics, not a podcast, you know, but when there's a blue post or something, then me and you break it down and it is for members only, you know, so it's like just extra content, but it's not like no one needs to sit there and edit it. No one needs to it's fucking effortless. Like we just sit and we look at the blue post, we have a little chat about it, give our thoughts on it, you know, just to give the members something extra. You know what I mean? And I know this is my channel, not yours, but that's why I mean, like, you know, somehow you would need to be brought in on that. But that could be quite cool.
Yeah.
Because
I'm always down.
Well, we sit and talk about these things in DMs, and we sit and talk about, like, I think with the members, we could be really raw. You know, where it's like, no, fuck this. Like, are they fucking mental?
They like it raw.
Yeah, like, but we could be more raw. Like on podcasts, we are still a little bit more respectful of everybody's faults. Yeah, for members only, we could just be blunt. Yeah, we need to think about that. I think that'd be a good idea. Alexander, you're going to be obviously one of a handful of people that will be able to see that first one. So. Let's go.
The chicken. Well, I have to oblige by the members. The members have spoken. They've voiced their opinion. Scotty, it's been a pleasure. This chicken needs to fly the coop.
Yeah, but I don't think he meant Mitch. I think he meant you should go mage. You should play a proper class.
I
was
have
a
started
mage.
a mage.
You was a mage, and you're going
No.
mage. Okay.
I've played on a mage in the last 3 days.
Oh shit! This is literally like the first time I've realised what a erection was. Like what's going on?
I've kept it secret, so part of my sod or my kata prep, my sod prep, huh? Part of my kata prep was I got some heirlooms together, and I've started a troll mage on Mancrook.
Okay, Alexander, do you accept him as one of our own now that you know he plays a real class? I mean, I've kind of warmed to him even more now since he just said that. That was all it took. Yeah, look, Hammer's saying, go, roll a mage on Lone Wolf. If you roll a mage on Lone Wolf, me and you are in their raid team straight away. He specifically asked for a mage
DPS, though.
and a healer. Yeah, DPS.
Okay. Mage DPS.
Mage
okay, 'cause I was
DPS.
like, mage can heal inside.
No. So you as a mage DPS, me as a holy paladin, boom, like in the raid team straight away. We'll be fucking blasting, carry him. Like fucking these raids will be a lot quicker. I ain't got time to be running around in circles like this cunt's doing.
Downstairs. What an amazing raid.
Scottejaye, my 2 cents on member-only videos. Don't put content behind the paywall. I found you through the YouTube algorithm. Just ask for support for the channel and people will give. Yeah, so I appreciate that, Nick. But so what do you give to people who, you know, like when they join as a member? I completely appreciate that. Again, like, yeah, absolutely everyone should be able to see everything. But like non-polished content where it's just like, you know, it'd just be me and go, more or less. Something on in the background on Discord, having a chat about a blue post or having a chat about something where it's like, you're not missing out, but you are getting extra content.
Yeah,
Do you
we're
know
not
what I mean?
removing stuff that we would put out in the first place. Yeah, it's in addition to everything else that we would normally do together. Yeah.
Yeah. So you'd get all the information in the podcast. You'd get all the information on Go's channel, and you'd get it all on my channel. But then it's just like, thanks for being a member. You also get this little conversation, you know.
So I just realized why Hammer stopped back into the chat and said to roll a mage, because I just unintentionally got their mage kicked from the raid, like kicked from the guild, and they had to
From the
replace it.
guild?
So, yeah, they're not in the guild anymore. I just made my mage on Lone Wolf, and I did /who what's their guild name? The Tempest, the Tavern. I did a /who the Tavern, and there's no mages that showed up on my /who.
Hang on. Well,
so.
I'm online in the guild. No, they didn't get kicked. I can't see anyone who's got kicked from the guild. No. But still,
Yeah,
go mage.
The mage said they sent me the mail of all their consumes. They're like, dude, I just got kicked from the raid. Take my place. Here's my elixirs. Here's my flasks. Take care of these, brother. And I have to take that. I have to fill that role.
Yeah. Oh, fuck me. Alexander's Welsh. I didn't know that. Oh, are we going to have Welsh members? Do they not need to pay more?
Wait,
or at least bring their own welly boots. Like they've got to at least bring their own welly boot. Like, I'm not supplying that shit. Like, you know, you can do what you want to sheep, but like, I am not supplying you welly boots just because you remember. All right.
Somebody said something about Carrot, and they were like, I didn't know Scotty spoke something. What was that about? Did you see that comment?
No, I didn't see that comment.
Does Carrot have like an accent or something?
Yeah. He sounds like he's brothers with Prince William. He speaks very posh compared to the rest of England.
Maybe is that posh? That's a thing? Because maybe that's what it was. They were like, I didn't know Scotty spoke posh.
Yeah, he's yeah, just very posh, well spoken, like you know, like speaks the Queen's English. You know, people who slag me off in comments all the time because they're like, bottle of water, mate. Yeah, like you do, you cunt.
Isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it? Like, isn't it? It's
Beans
a fucking
on toast, isn't it?
It's a bottle of water. Like, what? You want me to say it's a bottle of water? No, why would I say bottle of water when I can say bottle of water and you know exactly what I mean? Yeah, you know, yeah, I speak lazy English. Whereas Carrot he's a very well spoken geezer. Like, yeah.
Oh right, there's 6 bosses down now, right? So they have Aranicus next, which is the wall of bosses from what I've seen so far in Sunken Temple.
Is there a hole that Hammer Dance can get knocked into? If there's not, I'm gonna lose interest very quickly.
Maybe he can get slept, or the tank can get slept, and if he's still near the boss when the sleep goes out, he could just get turned in one shot. Can we hope for that?
Oh, I mean, I'm hoping for that go. I don't know about you, but I'm really hoping for I'm hoping for the sleep and one shot. Definitely.
I'm good for a one shot. If I called 2 things tonight, oh man.
All right. Oh, okay. So let's watch this. So was this the hard boss? This was the brick wall.
I think so.
Yeah. Well, Hammer himself said on the podcast that this boss was the hardest one, and then he was a little bit like, like we should have killed the last one because it's easier than this one. That was literally what he said. So let's watch. I've even got my arms crossed. I look angry. I'm like, ugh. I want to see what's going on with this shit then.
The only thing I remember is the mechanic when Sunken Temple was just a dungeon was the boss would put the main tank to sleep for like 30 fucking seconds. And then you just had to either try to kite the boss around or have like an off tank pick the boss up. But threat was a big issue. So let's see how big their threat management is on this boss fight, if it still has that same type of mechanic.
Okay. Well, I know nothing about this fight other than it looks like it's Sunken Temple. You know, as in it looks like it's normal 5-man Sunken Temple, the room, and we'll see what happens. And I'm not going to read chat while we're watching this, by the way. I'm not going to listen to you saying, oh, no, they're doing this wrong, that wrong. I want to really just sit and watch and go, okay, so this is the mechanic, that's the mechanic, because I genuinely don't know. So I want to actually sit and watch and try and see what's difficult about it. Now it's had its health nerfed by 6,542%. Around that, right? I think that was close.
So the bosses, from what I saw, at least 1 or 2 of them in Sunken Temple had like 4+ million health. And I was looking at the boss's health in Blackrock Caverns when we were doing that heroic on Cata Beta, and they had like 4.5 million health. So I was like, wait a second, like bosses in SOD have the same amount as like Cataclysm heroic 5-man bosses?
No. You was looking at something wrong. No, they don't.
How much health did the bosses have in Blackrock Caverns?
I don't know, but that can't be right. Not like that.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly. I've never really looked at the exact health they've got.
Then how are you telling me I'm wrong, Scotty? Look it up right now.
Because I know you're wrong. Like that's ludicrous.
Shade was there like a was there a
how much health was this brick got?
Well, now it's reduced down to 1.5 mil.
1. Okay.
1.5. But before, like pre-nerf, it had 4+ million. Was it like 4 million 100,000 or something like that? So it was like 4.1.
Let me do some quick maths because I can tell you. I'm not going to look at the health. I just need a calculator and just say everyone's doing like 10k DPS. So yeah, we're saying 50k DPS. You know, and then the first boss in Blackrock Caverns probably dies in 90 seconds, I would say.
Okay.
Around about would be my guess. So, yeah, no, I think you're probably right, mate. Actually, I'll take it back. Yeah, but it's probably similar. It just seems ludicrous to think that the 5-mans in Cata have got the same amount of, 5-man heroic boss in Kata has got the same as this. But then when you really think about it, it's 20 of them, and they've got the potential of doing 1k each. We have 5 people with a potential of doing like 10k each. It's not a million miles apart, is it really?
Yeah. I want to say it was like 4.5 or something, like 4.6 for the Kata heroic. So it was a little bit higher than 4 mil. I never looked up the amount of actual health that Iranicus had. I just heard 4 mil, but maybe it was 4.2, 4.3. But it was still really close. And Hunter already popping the fuck off. Like Warrior, Rogue, same 3 classes, topping the damage meters already. Feral Druid doing a little bit of damage here too.
But they are doing really high damage when you really think about it. As I say, like I do Cat Heroics for people doing like 4 or 5k. And this is that's like 350 item level higher than this shit. You know what I mean? And that's mental.
I mean, the boss just got pulled and it's already 25% health. A quarter of the health has already gone from the boss. I see a lot of green gases on the ground. Obviously don't stand in those. What other mechanics are you seeing, Scotty?
That's all I'm seeing at the moment. Don't stand in bad shit. And there's a cast going off at the moment. Is that conal? Are they what's going? No, it's a volley. So
2 ads have spawned.
So the volley was building up, and then you had time to prepare for it. So top people off or use a cooldown.
I think you needed to get into the gas to get a debuff, and as long as you had that debuff from the gas when that volley went out, you were fine. But if you didn't have that debuff, you got 1 shot.
Oh, so I didn't see Hammer walk into
that's how it worked. Let's see for the next one.
Yeah.
Now there's a lot of little ads. I think those ads got nerfed. I'm just talking out my ass right now.
They'll just get cleaved down.
Yeah, I think that it used to spawn 5 or 6, and then they took one of those ads off.
I'm intrigued by this next, if there is going to be another big volley that goes off.
Oh, yeah, surely there is. All right, so everybody looks stunned.
Yeah, it's going for it. Bang.
Okay.
Nothing really happened.
I guess as long as you're not in front of the boss, that's the big thing.
Yeah, conal. That's what I mean. I think it was conal, but I actually thought it would go out and there'd be some damage that hit everyone, because at the moment no one's health's really moving.
There was another one. Now some people did die. We had it looks like the rogue.
Oh,
and the feral
Pokemon died. Pokemon died. Yeah.
And Pokemon still second on the damage meter, even 10 seconds after they fell there.
I don't really know what that one was.
How much health is the boss at? Boss is at 47%, just under half health gone, and a couple members dead. Our battle res is going to come out, or are they going to save the battle reses?
This is still a longish fight, though. I mean, they're not melting through it like the other ones, so.
Hunter just like the gap between the Hunter's damage and Shadow Priest in second place on damage must be some AoE for all the ads that are spawning from the whelps.
Yeah, or multi-dotting AoE, yeah. But yeah, Big Ray, fucking shout out to Big Ray. The big Ray Hunter is pumping. I'll make friends with him early because I'll be like, I'll message him. Well, I'll message him now. Like, all right, Ray, good job, Ray. Good job, Ray. Yeah. No, I won't. Well, I do want to. I just like to. I just go. Good job, Ray.
I mean, maybe the mage switched to their hunter, but still not showing up on the damage meter. Maybe they want to go back to the mage to get the arcane intellect buff.
I literally just messaged him. Good job, Ray. Showed him how to DPS. He'd be like, "Who the fuck's this weirdo?"
Oh, 5 people dead now. The boss, I can't even see. They're trying to kill the Dreamwalkers. I guess this is maybe like a phase 2, phase 3. Kill the Dreamwalkers that spawned.
Yeah.
But with the rogue dead, are they going to have enough damage to kill the Dreamwalkers before the phase ends?
Is there anything special going on with these? I'm assuming they do a frontal cleave. Maybe.
Oh, the Dreamwalkers?
Yeah. They banish. It looked like it was banish in some description.
Oh, the boss down to bring ads together on boss. I guess there's already a DBM announcement. Boss is down to what, 30 something percent? 36%? A third of the way through?
There seems to be a severe lack of interrupts going on stuff though. Like, unless some of it's immune, but like a lot of interrupts get through. When I'm watching Hammer, and I'm not saying Hammer, like Hammer's probably interrupting, but you know, when I'm looking at mobs, they like freecast, and it's like, why are they freecasting? Like, especially with how melee heavy you are, like surely you must have some more interrupts. And like paladins should be up there interrupting them. Like, why would let me look at my paladin now. Why wouldn't I run rebuke? D-Stack, we're not going to be using. Inspiration, well, I'm not going to be using that. Avenger Shot, I'm not going to be using that. Exorcist. So could use Exorcist, which obviously is going to be nice for DPS. But on a fight like this, you could technically be running rebuke, and like anywhere where you can get extra interrupts out, it's going to be far more useful than that little bit of extra damage. And the Holy Paladin should be running it, right?
DBM was saying to like stack the ads. So in order to stack the ads that are casting, you have to interrupt them so that they can't sit in one spot and just free cast the thing. Yeah.
So that's sort of what I saw.
I'm seeing the Shadow Priest on top.
Yeah, Shadow Priest was on top there. Yeah, he was pumping. Can only interrupt the fear from... No, not the boss, the ads.
The ads.
I'm talking about the ads. I'm not talking about the boss. Yeah, like interrupt the ads so they all come together so they can be cleaved. Which is obviously what you would do on any boss, even in a dungeon. You know, if something's outside free casting, you don't go out and nuke it. You go out and interrupt it and then run back. You know, like you want to pull everything into one place.
Well, if they had a mage to counterspell the ads, but they don't have the mage anymore, so...
yeah, but, as I say, like, paladins on this particular boss, looking at everything that's going on, they've got... what have they got? They've got five paladins that all could run rebuke.
At least 3 ret, and one of the rets is doing some damage.
I think there's pretty. Yeah. But again, it's going to be fucking minimal. Like literally, like you could run Exorcist. So yeah, you're gonna do a bit more damage. Don't get me wrong, but like if the interrupt is more valuable, but like the others, you could leave your pumper rets with Exorcist, and every other paladin takes rebuke. Interrupt those casters, get them all into one spot, and then fucking slap them down. And if any of you are watching right now, like, this fucking guy's a noob, he ain't done this boss. I haven't done this boss. I'm just looking at it and thinking, like, I'm watching Hammer run from fucking place to place, hitting ads, and it's like, well, no, if we can get them all in one place, surely that's going to be better.
Yeah. Then the Boomy can just hurricane and kill them all because we have gale winds, which increases hurricane's damage by 100%. Huge fucking AoE damage right there from the Boomy. We should get that out though for anyone who's watching. Like, you know, I haven't done these bosses. I'm just neither of us have. Yeah, neither of us have. So we're watching to learn, but at the same time, I do look at a fight and be like, come on, like there's got, you know, where can you improve? What can you do? What would I do if it was week 1 and I didn't have a clue what was going on? There's a lot of free cast going on, and the casters in any raid dungeon throughout the history of WoW, they're the ones that hurt. Like melee can be heavily mitigated. Damage usually,
exactly. Yeah. Melee can be heavily mitigated, but casters are the ones that are gonna fucking kill you. So, like, having more people with the ability to interrupt, especially, like, as a Holy Paladin, I would have fucking rebuke on cooldown at all times. Like, at all times. It would never be off cooldown if there's something that's casting.
And on your point there, Scotty, about neither of us doing the raid, we've both gone into BFD and Nomer like intentionally blind to like the mechanics of the fight so that we could go in there and try to learn like firsthand without having like a guide say, hey, yeah, do this at this point. So yeah, this is us living vicariously through Hammer right now. Like we're doing our first Sunken Temple for the first time.
Yeah. Essentially, yeah, exactly. And 89 as well, man. You've been like an absolute fucking resource during this podcast as well. Well, it's not even a podcast anymore; it's a stream now. But yeah, like it's awesome hearing like someone who has done it. And you let your healers gather ads, then AoE where the healers are. Yeah, which absolutely makes sense. But the one thing I've seen throughout this raid, not even this fight, like the raid, the one thing I've really picked up on is there seems to be a really low amount of interrupts for a group that's got a big amount of interrupts. You said it, didn't you, Go?
Bathroom real quick.
Before you go, you said on Jamalan, and you was like, why is the Holy Fires and Smites not being interrupted? Yeah, go on, go.
They're about to pull it too. Oh man, but I can't hold it.
I reckon I'll have a go without you. So they're about to pull it. Can I now just sit here in complete silence? So when he comes back, you can all be like, man, don't ever go again. No, you need to be here shoutcasting this shit. Right, okay. So what I took away from the fight so far is don't stand in shit, and then you're gonna get an ad phase. So from the pool right now, you're nuking the boss. I'm gonna break this down really basic. What I'm seeing. I'm gonna like really. So the nuking the boss. It turned. For some reason, so it probably debuffed someone, and it's something that I didn't actually see. Oh, no, it put the green shit on the floor. So you're not standing in a green shit. Okay. And they're carrying on nuking. Now it's going to put another pile of green shit on the floor, which you're going to move away from. There you go. Everyone's going to move away from it. I can't really see if there's tank debuffs or anything going on looking at this UI. I don't think. But it is at like 74%, so it's going pretty... Oh, Corrosive Blast. So Corrosive Blast is going to be the tank swap mechanic. I don't know how many stacks you're going to swap on, but it's going to be the tank swap mechanic. Like, the tank's only going to take X amounts of Corrosive Blast, maybe 2 or 3, and then you're going to maybe tank swap. Then he goes to sleep, and you're going to be killing these Dreamwalkers. So that could be interrupted. That got interrupted. Good. You're going to be nuking these down. Where's the rest of them? Or is that it? Now the boss is back up. So it's just 2 of those.
Oh, 8 people just dead there.
What? So what?
It looked like the boss might have turned at the last second and like breathed on the melee or something.
I feel like you just saw that like a second before I did, though.
Maybe.
What happened there? Green shit is good for waking nightmare mechanic. Okay. Green shit is good for waking nightmare mechanic. Alright, so, I mean, I'd need to see Hammer go into the waking nightmare to see what benefit that's gonna have. We use 2 range hunters of a priest. Put slow and AoE traps on the healer group. They all die instant. Right, okay.
I mean, the warriors got to cleave there, it looks like, because top 4 damage there was warrior. And then the rogue up there, Boomy in 5th. A hunter, for some reason, was down in 6th on that fight. But nobody was carrying like that first pool where it was just like 800 plus DPS.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, so what did everyone die to? Did the boss just turn and breath everyone? Is that literally what happened?
They didn't stand in the green.
Oh, they didn't stand in the green. Was that the problem? Oh, okay. So when that big breath goes off, you stand in the green. The green clouds puts you to sleep for 15 seconds and you take 99% reduced damage. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Now I know what the green cloud does. That makes a lot more sense. You use it to survive the waking nightmare. Yeah, that makes absolute sense. Yeah, okay.
So instead of the boss putting you to sleep, you put yourself to sleep to avoid the breath, like the
so you take no damage. Yeah, you run it, and then that goes off, and you won't be asleep for the full duration. You'll take the damage that takes you out of the sleep, but it will do 99% less damage. Or if you don't do that, you get one shot. Like what? It's one or the other. All right, cool. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly the same as the fucking like Titan Woman. What's her fucking name in Halls of Stone? Where she's about to do something of sorrow, like Cast of Sorrow or whatever, and you have to stand in the void zone. So she like incapacitates you, but the damage from the void zone takes you out of the incapacitate.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that, but also you don't take the damage from what they're about to do. So it's like almost exactly that.
So yeah, Waking Nightmare is the one shot, and it's doing 33k. Like 30k to somebody, 33k to somebody else. Yeah, it's pretty much a one shot to anybody that doesn't have the debuff.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That's cool. That's good to know. That's yeah. As I say, fairly basic sort of WoW raiding mechanic where something goes off and you stand in something that ordinarily is harmful, but then is useful. Do you know what I mean? Shock of Sorrow, thank you, Maiden. Yeah, because I was thinking Maiden, but then when I wanted to say Maiden, but then I was thinking that's Karazhan. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was thinking the same thing because I was even thinking, Healing Mace, Karazhan, Maiden. And then I was like, if I say Maiden, I might sound like a dick because it's probably not Maiden. But it was Maiden of Sorrow, I believe, actually, in Halls of Stone. It's called Maiden of Sorrow. This is where someone goes, no, her name's Joan. She might have an actual name.
I can't remember. I'm terrible with boss names. Somehow I remember this dude's name, Aranicus. You probably pronounce it differently.
No, Aranicus. Yeah, Aranicus, exactly. Yeah, that's how I'd pronounce it.
I thought it was going to be like Aranicus or something.
Aranicus. Aranicus. Aranicus is what I would, Aranicus.
Anubarak and Aranicus.
Why are you saying it in weird ways? Anabraken.
That's what you sound like to me when you say boss names. That's all.
Anabraken.
Anubricon.
Anabraken. Yeah, I don't say Anubricon. No, I say Anabraken. Yeah. Fuck you, go, you cunt. Can you imagine? This is where our podcast ended together. We completely deleted our friendship because he don't like how I say Anabraken.
Nope, that's the line. I'm drawing it in the sand.
Yeah. I liked you before. Call me a cunt, say whatever you want, but you say Anabraken. Are you fucking joking? Right, anyway, what are they doing, Go?
Looks like they're gonna try to handle that Waking Nightmare mechanic a little bit better on this pool here. So 8 members don't get one shot a minute 27 seconds into the fight, which we are fastly approaching. We're getting there.
You would be the best fucking commentator for a football game at soccer. Sorry, soccer game. So what they're going to try and do, Leeds tonight, what they're going to try and do is not do what they done last week where they conceded 2 goals in the first 4 minutes. They're going to try and do things a little bit differently so they don't look quite as shit.
All 3 DPS warriors are carrying the damage right here on this attempt. Shout out to Hammer on top, the absolute top warrior DPS right now. And Hammer goes down. Looks like 4 members go down to that mechanic. Every time I try to put the spotlight on Hammer, he says no, thank you.
Oh, come on, that's not even fair. Hammer's doing great. Hammer's on top. Oh no, Hammer's dead.
And he's dead. And he's gone from the PC. I think he's Hammer. I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
He's come round. He's come round your house. He's like, what did you just say, mate? Yeah, you put me off with your bullshit talk. That is so funny, though. You literally went, I hope Hammer falls down this hole. He fell down that hole, and then he was like, oh, Hammer's pumping. Oh, Hammer's dead.
There's no winning for me, man. There's no winning. And the boss down to 54%. Probably a wipe here, though. Pokey, the rogue down, Hammer down, a lot of melee DPS that's just not being able to handle all of these ads. And there goes another, I don't know if that was the nightmare thing again, but looks like another 5 people just died to that mechanic. And the whelps are just overwhelming. How many are in the boss room?
So how are you feeling about the raid so far? You're like you know, this is first full
my
watch
opinion
through.
has changed. It's changed a little bit. I had high hopes there. Like I was really wanting to say, did this raid actually post nerf looks really pug approachable? And then they've gotten to this boss here, and I'm like, can pugs do this? Should pugs be able to do this? The second lockout of the raid. That's an argument that's been tossed around a lot, phase by phase, but I don't know how pugs are handling this encounter.
It looks quite overwhelming to me. It is looking quite overwhelming.
Well, I guess they better wipe it up and try again.
Wipe it up. Yeah, I mean, I'm still yet to see any mechanics. Like, I'm hoping that I start to see those soon. But at the moment, I'm not overwhelmed by anything. Like, it's still looking fairly overwhelming.
I mean, that breath, there's got to be a way to avoid the breath. And as long as people handle that, it seems like it's going to be an easy W. But I don't know what it is that are people just not being able to get to the clouds to put themselves to sleep like in time? Or
well, what did Hammer die to? Hammer didn't fall down a big hole this time. So what did he actually die to? He was alive and then he was dead. You was complimenting him, going, "Oh, he's pumping," and I looked up and I was like, "Is he? I mean, he's got release spirit on the middle of his screen."
The waking nightmare yet again is what's taking people down at the same exact time too. 1:20 or 27
Are
seconds.
you looking at their logs?
Looks like I am looking at their logs. Yeah.
What a twat!
Of course.
That is great.
Of course.
I mean, twat in a nice way. Like, what a fucking legend! She sat there looking at their logs like,
I got to do my
what
job.
did they die to? No, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, waking nightmare. Like, is it a hard mechanic to avoid? It's a 6-second cast from what I'm seeing here. So you have 6 seconds to do what you need to do after the cast starts. But again, it looks like it's on a strict like 1:27 seconds in. This is going out. I guess the cast time would start at 1:21. So you should be able to know ahead of time, like, hey, I know this is coming. I need to avoid it. Do whatever you need to do to avoid it.
Go has spoken. Go has spoken. Go just said.
That's
exactly.
how you do it. It's that easy. As somebody sitting on the sidelines that's not actually playing the game right now, yeah, it's really easy for me to say that.
No, I believe you, mate. I'd be fucking livid at the moment if I died to that mechanic after how easy you just made it sound. I'd be really embarrassed. Oh, do I go watch Fallout or do I have one more gym? What do you think? Your choice. Dealer's choice.
I was thinking the same thing because I ran out of cans of Coca-Cola to mix with my liquor. So if I were to have another drink with you, I'd have to get up, step away from the PC. I don't have a wireless headset, so I'd have to take it off, find something to mix with. So I would do it, absolutely, but
maybe we leave it to chat. Chat, do we carry on? If I have one more drink, we're talking another 30 minutes. Do we have one more, or do we call it there and say, like, it's been a good night? What do you think? I have some rum. One more. I have some rum. One more. Seeing some consent was a raid is a nice touch. I haven't been in there yet. Yeah, and neither of me or Go. So yeah, like I'm not saying it's not enjoyable. Like, this is good. Carry on. Carry on.
It does look fun.
Yeah, it does look fun.
But at the same time, does it look like
more?
sod?
I'm hearing more. No, it does look very much like sod. I mean, the mechanics do look quite basic. I don't. So maybe not vanilla basic. So yeah, I see what you mean. I don't know what is sod, Go. That's what I keep saying. I don't know what sod is.
No.
I don't know what it is. Like that, it looks like sod to me, but I don't know what sod is. We got it this time. Hammer's saying we've got it this time. So, I mean, that means getting another drink. So I'll go first. Just mainly because I feel I feel like me drinking is more important than you drinking. I feel like you're entertaining sober because you're just an all-round amazing guy. I feel like I need this to be able to speak to people. So
I'm not going to argue on that. Yep, go ahead.
I'll go first.
All right, pool time must be coming up shortly. Looks like they're discussing a couple mechanical changes here. Looked like there was a tank issue. Tank got the cloud and boss turned and tail swiped melee into the wall, so the melee couldn't get to the clouds to avoid that whatever that mechanic was called. The waking nightmare. So Hammer, you heard it from him first. It's all that it's gonna be like, it's the tank's fault. No. But the cloud, like I don't even know what the cloud does. So we've been like harboring on this nightmare one shot, but the cloud, Scotty and I are both pretty new to what this cloud does to people, and the boss does get pulled here. Looks like the tank is backpedaling it into a corner. Hunter just absolutely blasting with the opener there. A lot of DPS only hovering around 250, 300 DPS, but the Hunter with 1.1k. Ryan, yet again, just showing how overpowered Hunters are or how overpowered they are as a player.
He's an absolute pumper. He's an absolute pumper, that lad. I'm going to make friends with him really quickly. I'm going to be like, oh, hi, Ryan, you're a pumper. Can I have some gold?
Yeah.
I'm going to make friends with him.
And then right behind in second place on the damage meter, we have the Rogue boss down to 78%. So a fifth of the boss's health already down. If they can continue this at this pace, this boss is going to die here really quick, Scott.
All right, calm down. I'm watching. I'm watching. Fuck me. Oh, God, it's going to die really quick.
Oh, down to 69%.
Oh, the perfect percent.
Looks like the boss is taking a nap. Looks like damage is still getting pumped out, though. A lot of the ads have spawned for the Dreamwalkers. Ads seem to have died. Looks like they're just waiting on the boss to come out of its slumber. It got to 69% and it got a little sleepy. I wonder why. All these whelps, the whelps coming back. Let's AoE those down, get those interrupted to get stacked below the boss. Looks like whelps got handled perfectly that time. Another wave of whelps spawning.
Like, so Hammer was definitely like, after the last wipe, sort this shit out, boys. People are watching.
Interrupt, come on. Ray just absolutely carrying the damage still halfway through this boss fight. Pokey in second, the three warriors, all the melee. Shadow Priest coming in 6. Shadow Priest doing that AoE damage.
The
They
damage
finally have
difference between the hunter and the rest of the group is phenomenal.
It's ridiculous.
That is some serious big differential damage.
Hunter doing 13% of the raids damage, whereas the third place, the top warrior, doing 7%.
That is a big amount of damage. Big Ray, shout out Big Ray.
Big Ray. Looks like the clouds were handled that time for all the waking nightmares. Nobody died. Looking good going past that first minute 27 mark with nobody dead, all 20 raid members alive. This evil could not be allowed to enter this world. Come, my children. Aranik is doing some RP, going back into a slumber.
And this is where it went to shit on the other attempt. So now we're talking. This is where the casting needs some interrupting going on. Need to like be nuking these ads down, taking care of your healers. They seem like they're doing all of that this time. What went wrong on the attempt where they wiped on this go? Like, because this looks like a different fight.
It seemed like a tank issue, and I think they have that completely resolved here. All the mana for the casters looks to be at least 50% or above, which is better than the boss's HP, which is kind of how I judge my mana in boss fights. As long as my mana pool percentage-wise is higher than the boss's health pool, I'm good to go.
Good to go. I see what you've done there.
Good to go.
Oh, wow. You make me cringe in my pants.
I would imagine, after looking at this fight a couple times here, that Aranicus is probably going to get a little sleepy here very soon and go into the slumber. And as long as they can get to that phase of the fight, they probably have this attempt down.
I think they got it in the bag. And Hammer did come in chat, and he didn't come in chat, obviously, but he was in chat and he said, "This is like we've got it this time." So they definitely ironed out whatever their issue was.
I saw the waking nightmare go out there and everybody survived yet again. And as I say that, it looks like somebody just fell.
And it was, was it Ray?
Ross, the hunter. No.
Ray.
Hunter.
Oh, okay. Ray's still pumping.
Ray's still up and pumping with 12% of the overall raid's damage. Aranik is down to 10%. The last part of the fight, execution phase. Hammer's clapping. The boss is at 10%. What is Hammer clapping for? Is he not hitting his keybinds? Is he asleep? He's getting knocked back into the doorway. What is going on?
Oh my God, he nearly fell through a hole and there's not a hole there. Yeah. But he tried finding one.
The whelps respawned, but the boss's health is still going down. I guess that was GG at 10%. Is this Heroic Lich King? What's going on?
Nice. Good job, boys. I mean, good job.
I think that's their first 7 out of 8. No, they got 7 out of 8. They still haven't downed the last boss that's after Aranicus.
Yeah, we get to see the last boss now, and then I can go and watch Fallout. I've only been waiting for, it's only an hour and a half I've been waiting to go and watch Fallout, so it's not too bad, but...
yeah, that's all right.
But still, good job. I feel like I've learned a lot watching this, where I'll be actually really confident going into the first clear. Because it's like, right, you get up to boss 7, and there's no mechanics until you get there. And then when you get there, it's like... Just don't be shit, basically. I like those raids where it's like the main mechanic is don't be shit. So what are your thoughts, Go? Obviously, you're already 50. I'm still going to try and spend the next couple of days convincing you to come and play on the same server as me. But like, what are your thoughts watching it for the first time properly? Because you might have watched the odd boss or the odd stream or whatever, but like not in this much detail. What do you think of Sunken Temple so far?
I don't think my thought has changed since before Phase 3 launched. I had the feeling going into it, I was like, I want to do Sunken Temple for sure. I want to full clear it, but do I want to re-clear it week after week, lockout after lockout? And I would be totally fine to go in there, smash these bosses one time, and just chill and wait till Phase 4. And I'm still feeling that way. Like it still looks like a fun raid. I want to go in there and get that boss kill on all 8 bosses, but as long as I've done it once, I think I'm chilling, No,
I feel you. I think that's absolutely There's nothing wrong with that. As in, like, why? Well, like once you've killed it all once, it's it's not particularly challenging. It's not going to really do a great deal for you, like, long term, because you're going to replace all this next phase. And the next phase is the important phase. The next phase is where, like, it does matter, because you're staying at the same level. You're going to be progressing through raids. All of these phases in between have all been kind of, I don't say pointless, like, they've been fun, but, you know, how do I say it without annoying anyone? They've been kind of pointless, haven't they, really?
I will say, as far as the raids being given to us as level up raids, Black Fathom Deeps, absolutely. When Phase 2 launched, you could go in there with a group of random people and full clear it, get your XP. Nomer, that wasn't the case, really. We got 4 out of 6. It took 2 hours. And as a level up raid with a new level band opening up, it was a bit difficult. So looking at Sunken Temple through that same lens, is Sunken Temple going to be really easy to go in there and use as a level up raid to get to 60? Or is it going to be too hard? Maybe you can kill 4 bosses, get some XP out of it, and then you're going to be like, oh, this is taking too long. Like, wiping is just wasting leveling up time. So I'm just going to go spam dungeons at that point.
Yeah, it's definitely, like, again, it's the beautiful thing about SOD. We see it in different ways, you know, and you're not wrong. I'm not wrong. You know, it's just like we genuinely see it in different ways. You know, I would have liked to have looked at Sunken Temple and thought, this is a raid I'm going to enjoy every week. You know, like, not like, it doesn't need to be overly challenging, but I need to look at it and be like, yeah, it looks like it's going to be fun. You know, like, I don't care what anyone says. Like, Ulduar was fun. Like, I still, to this day, I will fucking die on my sword saying that Ulduar was the most fun raid we got in Wrath of the Lich King. Like, everyone was, like, creaming over ICC, and I was saying all along, like, have you done ICC? Like, it's all right. It's got, like, 1 or 2 good bosses. But Ulduar is the raid of Wrath of the Lich King. And everyone was like, no, wait till we get to ICC. I was like, well, I've done ICC. I don't need to wait. I already know. And I'm waiting for that raid. Do you know what I mean? That's what I've been waiting for in SOD, where I was like, Gnomeregan? Could it be Gnomeregan? And then we done it, and I was like, no, it's not Gnomeregan. Could it be Sunken Temple? I'm watching these guys doing Sunken Temple, and they're doing a great job. Like, it looks all right. But it don't look unique enough for me to get excited. Do you know what I mean? Okay. I don't look at it and I'm like, I need to hurry up and get in here. I will get in there and I will clear it multiple times on my paladin that I'm still currently leveling. So again, this is not me being anti-SOD. I'll put that out there. It's not me being like, oh, I fucking hate SOD. But it's still like more of the same shit. I'm like waiting for that raid that's so fucking mind-blowing, where it's like, man, like, you don't want to miss this. I could miss this. I could miss this, and I wouldn't lose any sleep.
Yeah, it's same here. If I don't end up getting a full clear, I still want to go into it at least once. Whether I have a blast in it or not, I need to at least get my talons in there, get my foot in the door. And if I get 4 out of 8, that's totally cool. Yeah, I wanted in phase 1 to full clear BFD. I did that. Wanted to do the same thing in Nomer, did that. And I want to do the same thing in phase 3, but if I don't get 8 out of 8, it is what it is. But that could just be because the difference of pre-raid gear to best in slot gear from Sunken Temple, not that much. And I know they're really trying to, like, they're dealing with a small window of gear, like eye level wise and stat wise. Because if you make stuff too overpowered now, then you have to make the gear at level 60 even stronger. And it's just like a chain effect. So I know it's like some pieces from pre-raid to best in slot for me is a 1 spell power difference. So I'm like, am I going to be enticed to go to Sunken Temple to try to get this piece of loot and roll against 10 other casters because it's a 20-man raid now? Like, Probably not. So I guess it's a multiple factor issue there with me, with not really being drawn to do Sunken Temple every single lockout.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, and I like, again, I'm not being negative about it at all. So like, geez, when I get in there, I'm probably gonna really enjoy it. Like you said, once you get in, I'll enjoy it. I do not doubt that. I can almost guarantee that when I get in there, I'll enjoy it. But it's Season of Discovery. They could have done more. So the way I would compare more, like if what my more would be, on the basis, like, I've played many MMOs, like over the last 22, 23 years. I've played many. That's not how old I am, by the way. I'm older than that. I'm 24. But over the last 22 or 23 years has been the amount of time that I've played MMOs. And like the first raids of the Old Republic, we'll use the Old Republic as an example, were fantastic. I mean, there was an actual puzzle boss where you had waves of ads coming in, and you was having to solve a puzzle to stop the waves of ads coming in. Like, that sort of thing would fit really well in Season of Discovery, where it's like, we know nothing, we need to work it out. Like that kind of play where you're having to, more so than like, here's a boss that's got a lot of health. Have you got enough mana to kill the boss's health? Like, that's boring. Like, we've done that for 20 years of WoW. But that's nothing new. They could have gone really like unique and been like, okay, the boss itself might not be difficult once you actually know what you're doing, but can you solve this puzzle that changes weekly? Do you know what I mean?
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because when you say like a puzzle boss, I think of chess in Karazhan, and I'm like, chess.
No. So
if I need to use the bathroom, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll pick a pawn, move it ahead, and then AFK for 5 minutes while the rest of the people that have the cool pieces move around and do the boss. So like, what do you mean by like a puzzle to solve during a boss fight?
Okay, so imagine like three wheels. So 3 like wheels of cubes. There could be like 8 cubes on a wheel, and then there's like 3 of them, and they've all got different hieroglyphics on. So like you could get fuck knows how many. Like you however many that would work out. If there's 8 on each wheel, how many combinations you're gonna get? Yeah. There's going to be a lot of combinations. But then while you're clearing trash and you're running around, you'll find out what you need to put on each wheel. So it's not always going to be the same. But like so it's less about like what you're killing, and it's more about like you'd have people there just trying to guess what it is. It's like, let's try and fucking get it done quick. But then like you will be able to find out what each one of them needs to be. So that would be an example. Or if you was to have one where like it was like imagine a 100 by 100 square like chessboard. We'll say chess, like chessboard, where then the boss will get buffed if you stand on one that you're not meant to stand on, and you'll get buffed if you stand on one that you are meant to stand on. But there are things telling you where you should go. Do you know what I mean? So, like, but it will change every week. It's like you got 100 by 100, but those squares could be completely different every week. But depending on what's going on around you, will tell you where you should go. So, like, more just, where it's like, all right, the boss don't need to be ridiculously hard, but let's, like a bit more of a thinking game.
I don't know how to feel about that, because I kind of like knowing after I've learned a boss fight, okay, this is what I need to do, and I can just kind of turn my brain off.
But once you've learned it, you can turn your brain off to a certain extent, because it's like, right, well, I know now how to find out what I need to do. So the boss fight really is is finding out how you know what to do, not what you need to do specifically. Does that make sense? So, like, you're like, okay, once we kill these bosses and we know, like, we find the first clue here, second clue here, third clue here, but you couldn't just walk straight in and go bang, bang, bosh, it's done. You still need to do the other bits first. I think if you've done it, you'd understand. Like, it's probably very hard to when you play WoW, it's probably very hard to understand without actually having done bosses like that, like what it would look like. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think you might be onto something, because if I think about it a little bit, I'm like, okay, yeah, it would feel kind of nice to not know exactly where I need to stand, but know what would indicate me where to stand. And if I was able to quickly pick up on that stuff and move where I needed to move, and I would get rewarded for being there at the proper time, then yeah, that probably would feel pretty good as a boss fight.
Yeah, and what Carrot's just said, hi Carrot, man, I miss you already. Like, absolute fucking legend. Can't wait to get you on for another episode. You know, like when he's saying about puzzle bosses, so he's using Badlands as an example. And people who go from Wrath into Kata are not even going to know what that means. You know, like, because they're gonna skip all those quests. Yeah. They're literally going to.
That's what I thought of when you brought it up.
Yeah, and they're going to skip those quests that are like fucking amazing. But you know, imagine having a raid boss that's like that, where you do actually need, but then it's on a grander scale where you need to pull together and do things. Like, it don't always need to be, this boss is more difficult because it's got more health. That's my point. They have
pulled the last boss.
I'm watching. Go, get back to that.
Down to 85% already. It doesn't look like there's any ads. I see a couple glowing yellowish circles on the ground that nobody's standing in, so obviously stand out of those. Boss down to 80%. Is any mechanic popping off here? Just nuke the boss?
Someone got corrupted blood and run off.
Yeah. And then dispersed as well. So Shadow Priest got it and ran away. It looks like a Boomkin got mind controlled and is going to start attacking the raid members. Is there any CC for Boomies right now? No, you can't clone. You can't. Maybe you could fear the Boomkin if any priest were to run away
or stun. Or just
fear.
Just a Hammer of Justice. Just anything would work.
Yeah, so you get this debuff and it looks like you just run out to the outside of the raid. Which is just what you do in Halion and ICC. You get the debuff, you run out.
Is there anything else? Corrupted blood. They're running out with it.
Corrupted blood.
So what happens to them when they run out of it? They're running out. They're still stood there.
The Feral's not like going into caster form and doing some damage. Come on, Feral. You're a hybrid class. Cast some wrath, brother.
Or heal yourself or something if you're taking damage. Like,
I am near.
how long does that last? It like, fuck me, it feels like it lasts for a long time.
Yeah,
I was specifically watching the Feral.
Yeah, I know. Once I dialed in on him, I couldn't look away. But yet again, Hunter just fucking carrying the damage. Pokimane in second as the rogue. Warrior Hammer in third. I shouldn't have said that. Hammer's probably going to get targeted by an attack any moment.
Hammer's going to get knocked from here to the third boss into a hole.
Oh no, Hammer survives, holding on to that third place DPS. Let's fucking go, Hammer. Boss down to 50%, looking like immune to stun. I still think that's like a stun, probably.
Yeah,
we're seeing the immune for. But
corrupted blood on someone. They're moving out again.
Nothing shiny other than that corrupted blood. You get it, you move out, and GG, you get the loot.
I don't know. Don't be too hasty. We don't know what's going to come next.
Oh, there is still the mind control, so it looks like another druid just got mind controlled.
Oh, Hammer's out. Hammer's out with
no
corrupted blood
on it. So something else has to happen in order for him to be able to get back into the raid, it looks like.
What'd they move together for then? I'm confused by what they moved together for.
Yeah, why did they stack? I was wondering if it was going to heal the boss, because Hakar and ZG gets a little bit of heals. So
yeah.
I don't see the boss's health going up, though, so...
He's just been bopped for some reason. I don't know why has he been bopped. I mean, that's not going to do anything.
Corrupted Blood's still on, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't get rid of it, so.
He does have a beacon of light, it looks like, from a paladin.
No, he's got Blessing of Light.
Blessing of light, okay. But nobody's dead
But
yet.
no, he's moved back in. It's gone. He's moved back in now.
Everybody's still alive. The boss down to a quarter of its health. Looking pretty
But how
easy.
did it go? Does it just go?
Yeah,
It's
I
not
don't
showing
know.
a timer and it just goes? That's the bit I'm confused about. Like they've got corrupted blood now, so they're both running out and they're spreading up the top there, the triangle and whoever's above him, the resto druid, because he just put efflorescence down. And then occasionally they stack.
Oh, it looks like somebody that had corrupted blood started to come back in and then immediately got it again for the second time and had to stay out of the raid. But it also kind of looks like a hunter, so maybe that wasn't maybe that was what you want. You want your hunters to get the corrupted blood so they can continue to pump.
But they also did then stack. It looked like they stacked and then it clears it. Or they definitely stacked for a reason. I'm just not sure why at this moment in time.
It looks like an easy one shot for the last boss. Hammer is sending out a yawn there because of how easy that was. Finishing it
having
with
a
a
drink.
beer in his hand.
Oh,
What a
yes.
legend.
Big
Showing
Hammer.
just how
Let's
easy
go.
it is. Shout out fucking Hammer for the first 8 out of 8 sunken temple clear for Hammer.
And he had a little clap. He had a little clap at the end as well.
Oh, yeah.
The boss casts a frontal cone that clears it. Hang on. Right, okay, Robert.
Oh, so you have to stack for a conal.
Sorry, Robert. I wasn't ignoring you, by the way. I made a conscious effort to not read chat while I was watching for the first time, so I could try and work shit out for myself while I'm watching. So Robert, you said the boss casts a frontal cone that clears it. That's why he ran into the tank. Oh, okay, I see.
And right up above that, Ryan said the druid would remove Windfury from his party if he leaves form. I don't know what the range is on that, so maybe they were still in, I think it's maybe 30-yard range. So I guess as long as the feral was in range of the party, then yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that all makes sense now. That was cool. I just literally sat and watched my first Sunken Temple raid with the guys that I'm going to be raiding with, and I feel like I took a lot away from that, if I'm honest.
Yeah, that feels like a Syndragosa fight in ICC. You get the Unchained Magic.
And it feels really bad.
That feels fucking terrible. So that they decided to have the last boss of Sunken Temple have that same style of mechanic, and as a ranged, I don't know how exciting that it would feel, but
it's going to feel worse as a melee.
Pump and
as a range, as a melee, you're going to have to just stand out and just look at the boss, and then wait until you can stand in front for the breath. Yeah, to clear it.
Imagine how Cheese feels as a ret pally having to just stand outside of the melee range. But Cheese, 5th on the damage there, so Cheese got the pump. Warriors on top of Cheese. Hunter, Rogue, all these melee classes. I don't know if there's a single boss where the top 3 out of 5 were casters. There was one fight every now and then where you'd see one caster top 5, but is this raid really melee friendly?
Seems quite physical. It seems very hunter friendly. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know about melee, but definitely physical. Hunter friendly, and then physical, and then maybe caster after that.
They never had any pools on this boss. So yeah, what Hammer's saying, first attempt, they didn't get to prog on this, I don't think at all. The first lockout. They got their 7 out of 8, and then I think people had to leave, so
yeah, and Hammer
a one shot.
Maybe I'll be in there next week. I mean, I've just dinged 16. I'm nearly 17 while we've been doing this. I've got I'm 2 bars off 17. Tomorrow I'll get a lot done. So next reset, next reset I'll definitely be there, 100%. Actually, yeah, because this is reset today, isn't it? No, it's reset. Actually, wait, reset on Tuesday, didn't it?
Yeah, it reset yesterday for NA.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely be there next reset. 100%. Right, go. I think that's probably where we leave it. We watched.
Oh yeah.
We watched that. That was fun. I'm gonna now go and watch at least the first couple of episodes of Fallout and do a little bit more leveling. Let me try and tidy this up just purely so it's tidied up a little bit for the next podcast. Because
I know I need something to eat. I'm fucking
yeah,
starving.
I'm definitely gonna be having a pizza. Like fucking no doubt. Get rid of that. Does that go back onto the old background? Yeah, cool. All right, yeah, we're there. We're done. So guys, all of you that have watched, if you watched literally from the start to the end, I want to put it out there now. You are a legend. Like, there's no two ways about it, because it was one weird podcast.
Oh, I thought you just put yourself bigger. There's a little bit of a stream delay. I was like, this guy just put himself on a fucking pedestal and just left me like in the corner, all small. But no, we're both fucking giants right now.
No. We're both big boys again. So guys, everyone who's super chatted, which is absolutely none of you, and and everybody who's joined as a member, which is absolutely one of you, Alexander. I don't think I'll forget, Alexander. Thank you for joining as a member. Everybody else that had their time and chose to squander it, then as long as you come back and watch again for the next episode, I'll forgive you. There's forgiveness in my heart.
When is the next episode? I know we've been doing these like off the cuff of our pants. And
Saturday.
Saturday's the next planned one, but who knows? We could go live a day between now and then with another episode.
No, tomorrow's Thursday. Are we raiding? Like, there's no need to do one tomorrow. We might have done one tomorrow if Blizzard took the beta of Cata down for 24 hours and then actually put an update out, which they didn't.
Yeah.
No. Like, Friday was meant to be with Carrot, and we done it. I mean, if we wanted to get Carrot back in and do a couple of hours on Friday, I'd be down. So
Yeah,
if we wanted,
see. Yeah.
if you wanted to do that, so it's a bit of a bonus one, and we do a couple of hours talking about Cata on Friday with Carrot, I'm down. Other than that, oh Christ, the beta Carrot's piping up. So maybe we'll talk to Carrot in the group chat, and we'll see if we can do one on Friday for a couple of hours. But the next planned one is Saturday, where we do part 2 with Subtle on Paladins, innit?
Yeah. And the homie Wander stonks go up. Did I go Doomer mode? Dude, if you go back like the last hour and a half of me looking at this raid of Sunken Temple, I was just ecstatic at their boomkin. Like the boomy in that raid was just carrying so hard. Like I love to see the boomy just slapping on the damage meter. So I haven't been dooming as much as you have. I've seen you on Countdown's Discord.
I actually think we was both fairly positive the entire episode, like
Yeah.
genuinely from start to finish. I don't feel there was any negative vibes going around. It's actually got me a little bit. I'm not going to say massively hyped to go and do Sunken Temple, but like I'm not dreading it. Like it'll be cool going in and doing it. So overall, good vibes. So boys, girls, everything in between. That's where we're going to sign it out. So good night. Go. Would you like to say anything before we go?
No, thanks again for everybody tuning in. And since we had no super chats, maybe anybody that's watching the VOD can get us our second super thanks. So let's have a little competition here. Who's going to win, super chats or super thanks? And we'll let you guys know on Saturday who came out on top, because all it would take is one super thanks from somebody watching the VOD, and you guys are the winners. So yeah, I'll leave it with that, Scotty.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be like no one wins and we get nothing. But either way, cheers, Go. Love you, man. Everyone in chat, you're absolute legends. I'm going to stick it on the ending screen, which I don't actually ordinarily do, but I'll do it because normally it cuts out the end for a few seconds. So I'm just going to stick it on here and say goodnight. So, good night.
Good night.
Right, we're off now, go, so we can talk shit about them. I'll tell you
I
what,
was like, are we muted? Are we going to sit here in silence for 15 seconds?
no, it's just when I look through chat, like some of these guys that fucking honestly, like they don't even know how to play the game. Like, you know, they're like, oh, do this, do that. They've got no idea. And you're completely silent and leaving me to this bit, are you?
I have no idea. What? Oh, are we still? They can hear us?
Yes, they can still hear us. I was doing this for effects. I thought you would have just joined in.
That's why I asked. I was like, oh, we're muted, right?
I've done this because I thought it'd be funny, and you didn't even take the fucking cue. What is that about?
We'll do it better next time.
Sorry, next time I'll send you the fucking memo that this is what I'm gonna do.
We got a lull out of follow, so it was worth.
Yeah. Now I'll actually end it.
Oh, it's still live. Are you shitting me?
Now